today.
Accept our rule or die.
Going well. Thank you for stopping by. Everyone in the audience, the millions watching on live stream, thank you so much for being with us. So, for Skybound and Quarter Up, this is the Invincible versus panel at EVO. And me, I'm Jeff Landa. I'm the community director here, joined by a good chunk of the dev team, a lot of the leads here. We're actually going to rotate the entire team in for the rest of the night. Well, thanks for joining us. I'm going to just start by introducing our actual panel as soon as this clicker works. Or next slide. Hey, there you go. So one by one, just real quickly, name, title, and some cool projects you've worked on, just to give an idea to the crowd what you've done. Who wants to go first? Dave, you go first.
No way.
Oh my God.
I'll go first. I see my face. Mike Willett. I'm the executive producer on Invincible Versus. You may have remembered me. You may have remembered me as the producer on Killer Instinct in 2013 at Double Helix Games. I was also your announcer in that game and the voice of Jago.
Do the voice. Do the voice.
Which one? In the cooking. You didn't know that? The more you know. People.
Oh, you're playing popcorn here? Don, please go.
Don Waters, animation director on Invincible Versus. I was also the animation lead on Killer Instinct 2013. Loved working on that. Love to be here at EVO. Thanks for coming to check us out.
All right, Dave.
Dave Hall, game director on Invincible Versus. And on 2013, I was the lead combat designer on Killer Instinct.
Yes.
Dan.
Hey, Dan Eder, art director. I was not part of the Killer Instinct team, so I don't feel left out at all, by the way. But yeah, art director, having a blast working on this game with this super talented team. So thanks for showing up.
Hey. Check out this man's Instagram. I guarantee you've seen work he's done before and you love it.
It's all thought content. Bill.
All right. Nice to meet y'all. I'm Bill, the tech director here on Invincible Versus. I also didn't work on Killer Instinct, but I was at Double Helix for a long time. A lot of fond years there. Worked on Evolve, New World, a bunch of other projects. But yeah, happy to be here. Nice to meet everybody.
Bao.
Hello, I'm Bao, lead combat designer on Invincible Versus. I also got the opportunity to work with this fabulous group of folks on Killer Instinct 2013 as, I guess I was a senior at the time? I don't know, I was just doing shit, so. But
Making
yeah.
broken characters. Broken good.
Yeah, if there was a broken character, that was probably me. Yeah, I got shit for that, but you're welcome.
And I am Rip, senior combat designer for Quarter Up, and for Killer Instinct, I was the strategy guide author. That kind of counts for something, right? I met a lot of these guys out there for that.
Nice.
Most of you guys probably know me as a commentator here at EVO for Street Fighter or Tekken or Mortal Kombat or similar. And now I'm a senior combat designer on a fighting game, so it's cool.
So those are our panelists. Let's actually figure out who Quarter Up is, though, as a next slide, as a studio, brand new studio. I know you've seen in the comments. Oh, it's the KI dev. You just kind of proved that. But there's a little more to that story. Tell us what you've been doing since then and how the Quarter Up story came to be. Mike, you can tell us better than anybody else, so I'm going to start with you.
So I'm going to take you back in time, probably 13-ish years now. It's been a long time. So when we had shipped KI in 2013, Double Helix Studios got acquired by Amazon. And it was bittersweet because we were so excited to finally get our game, out to the world and play it with everybody. But then as soon as we did it, we had to let it go. And a lot of us still carried that torch, and we really wanted to get back into fighting games and combat games. And so a lot of us went different directions. Some people went to Sony, some people went to other studios, some people remained in Amazon. After shipping a couple titles there, I really had the itch, and I really wanted to get back to what we were passionate about. And that was fighting games and getting back to this community and this opportunity. And so I reached out to a couple people. I'm like, hey, if I started something, would you be interested in coming on board? And most of them were like, fuck yeah, like just tell me when and where. And so I had contacted some people, and at the time I had contacted Patrick Gilmore, and I'm like, hey, I want to start up another studio. And he's like, let me get back to you in 2 months. 2 months passed. He got back in touch with me and basically said, Mike, how would you like to pitch for a studio and a game at Skybound? And I was like, hell yeah, let's go. And he's like, what is the first game you want to do? And I'm like, I want to do an Invincible fighting game. I want to do a tag battle fighting game. And really, like, our charter and our vision is we want to make every player look and feel like a badass. So as you can see, it's like combat, passion, presentation, and we want to be at the dead center of that, and we want to work with all of you to make something special and lasting. You can see people in the picture. We might be much older now in the live stream, but we really want to get back to that. We love the community, and we want to be a part of this for years to come. So that's really the genesis of Quarter Up, is getting back here.
But it's not just KI.
Not just
former KI.
There's new blood, like
right.
Dan.
So there's a Rip, the most obvious new face. Dave or Bao. Tell a story about how you found Rip and managed to get him to join the team. Then Rip, I'd love your take too.
Oh, well, when we were starting to get software off the ground, some solid prototypes, we're like, hey, who are a lot of the people that we talked to that gave us like really valuable feedback that were highly trusted and friends of ours? And I'm like, what if I invite Rip over? I'm just gonna send him a DM. So I invited Rip over to my house. So I had to tell the wife and kids to split for a minute and hide the dogs, and Dave was over, and we anxiously waited for Rip to arrive. And I'd hooked up my PC to the TV in my office, and he walked in and he goes, hey, what are we doing? What? I'll let you take her there.
Oh yeah, that's what happened. I saw the TV, I saw Invincible, I was like, oh shit, Invincible, let's go, right? But at the time, I'd done focus tests for you guys on Killer Instinct and Breakaway, so I was expecting something that was like really close to being done. So when I first saw the game, I was like, oh, they're in trouble, you know? But then afterwards, I saw everything come together. I was like, oh shit, this thing's gonna be dope. So obviously, that's when I wanted to be involved in the project itself too.
Was there any hesitation at all of like bringing in someone that hasn't done traditional dev, or was it like instantly, yeah?
No, because the way Rip thinks is like a designer. Like the way that he thinks about player interactions, what's fun, what's not fun, and then also being so involved in like data and like, Rip, you have like an engineering background, right?
I have a computer science degree, so I actually went to school wanting to be a game developer way back in the day. So I got my computer science degree, I went off and did like really boring programming. I was like, this sucks. So then I thought that was my life. I was a commentator for a long time. And when I was a KI actually,
not the computer science degree.
I kind of had the idea of like, maybe I should get into this, but I still never submitted a resume or anything. And there was Bao who actually DM'd me for this, and I was like, what is this job thing? Because that sounds like me. And then he was like, do you have any experience? And I was like, no, but I know how to program, basically. And so yeah.
I work with Rip all the time. Yeah, and he's a great asset to the team. You know, I mean, he knows fighting games. It's in his blood. It's in his bones, like the rest of us. And you know, he's a great designer as well. And just having the chops, the computer science, so he slotted right in like it was nothing. And we worked with Rip for years. You know, KI, You did some testing on Breakaway. Yeah, you called Breakaway. We did. He worked with us on stuff at Amazon, and so and also Jeremy. You know, and we've always
love
made
you, Vicious.
combat. Yeah, exactly. And we've always made combat games. We even talk about too, like if we're going to make a chess game, it would definitely involve blood and punching and attacks. So, and that's why I love working with these guys. Bao. When they first called me up, Mike called me up and said, "Hey, we're getting the band back together." First name in my head was Bao, you know, and they were already talking to Bao, of course. And then when I saw Dave was on the call, and I was like, "This is easy. I don't even care what we're making. We're just working on fighting games again. That's all I know." So I was like, "Hell yeah, let's do this."
Rip, one more
Dude,
question for you
that is
on the
sick.
studio, and we'll talk about the build. I know we've chatted
real
before
confident.
about that moment when you like realized how different the dev side is. You know, kind of analyzing games and doing content for so long. Can you discuss that moment for you? What it was like discovering was, you know, having an idea in your head and actually putting it in the game.
You talking about the process of creating something versus just playing something?
Versus like what you understood before. You
Oh
joined.
yeah, I mean, I understood, you know, frame data. I understood, you know, hitboxes and hurt boxes, but how they were all implemented in the engine was a process to learn. But then on the design side, like coming up with the kit for the character, and then how that runs through the animation team to actually decide what those moves look like and get that all polished to be what it is, and then plug that into the engine. Learn that entire process was like really fun and challenging for me. And I'm one of those kind of people who really likes a challenge. So it feels like everything I've done so far has been extra challenging. So, you know, I kind of want to take a little break and like do something simple next time maybe.
Awesome. That's the team. We're going to keep telling some stories, but let's get right into the build that players can play right now or have played already. So we have 6 characters here. We have 3 stages. It's a best of 3 local versus matched. You're going to play all 3 matches if you go to our booth. We're supporting pad, stick, leverless. Let's start with the characters though. Probably just Invincible because we can't go through every single one. But I'd love if you can share that process of grabbing the source material. So maybe this question for you, Dan, Dawn, on the animation side. Taking the source material, having the kit that you want to build, and then making them come together. What does that step 1 look like?
I can go. I think when it came to the art style, or you know, how we're gonna depict the characters in the game, there was a pretty long, what we call foundational stage, right? Where we look at the characters, we look at the source material, and then we think, what does the interpretive process entail, right? Like, how do we make it fit the game that we're making, while also being true to what Invincible is all about? So, you know, we went through a couple of different iterations, and okay, do we want to go realistic? Probably not the right fit for the IP. Do we want to go hyper tune shaded? That's a possibility. Ultimately, we landed on what we have right now, which is a bit of a hybrid. It's hyper stylized, but also it's very bold and striking. And I think that thought process about the characters, it's not only about the art style, right? These guys, whenever they're starting a new, like what we call design document, it's okay, how can we sort of channel their personality through the stuff like moves, the taunts, intros, outros, VO lines, right? When you get to that character-specific interaction. So throughout the entire process when we're creating a new character, we keep that in mind about, okay, how can we make that an extension of what you know of the character, but one that players are actually going to be able to interact with. And I think that's something that you haven't, you know, the show and the comics haven't been able to do because of the medium.
Don, was Invincible the first person you worked on?
Yeah, Invincible was the very first, and it's like you usually don't want to start with your marquee character in any project, but it was kind of like our proving ground, you know. And it's like Invincible's iconic. It's the name of the show. It's in the game name as well. So we started with him. But I think the important thing, and the way that we maybe work from different from other developers, is like we're super collaborative. The idea wins. That's the way we work. We're like zero ego. We tell people when we interview them too, it's like, if you got a major ego, you're probably not going to fit in here. And so it's really just about like what is the best idea, and then what works. And then Mark, there was a lot of work, and like again, because he's kind of like our base character, he's our entry character, he's a bit rushed down. And then it was like, so how does he fit within a fighting game? Like Dan was saying, your name is Dan. As Dan was saying, how does he fit within a fighting game, but also how do we stay true to the character? And so a lot of this is research, watching the show, of course, reading the comic, and then capturing just so many great poses, so much great reference. I've never had so much great reference in a game that I ever worked on. And so it's really like finding iconic poses of Mark, and it's like you may not remember exactly where you saw that pose or that moment, but a lot of it's captured from the show, from the comic, and that way it feels like that character, even though it's in the confines of a fighting game. So we've done that with all the characters, right? Where it's like Eve's a zoner, but it's like how does Eve as a zoner, how is she going to move in the show, and then what callbacks can we have to the show and the comic? And it's been an awesome challenge so far.
How many times have you watched the episodes over and over again?
So the whole show at least twice through, and then it's a lot of clips.
You have an actual answer at this is great.
Oh yeah. No, I mean reference is huge. Reference is huge with animation in general, and especially with an IP, right, where it's like we respect the IP. We respect fighting games. We respect you folks. We want to make sure that it's like when you pick up our game and you start playing it, you feel the Invincible part of it, but you also feel the fighting game roots and the accessibility, but also the deep systems as well. You know, it's like we're very cognizant of everything, and we're all fight game guys. Like we love fighting games. You know, I've worked on fighting games since KI, a lot of combat, but it feels so great to be back here working on this IP with this team again and the new blood we got, and to be at EVO. I mean, come on, this is amazing.
I don't know if it's a game director question, but obviously you're going to do Invincible, but do you get to choose who the rest are?
Absolutely not.
Who gets to pick? Is it I'm guessing a team choice? Is it?
It's it's basically up to the executive producer who we're going to be doing, and it's up to the fans too, like who they want to see. There's something we always focused on. The most famous characters we're going to start out with first. So, yeah, we don't really choose. Well, we
Spoilers, really?
It's a negotiation.
It is a negotiation, yeah. And we want to make sure the characters are different enough in their style so that the play styles can really match the unique characters.
It's usually they suggest a character and I push back. That's usually
very
what
true.
happens.
That happens often.
And then I have to tie break.
So we're going to break down Rex and Beast more later on, but real quick, are there certain archetypes players lining up right now should focus on when they're picking their team?
I would say Battle Beast has some of the best buttons, including Thula. Like really just to touch and get a feel for things. So either like Invincible, Beast, and Thula I think are really strong for beginning players.
It depends on your flavor too, like what you're actually looking for. Like Invincible is definitely the most dynamic character we have. Bulletproof has the most mix-up options. Thula is just gonna fuck with people at different ranges, and she's got like the yo-yo combos. She's got a lot of stuff to mess with. Rex is mean. He hurts people's feelings. A lot of projectiles, traps, a lot of mobility, and Beast just powers through people's stuff. So it depends on what you're feeling and what kind of synergy you're trying to put together. It's a tag team, so team synergy is a huge part of that.
Yeah, I would say Beast is a good anchor character. You know, he can come in and deliver damage. You don't start with him, you start with somebody else. Get in fast like Mark or Bulletproof, but then Beast can then just do so much damage. You know, so he's a great anchor. Always rely on Beast to come in and destroy.
So without referencing the characters you're currently working on, from this roster, who was the easiest to get to oh, this feels really good, to the most complicated?
Let Dave answer.
Well, we started with Invincible, and that took us quite a while to get to that one, but I don't know, maybe Battle Beast, he came together pretty quickly.
Battle Beast was the most straightforward, because he just hits people in the face with his mace. Like he's got armor, he just blasts through stuff. To Dave's point, Invincible was the most complex, it's the most difficult, because he's the starting point, and we have to make sure we have a solid foundation for him. And because he's a balanced character, we're trying to see what that means for our game. Because that could mean different things depending on the context of what you're trying to do. And Invincible, because he's so dynamic, we had to figure out how far we need to push things to really, really get the character to really express what it means to be an Invincible character in our game.
And I would say Thula for animation. I got to give a call out to the animators. Thula's really difficult because of the hair braid. It's a really cool thing, but we don't use mocap. This is all hand-keyed. We're very passionate about hand-keyed animation. All that stuff that she does is hand-keyed. Her hair braid, all that stuff, again, all the S-curves, all the beautiful motion, it's all done by hand. And so she was really difficult for animation, but also a great challenge. We're really happy with the way she turned out. She's a great character. She animates great. And as somebody without hair, Seeing somebody that has hair with
Jealousy.
a blade at the end is pretty incredible.
You have facial hair now. That counts.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna actually mention something that's not something you can experience here, but we're definitely working on it. Bill, tell us about rollback and why it's so important. And is this game gonna have rollback netcode?
That's a yes. It's a hard yes. I know rollback networking is kind of a foregone conclusion. This project, I'd say before it even began, right? It was in that original pitch doc that Mike talked about a minute ago. And it's worth mentioning, like the KI team had rollback, really solid networking, all that knowledge. Our online lead, Brandon, on that project, carried that knowledge forward to Invincible. All the tech rebuilt from the ground up for Invincible versus. So it's like, I mean, it's integral to like how we build a game, our tools, how we test. Because rollback, it's not easy, right? It depends on a lot of other things to be in place technically, like determinism, and it's got to be perfect. So it was one of the biggest pieces of tech that was invested on in the project at the very beginning. So it wasn't something we tacked on later, it was the foundation.
I think it's also worth mentioning, and people might not realize, like, we're a remote team. Like, we're not in an office together very often, if at all. So we're dependent on rollback netcode just so we can play together. So all the stuff you're experiencing or will experience, we're doing it in order to just build the game. So that's why it's critical that online works day one. Actually, before day one.
It affects a lot, like as a team, like on the programming side or the technical side, tools, iteration time, all that stuff. We have a really technical design team. Like they can get their hands, like the way we've built our foundation for how everything is implemented in the game. You guys have tons of flexibility, power, control over everything, and it's a lot of complexity. And the team they just pick it up and go. Like it's a really sharp, technical team, but they're super demanding. Shit's got to work fast.
Yeah.
And you can't be stopping the game to go tune something. Like everything's got to be live, sub-second, all the time. And so that was, I don't know. It's another big part of how the team works. And when we're remote, it's all that much more important. We can't go walk over to somebody's desk to fix a problem. It's just got to be quick all the time. So.
Awesome. We'll come back to some gameplay for Battle Beast and Rex, but let's look at the controls. So before we go and talk about controls, in case you missed Maximilian Dude's stream, we already announced that we're going to support motion inputs. So yes, that's going to happen.
Yeah.
They're not playable now on the show floor, but that doesn't mean it's a bad thing. This is still incredibly fun, especially for me. I'm not very good at motion. But let's talk about the layout for a tag fighter, some complexities there, all the stuff you want to do with the characters, how you reached the inputs here.
So we actually started gamepad focused. We wanted to make sure that everyone who had a console would be able to play with a gamepad and get right into it. The big impetus for us, like, we always wanted to touch on motion inputs, but seeing like the reaction and the importance of it, we pushed it ahead and we're like, oh no, this is super important. So that's why we're announcing it here. Unfortunately, because of like the timing of getting everything done, we weren't able to have it on the show floor for everybody, but it's actively being worked on. The biggest things that we needed to make sure is that whether you're playing standard or motion, that you wouldn't get any desyncs online. We make sure all the UX is updated, that's so you know exactly what your inputs are per character. So all that kind of busy work and grunt work, but just to make sure all of it feels really, really good when you pick up and play it. So it doesn't matter if you're using a motion input, if you're using standard input, the game should always feel great when you play it.
And you can remap it however you want, right?
Yes, whether in either style you can remap it to the way that you like to play.
Yeah.
I think an important thing to bring up too is like feedback is really important to us. We work with the FGC all the time, and it's like we kind of go, we're saying to everybody here, like, we heard you, motion inputs. You know what I mean? So it just made sense to put them in. We wanted them too.
Yeah,
we're fight game guys, but we love feedback. We love hearing it, and sorry.
Yes,
what were you gonna say?
I was talking over you. I was gonna say, I remember when I first tried the game at your house even, it was motion input. So, it kind of went away for a minute. And I think the biggest response I saw online about the simpler inputs for like the controller was just 8 buttons, right? So even when I was like developing and we were like when I tried on the stick, for me, I prefer 6 buttons, right? So going to 8 always felt kind of awkward to me no matter what kind of stick peripheral I used. So once we got the motion controls back in and went back down to 6 buttons, everything just felt way better for me.
But if you do not like motion, you like standard, this is what you're going to play here. I think that's, and it's fantastic. I love it. What I was asking first was the thought process behind the standard layout. Like, all the things you want to do in the game, like, how did you, like, where do you start? You just look at a controller and like, oh shit, we got to do all this stuff. Like,
Well, it comes back to gameplay mechanics.
Yeah, so ergonomics and layout is it's a huge chore, honestly, because it takes a lot to work through. Finger positioning, like what makes sense for chords, like multiple button presses, how are you going to plink, like groupings are a big part of it as well. So one of the interesting things that happened when we did go to motion inputs is we actually went from 8 buttons and we managed to simplify it or streamline it down to 5. But that felt off, and one of the things we did get from feedback was having dash as one of the options, as one of the buttons, was a good include. So we're like, okay, cool, like let's figure out where that lands. But honestly, it is an ongoing process. It's very iterative, and a lot of times, like Don and everybody's been mentioning, we work through a lot of this process with our focus tests, with our FGC and stuff like that too. And to be perfectly honest, we start off with like a lot of crazy ideas just to see what sticks, and we focus in on what is really resonating. We're like, cool, that's the basis. We start from there, and then everything else works itself out. And then, like I said, we just test, and we land on like what's the best feeling layout.
I believe we got to go to break, but next topic will be the actual defensive, offensive mechanics. So we'll pick up there. We'll come back.
Thank you so much. This panel has been absolutely amazing so far. If you've been enjoying it, then stick around, because right after this break, we're coming straight back to the panel and talking more about Invincible Versus.
New Chipotle Honey Chicken brings a hint of pure honey and seared smoked peppers with fresh chicken hot off the grill. For Chipotle heat with a touch of sweet and a perfectly balanced sauce. Chipotle Honey Chicken takes heat and sweet to a whole new level.
We knew pretty early on that the game was fun to play.
It became something that added to the mystique of Mortal Kombat.
Flawless victory.
And welcome back to the Invincible Versus panel here at EVO 2025. We've seen some amazing stuff, but trust me guys, there's a whole lot more on the way. So let's go ahead and hop right into it.
Hello again. We couldn't afford Dwayne Johnson, so I'm Jeff here with everyone from Quarter Up. Okay, so we were talking about the layout, but let's talk about the real meat potatoes. The next slide, which is there you go, the offensive and defensive mechanics. So it looks like a lot. We're not going to go over each. It's better to
It
experience
is a
this
lot.
on the. Yeah, that's fair.
Don't sugarcoat it. It's a lot.
I'm going to say it's better to experience this on the floor, but I do want to pick their brains about how they figured this stuff out. Some of the most important ones, things to maybe try first, or what you consider advanced. So let's dig into the offense, yeah?
Well, I don't want to come at it strictly from like the high level stuff first. I kind of want to start with the foundation. Like, we learned a lot during the development of Killer Instincts, understanding your foundations, how movement is so important, especially when we talk about character expression, player expression, and so on and so forth. You know, you could always tell a high level player by the way they move, you know, in the middle of the match and stuff too. So a lot of those lessons we use to build the foundation of our systems across the board. And one of the biggest takeaways was trying to figure out how we apply lessons that we learned from a one-on-one fighter, you know, and how it can apply and fit in a 3v3 fighter. Like, that is completely different formula that we're messing with. And as we know, like 3v3 fighters, it's all about the numbers. You want those, you know, high-level combos, you know, see if you can TOD somebody, stuff like that, see if how you can convert things, how you OTG, like all that stuff. So, you know, one of the biggest takeaways we learned from Killer Instinct was how interesting the two-way interactions were for that system. And we wanted to see if we can find natural and organic ways to include some of those two-way interactions. So it's not just a, hey, you hit me, I have to watch you do this combo and wait for you to drop or, you know, finish it off. We want players to be invested in the sequence throughout, you know, all multiple different stages of the combo. So we've hit a nice sweet spot with the inclusion of the mechanics that we have. But to pick up and play, we wanted to make sure that the accessibility part was there, and it's just, you could feel it across the board. You could just pick it up, have fun, move the character, run around all over the place, launching characters, and just like have a blast with.
Oh, HP Gaming, what's good? What's good, man?
So,
welcome to the stream. We out here streaming Evo for the next 2 hours.
You to talk about?
Sure, I can jump in for you. So yeah, I mean, we want to have our two-way
It's gonna be a fun, it's gonna be a fun day, man. Real fun day.
We approach that from
How you been?
3v3 perspective. Obviously, we've decided one of the big ones we put in there was an assist burst. It's probably written on there. I can't read it. Maybe it says assist breaker. But basically, it's like bringing in your assist to come knock you out. You know.
Currently, they're talking about Invincible.
But there's a lot of different interactions with that. There's timers, there's cooldowns, there's boost meter, all sorts of things. There's some other good ones, and Rip can go into them.
Wow. I was going to say that if you look at this, there's a lot of words on the offensive side, but 3 of them are just how to use assists, and then 3 of them just your active tag. So it's actually a lot simpler than it looks, right? But I think offense and defense in our game.
Man, this game is literally just Killer Instinct.
The speed of the game really lends towards offense.
Will we get another Marvel fighting game?
Like Heroic Strike, which is basically
We're getting another Marvel fighting game. Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, I read the comment wrong. So yes, we are getting we are currently getting a Marvel fighting game called Marvel. I think Marvel Tokon.
Or assist breaker,
Fighting
or
Spirit.
even counter tag. You have a lot of ways to get
Something
out
like
of
that.
situations in this game.
But with our KI DNA, we're gonna have a breaker. We're gonna have a breaker somewhere in our game, or a few, so we had to have some.
But yeah, they showed
I
us
think
some
the interesting for
gameplay
me, like
not
especially
too
when we
long
started
ago.
to play it, was
Actually, there
it's
is
not just stopping the
there's a
action, but
gameplay
having
guide
this
for
ebb
it.
and flow. So if you're in a block stream, you have opportunities to push block and retaliate with a super, but also you can do a heroic strike and lead back into an active tag.
Welcome to the
which
stream,
can also
welcome to the
like
stream.
lead to another breaker or a counter tag, and all of a sudden you can get all these fast reads and scrambles that make the game feel very fast and
But
very
I think
dynamic.
in
Well, that was
3
one of the
hours,
biggest
we're
takeaways
gonna
too, is
get
we didn't
a
want
panel
any
for
of these
2x.
defensive
Not
mechanics to be
2x.
free. There's always mind games. There's always
the
setup.
Marvel.
There's always conditioning the opponent.
I play fight
and there's ways
games,
to,
but
to
I'm not
counter or
too
get
good
around
at
them
them.
as well. So
Bro, it's okay.
that's a part of the
There's
system
nothing
we're trying
wrong
to
with
set
that,
up.
bro. Everybody
On
gets
top
started
of that,
somewhere in fighting
we really
games.
approach this
I think
from
I'm like
more of a
mediocre at best when
free-form
it comes to
style
it.
of combat. So if you're pressing buttons,
Oh,
stuff's
think you
gonna
better
hit.
to practice. Oh
So one
yeah,
of the
bro.
biggest
Look, we
takeaways
all
got
start
from
there, bro. I'm
Killer
not look.
Instinct
As
was
much as
the
I like
inclusion of
talking
a
about
meter
fighting
that
games
was our
on the
incident
channel,
prevention system.
I'm not an
With a
expert.
combo meter
There's a lot of
in
stuff
this
I
system.
don't
So
know.
as you're dealing,
But I just enjoy it and I like sharing,
You're increasing this meter, so it's our visual indicator that
like
says,
I guess
once you
sharing
get
the
close to
knowledge
instinct,
and
if you keep
I
going,
guess
it's gonna pop. That character's gonna fall
perspectives
out. But we have ways to
to
get
other
around that as well.
players.
So our boosted specials, our supers, one of the big ones we
I
wanted
think
to
it's just
include was
it's a
also,
really fun
our
genre.
act attacks.
It's
So
a fun, satisfying genre to get into.
Your teammate in,
especially when you
allows
play it
you
with
to
your
reduce that
friends.
combo meter and extend that combo even further. So there's a lot of layers upon layers of interactions here that, like, you have to play and experience, and like,
Yeah, man,
there's no
that
one,
Marvel
like, completely
Tokon game
like,
is
necessary system
nice.
for you to learn
They
right off
actually
the
showed
bat,
off a beginner's
but it's
guide that's
something
like
that
what,
you
11
pick up
minutes
and
long.
kinda utilize as
And
you
Justin
get more into the
Wong
system as a
showed
whole.
some
And
gameplay.
the combo meter you're mentioning will all make sense once you start getting some matches in. You'll see the combo meter. It's not here,
For
but before we
Which I think is
overload
pretty cool.
the players or the folks in the audience too much, let's
Which
just give
I
you some
think,
basic tips.
the
So we have
on what's
some
going
few
on, I'm gonna actually
tips.
show that off.
Once, there. Oh, okay, there you go. Just talk through a few of these. Tapping L is my favorite thing to do. Go ahead, take it away.
Let's see.
Yeah, so we went with a
Software
with
stuff
regards
with
to
Street
accessibility,
Fighter, a couple of
similar to
SNK
some other
games, and Marvel versus
similar titles. Just
Marvel
tap
versus
the like button
games and
repeatedly
Mortal
to
Kombat.
do
Bro,
a
there's
light
nothing
stream
wrong with
followed by a
that.
special.
Yeah, shit, that's a
Maybe
good
actually
lineup at
neat enough
least,
meter
you know.
to automatically go
You
into
trying
this.
different stuff.
We actually allowed this to happen in the air as well as on the ground. So
But I
if
recently
you're just
picked up
looking to push
Blaze
some
Blue
buttons
to
and
try
have
some
cool shit
new
happen,
stuff.
just
Oh
smash
yeah,
button, just go
damn,
into
and
it.
everything in that
There's
lineup, that's
also,
pretty
Magic
much gonna be.
Streets
That's
and
like
so
your
forth, so
pretty
just
much your first
explore
anime,
the buttons.
your 2D anime
One of
fighter.
the other things that we also wanted to emphasize is there's different ways
And
to use
honestly,
your
that's my
tag and
favorite
your assist in
genre of
particular.
fighting
So
games.
tag often, use your assist often.
It's the 2D
you
anime
know, this is a
fighters, so
tag
like pretty
fighter,
much
so
like
if you have a guy,
Grand
if you have a
Blue,
character
Blaze
that's low
Blue,
in
Persona
health,
4 Arena,
you know,
Guilty
swap them
Gear,
out. Like you actually
Under
replenish your
Night,
boost meter a lot faster as well.
Multi
And in addition,
Blood,
like we mentioned before, with
those
regards to the combo
games.
meter,
And I guess you can count
active
fighters
tag
because
is
that's
one of the best
technically
ways
an
to
anime
reduce
fighter
your
too.
combo meter
That's
as a whole
technically,
and keep your combo going.
you know,
So
it is a tag
don't
fighter.
see if don't
I
try
said
to push
surround that
this too
mark.
far. If you have a chance to active tag and you're not being predictable, tag your
Oh,
character. and
dude,
keep things going.
hell yeah, man.
So when in doubt,
Dude, I
mash
try to-
light and
no
tag off.
problem.
But Rip, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say.
Anytime I
the term
try to
active tag is a
encourage
little bit
everybody to
confusing
get
for
into the
some people as well.
genre,
I think
regardless
other
if
tag
you
fighters,
new or old
you call
or
your assist, and then
it may
hit the
seem
button again to
intimidating,
take over
but
that assist
like
position.
if you
Like,
just
assist
chill, you know,
exactly. But people
just
get that
play it
mixed
for
active switch
fun,
and active tag.
you'll
So
find
I just
you'll
wanted to
find a
clear that
reason to
we
like
don't
the
have that
genre
system, right?
or
Where
the
you do an
games
assist
themselves.
move and then switch to that assist character after they do their assist call. So that's a very different.
It'll be moments where I
thing.
question my
Our
own
games
skill,
actually
but I
functions
mean,
completely
shoot.
different from our active tag system.
It'll make a lot of sense too when you're tapping.
My
right,
first
and
2D
you
anime
assist
game
and
was
then it swaps
Fighters.
over, and then you can repeat that
And the
combo,
other
and then
one
you're
I played with Arena.
oh, okay, this is how it works.
Oh, yeah, like the story against dude. Let me tell you something.
Next
I
topic
never
is a
said
quick one,
this.
but we wanted to touch upon it. It's
Shit, you
the
might even hear their videos at some point.
community feedback.
I was
So
an Arena
we,
fighter player.
behind the scenes, done some playtests with a
before I
few
got into,
faces you might know. One sitting right there. Yeah, he is.
Fighting games.
And they've given us a lot of good
I
feedback.
was
on their
a
own,
storm
but
Jeremy.
head.
when we finally revealed
Hi.
the game, we got a lot of feedback too,
Fact,
even without playing it. So
I think
what
throughout
we already
most
talked
of
about
my,
is the
I
first
always
topic.
play anime
Actually, no,
games growing up, so
the
it was
next topic
mostly
is
just
actually a new
Storm,
one.
Dragon Ball,
We can go to
mostly
it.
just Storm.
Hey,
But I also
so
play like
we did hear
the
about
2D Naruto games, Clash
hey, a
of
creator mode would
Ninja.
be nice, and we talked about
Even
it on
though
the
that's more so
stream,
on the 3D
Yeah,
fighter
just to
side.
reiterate,
rather than a
I
ring
think we're
fighter,
going to put it in our
but, like,
display
I was-
settings, but it's
I was
a
a Storm
content creator
head.
mode. So it's
But then Tekken 7 came out.
yeah. We don't want
That's
anyone to
pretty
get
much how I get fighting
demonetized if they want to create content for the game. So
What?
it's just local to your machine.
What? Disable
You're welcome.
overkills, disable
I see you, Michael.
For you.
It
offensive
basically
Just
disables
you.
all the gross
Character
shit,
blood
right?
spreader.
So
Oh
the
my God,
overkills
I'm sorry,
happen,
I'm
they
sorry,
just
this is a
won't
big
have
deal.
The chunks and all the crazy stuff, or all the crazy blood
Yo!
splatter. There'll still be blood, but it's not going to be the.
Oh my God, they doing
gratuitous
something Mortal
stuff, and
Kombat
it's not
does
gonna be
it.
Bones and brain and shit. So, like, record away. It'll be with the game.
and the goal is local only, right? Like,
Yes.
okay.
Yes. You won't affect the person you're playing
Yes.
with. They can go ahead and have all that glorious blood.
That is really
Cool.
good
And
because
the
that's
next
the
topic,
reason
we-
why it
oh.
sucks making content
We
in
talked
Mortal
about- yeah, that's the
Kombat
one.
games.
Most
Talked about it, but at
you
least
get-
now they can
Because
see
they
it.
don't have
Oh,
that.
yeah, I can
Yeah,
see
this
it.
was
This
highly
is-
requested, so we pushed this forward for motion inputs. And the interesting thing here that we really focused on was the escalation of your inputs. So your specials, your boosted specials, your supers,
Oh my
that's
It's
free.
you do the inputs, and it escalates like the power. So all your standard specials are using light. All of your boosted specials use medium, and all your supers and your alt will use heavy. And then for boosted dash, it's medium and heavy. For throw, it's light and dash. And for your assist breakers, it's dash in either one of these assists if you have enough meter and you have an assist available. And then I believe it's snapback is heavy and assist too.
And so you've been playing motion inputs with Max today and through our private Discord.
Basically, I'm gonna be
so
100%
it's still a work
using
in
that mode
progress,
because
right?
I don't like
It's not
blood
final.
and gore in a lot of my fighting
it's
games. That ain't
in
my
a
cup of
prototype,
tea.
and we're moving our way out of prototype phase, and we love it. We think it's fantastic. We think it's really fast and incredible. So we're going to continue to push on this, and it's going to be in the game. You guys got it.
All right. Oh, it's almost no. Okay. Let's share some gameplay. Let's dive into Rex, but let's play his trailer first.
Oh shit.
Seriously rethinking my resolution to be a better guy right now.
Oh yeah, Smash Bros too. Oh dude, fucking love Smash Bros. But then, like, I was playing those games like mad casual, though. I was never really good at them. Oh, it was Smash, and then it was Storm. Those are the two fighting games that I played most. That's probably gonna be one of my favorite characters that I'll be playing in that game. Dude, oh my god, I love Rex and Invincible. I like him even more in the show.
Just to be clear, there is no content filter for Rex alts. At least the words. You gotta hold that.
Rip, I'm just gonna let you take
Oh,
over.
like,
This is,
character's
this is a
sick,
short
man. He
film.
has,
we'll
he has a very interesting...
Oh yeah, you guys can tag team this one.
Yeah, so I think with Rex, he's like he's a fan favorite for sure, and for good reason. He's this massive goofball who just doesn't, no one takes seriously, and he doesn't take anything seriously. So when we
His
got
game
him,
rather
we're
looks
like,
good.
okay, how can we differentiate him both visually, but also in terms of personality and motion and movement? And obviously with Don and the animation team, that a lot went into how can we make him feel agile, but also sort of unpredictable, right? Because that's who he is as a character, and we wanted that to be reflected in his kit. And then on the art side, we, as always, we always go back to the source material, and we say, okay, how do we sort of lean towards the show and take some cues from the comics as well?
Also, I just want to say I appreciate everybody coming through on stream.
Right?
Genuinely means a lot. I will be streaming
sort of read from
these
a
next 2
distance.
days.
So I think it goes a long way, both in terms of getting a good visual on a character, but also gameplay, right? Like gameplay readability is key, and we wanted to keep
definitely look forward to that.
The clarity there very, very strong. So when it came to the model, this character artist Peter Straub did a great job. It really sort of defining how detailed.
If you don't already know already, the devs behind Killer Instinct are working on this game, so that's why I genuinely got like a lot of faith in this game.
And kind of doing that translation effort, right? And there's a few characters
they make good fighting games. They know what they're doing.
For example, where the show design doesn't necessarily make sense in terms of
have a lot of good tendencies,
to animate,
and their games are typically very fun. So
we look at stuff like his batons, right? The stuff that he actually
literally gives you a word. I'm not like remotely worried about this game, and they understand feedback from fans.
That is going to feel like it's not just sort of tacked on, but it's part of his design and also part of his kit, right? Because that's what he uses. It's not just a cosmetic thing. So we're always looking at, okay, what is quintessentially Rex? How can we depict that in a way that the player is going to pick up on very quick, while also channeling his personality through and through. And I think with Rex, we kind of noticed that the reveal trailer for him was very well received, and I think for good reason, because he's just such a different character, right? There's something about him that you just get, you love to hate him and you hate to love him.
He's an asshole,
he's
but
dick.
he's our asshole.
Yeah,
exactly.
He's got heart.
Exactly.
I'd like to talk about animation just really quick too about him. So like in animation, we tend to think of like you kind of bring it down to its base essence of who a character is, And if you think about Battle Beast, he's very staid. He knows he's going to destroy anybody.
Sure, they're going to show Battle Beast off in this.
He doesn't need to overextend himself, and so his energy is very centered. It's very calm. It's very relaxed. And Rex is the exact opposite. So we want at a glance, like if you think about an energy, Beast is very low energy, ready to just wreck at any second. Where Rex is much more energetic, and so just at a glance, you're just going to get a sense of that energy between those two characters, and that's what we think about all of our characters, like intensive. Think of like at a base level, what is their energy? How do we convey that?
No, yeah, without a doubt. And I think, obviously, Rex for me is the first fighting game character I've ever designed. So if you guys love it, then hit me up on Twitter.
Great job.
And if you guys hate it, don't talk to me. But I will say about his gameplay, one of the things was, in the order that we built the characters at least, there was a lot of flying characters, and this is a character that's not a flyer character. So we kind of approached it in terms of how do you address his mobility to kind of hang with them, right? So one of the things I asked Dave immediately, I was like, can I give him a wall jump? He's like, yeah, sure. I'm like, okay, I don't know how to do that, but I'll figure it out. And I was like, can I give him a run? He's like, yeah, sounds dope. I'm like, okay, off to the races, really. So that's kind of where he started, essentially, right? Because we knew he was going to be a projectile zoner because he does so much tossing of projectiles in general in the show. So outside of that, there was really amplifying the mobility, right? So he's got this flip move that gives him extra mobility in the air, plus the wall jump, plus the run. So he's got a lot of mobility that really keeps him in line with the flyer characters.
Personal question for you. I know we talked about it before, but having designed a character and then having it revealed to some of the creators you brought in, and then discovering it that you made it, what was that moment?
Oh yeah, dude, this Invincible game was solid.
From a lot of the creators, I didn't want them to know. But the cool thing was, we took it to Combo Breaker. I had Sonic Fox play for a minute, and didn't tell him it was mine, but at the end it was like, Rex is the best, I love this character. I was like, all right, I'll take it.
We got some clips lined up for you to talk through. I don't know what order they're in, so just play them and kind of narrate.
Sure.
You play the first one.
I think the plan is because we all gonna watch
I'm
Evo
sure the clips are about his
all the way through
options,
until the Tokon
pretty
stuff.
sure we'll show his run options and what's in there.
My plan was to show limited Invincible.
That's his forward foot there. That gives him extra mobility.
We'll look at a bunch of Tokon stuff that people need, and then we'll get back to in and out of
kind of like a DP. So if you pressure you, that's your get off me sort of tool.
Over to the panel.
Obviously, if you're kind of shoulder character, you want something to get off you plus your zoning, right? So
like the mix
those two things together really put them together.
UBC2.
Do you want to play the next one?
Mixed with
we just run through the
go to the next
fighters.
one.
Oh yeah.
As they're playing, I'll just talk.
I think
to them. So I think right here we're looking at Rex.
I'm definitely getting a lot of Marvel versus Capcom
because we have a lot of flyer characters. I let him
Instinct.
angle his projectiles, right? That's something we didn't have in the past as well. So
Isms
there
to
are
it.
characters flying above all the time. Like he's got to be able to throw something up there. So that's what we dealt with that.
Honest to God, it really just reminds me like, damn, what if they made
and so out of the run, I was like,
Attack
okay, let's
Fighter,
give him some kind of a mix up here. So he's got the running low, which is the slide, but he also gets to mix that up with the running overhead.
We'll go to Beast in a second, but was it tricky?
Was it
tricky having a character with his type of projectiles, or was that a new experience for the roster you had so far, or?
Well, Eve already had some projectiles, right? So Rex wasn't the first zoner. But then I think just the fact that we could angle the projectiles changed a lot of it up. And also, if you boost these projectiles, they can stay on the ground, which was, technical things that we hadn't really implemented yet. So setting up those kind of traps, essentially, was something that we still had to develop and figure out along the way. So the projectile system, something that has evolved as we develop the character.
For anyone who hasn't played Rex yet, anything you want to tell them before they choose Rex on the show floor?
Throw a lot of projectiles, do some flips, jump off the wall, hit him with the running mix-up, boost the projectiles, and definitely taunt. Taunt is definitely the best. He's got the only taunt that attacks currently. Maybe we'll have another one later, but it's a cool taunt, and it overkills, which is awesome. I like that person. I can't see who it is, but I like that.
Biggest fan here. Let's do Beast next, so we're going to play that trailer in case you missed it the first time.
Oh, snap. Look at the gold.
Worthy adversary.
And he get armor off his moves.
Come to me. We're not done yet. We are not finished.
Oh yeah. I saw this trailer, I was like, oh man. Now can the animations look a little smoother? Yeah, it can, but I mean, all it's a work in progress. This game is definitely gonna be fun. That, for sure.
Going to live.
Fuck no.
Consider this mercy.
Ooh. Nasty.
So
What,
Val,
4, 5,
I think Beast
6?
is yours, but obviously, Dan, I know you have a
Swing
hand in the
games.
art and
Is that
design,
cherry bolt
so
gonna work?
same idea here. Talk us through building Battle Beast.
Oh my god. Battle Beast is such a badass. His, I think, when we started working on him, I got giddy with excitement. Because A, it's our first non-human character.
That's
and
true.
B, well, unless you consider Viltrumite non-human, but not human appearing. And B, I think the fact that he had a mace is also is something that made him immediately different. And I think just in terms of how we kind of take what you see in the show, which is obviously a very well-designed version, and sort of make it feel organic and fluid with his braids and his hair. There's a lot to play around with, both in terms of the how we construct the character model, but also ultimately how he's gonna animate. And I think there was so much that went into the design, and we had to make a couple of changes, right? And that's kind of alluding to what I mentioned before. If you look at the versions, like the belt, for example, certain things we had to think about. Okay, how is that gonna work for a game? And can we take some creative liberties? Thankfully, we work with the creators pretty closely, and they're open to that kind of stuff as long as it makes sense, obviously, and it doesn't betray the character. And I think this is a different take on Beast. Obviously, there's a lot of similarities, but I think the motion that he has is so weighty, and the actual character design is so sort of massive and intimidating, that I think for a lot of people he's going to be your go-to, especially if you like larger characters. You're going to gravitate towards Beast, and it was a pleasure working on him, and I hope we get to have more non-human characters.
Dude, I cannot wait to see the rest of this roster
Real
because
quick,
I
you
know they
mentioned
can
you
get
said
unique
the
with certain
the creators. You don't mean
like I want robots
our
to be in
creators,
the
you
game.
mean like literally the people who made the thing. It's
No,
probably
it's,
a good
it's
point.
definitely God.
Yeah, yeah.
It's
Robert, Corey, Ryan,
He's around too.
animation team.
It's important to make a distinction that we work really
course,
close
Officer
with Robert
Mommy, man,
and
yeah.
team, and they have a hand in it. They're not like far off reviewing it. Do you want to talk a little bit about that, like just barely a little bit about that process and
We
like how it
got
helps you
Cecil.
make your decisions?
Imagine we
I
got
think
Cecil
the
in the
biggest
game.
privilege that we have is that we're part of Skybound, so we have direct access
Oh, yeah,
to
the
Robert,
human, I
Ryan,
heard
Corey,
B-Man.
and they've been instrumental in defining
know how
our
sick
style
they'll
and
be?
being a part of our process.
Hey, just
through it.
imagine, hey, I went to
Even
your
now,
stage, bro. I
I don't
can't
know if
shoot
you guys
Cecil.
know, but
What's
last
up,
week
man?
we had a cover variant for Beast for.
You don't even gotta throw hands. All he gotta do is just
Gentlemen
sit
in the
down
audience
there.
is 1-1 and
Check
He
it
can
out,
summon
and
the cyborg invincibles.
Robert and Corey and Ryan were fully involved in that version and making sure it shines, and that it's a different take on Beast, but one that still feels like Beast, right? So for us, that is an immense resource.
And
Right?
he has
Because
to
we
go
know
too.
that they're gonna chime in where it matters, but they're gonna let us do our thing because they ultimately it's a collaborative process, and they feel like they can trust us with the IP, which is the biggest privilege that you can have as an artist and as a game dev. Taking an IP like Invincible that we're all super passionate about, and the creators letting us do our thing with it, because they know that we're not gonna betray the characters in the world. That is the biggest compliment we can ever get. And yeah, it's been a pleasure, and I think moving forward with other upcoming characters, there's gonna be more of that, more involvement and more sort of where do we find that sort of special sauce when it comes to the character.
Don, any animation stories you want to talk about with Beast?
The cool thing about Beast is that he has a mace. We're making a melee game and he's got a mace, and so and it was not an option to take out the mace, right? So it was really cool. Well, how are we going to figure this dude out? And it was super fun to work with design. And again, we're super collaborative team. So it's again, best idea wins. But we talked a lot about how to make Beast work within this game. And then, as they were saying about Kirkman, and having access to Skybound, it's they understand about interpreting a piece of art into a different format. So like going from comic to show, it's not going to be the comic. It's going to be something different. And they're fight game guys too, so they understand interpreting then the show
satellite
and the comic into a fight game.
Hey, now that's gotta be the
means.
ult
So we
right
need
there.
That room to
The
do
satellite
what we
weapon
need to
gotta
do.
be the ult.
And they've been great partners and always given us great advice. And again, Beast was he's just awesome, right? He was just a great character. He's just a cat who wants to kill you, you know, which is just awesome.
Like every cat.
Yes, like every cat. Like he's just like every cat on the planet. But he was super fun to work on, and most of the animators, he was one of our earlier characters, worked on him, and so it was great for all of us to collaborate and just come up with an awesome, version of Battle Beast.
All right, Matt, we're gonna play some clips. Yeah.
Well, one thing that I did want to add with regards to the collaboration aspect of it as well was they're also very involved in the gameplay side of things. So we take stuff from source material and we try to figure out how that translates into gameplay. And that's not always really a one-to-one, like especially with, a lot of stuff we draw from is like moments in the show or moments in the comic and stuff, or moments that happen anywhere, like whatsoever that we could draw upon. And a lot of times, like, there's gaps. We're like, okay, what does normals look like? What are the specials going to look like? So sometimes we do take some creative liberties, but at the same time, we actually actively work with the creators, say, hey, does this make sense? Can we push some boundaries? Can we try out something new? And it's been an awesome experience because for the most part, at first they were a little worried. They're like, I don't know. But then once they saw it in game, they're like, holy shit, that works. Cool. And then we started building the rapport. But we always have, like we mentioned, this very collaborative spirit. There's a lot of back and forth. So if there's ever any time like we go too far, like, Battle Beast blowing bubbles or something like that, they're like, I don't know, that might not fly or something like that. But for the most part, it's been a great process.
Thankfully, that never happened.
No. Well, let's look at some gameplay.
Cool.
Yes,
We
sir.
have 3, so let's start with the first one.
Yeah, Battle Beast game.
Talk me through this.
So that's Battle Beast. He's holding his mace. He's looking very sternly. Yep. So that's the super one. One of the greatest moves in the game. It has a lot of armor right off the bat. Plows through a lot of other attacks.
He's
It's great
grabbing him.
to
It's
call
gonna
if
be
you
a big
anticipate your
roll.
opponent's about to call an assist breaker. In the same vein, that's his boosted special 2. His special 2 normally travels forward and does a double hit, but the boosted version hits multiple times. So you guys are powering through stuff. And for those that are familiar with
attacks feel like they have so much weight to them when you hit them.
and Hagar Pipe, definite inspirations for Beast jumping down heavy. So if you ever have any questions,
No, his
do that
jumping
with-
heavy is a
Big
combo
fans
starter
from
Metro City.
on head.
We love the movie.
You mentioned he has armor. We showed that. I want to talk a little bit about the armor.
Yeah, so one of the things we wanted to get across with Beast is he wasn't a mindless combatant. He wasn't just berserking through stuff. He was very technical in the way he fought. And he has technique and stuff. So we wanted to get that across with some of his moves. So his special 1, he actually does like a parry. And we got that across by, applying armor during the first portion of that move. And then he counterattacks and such too. But we also want to get across that he's pretty much an unstoppable force. So on that note, several of his specials actually include super armor.
And he
during
got
the first
oh
portion
yeah,
of the
Brody
boosted versions of the move
is
too.
a
So
monster. He
it's a
definitely
big
got
part of
combo
his kit.
potential.
So I
But
remember
that's every character.
early
His
on in
combos look
development,
sick to
people
look
were saying like, is he really
Excuse
that
me,
good? I
look
don't know
sick to
about,
look at.
where he's going to fit in the roster and stuff.
Oh, and
But
his reach,
once
too.
you really start to
Hell
understand
yeah.
how powerful armor can be,
Get
like,
that
he
big
quickly,
ass
flew
stab.
through the ranks as far as favorites and such goes.
And we're going to play him real soon.
That's
So
reach.
take a quick break, and then we'll
Awesome
play.
Oh.
Thank you. Thank you so much, guys. And yes, everybody, we are heading
It's the
to a quick break.
misses.
But listen, there is more Invincible versus on the way. So please stay tuned. We will be right back.
I guess we're gonna wait on that.
That sizzle, that's the soundtrack of Chipotle.
Alright, hold on. Nope. We in copyright hell. Hold on.
Let's see our chicken glistening.
Look, I respect the Chipotle commercials, but we gonna have to be careful with that. Yeah. But, man. Oh, I'm super excited. Oh, yeah, super armor all around. Oh, man, he's almost like he's from an arena fighter. Oh, that super armor. Let me stop. Damn, you're not wrong about the immortal. Oh my God, you know what? You can have Immortal. I don't want that motherfucker in that game. I mean, I know he's probably gonna be in. He's probably gonna be just as fodder as he is in the show. I don't know why. I do not like. Now, you want to tell you what's crazy? I think they're gonna add Duplicate in the game, and I know her moveset is gonna look crazy, but I don't like her as a character at all. She is a piece of shit. She does look good in the comic though. We don't talk about how she look in the show. She got a severe downgrade. Maybe she'll look better in the time skip. But man, that character is a fraud. Oh my god. I wish upon her downfall. Her and Invincible, not Invincible, her and her husband.
Back with brand new, officially licensed designs by the FGC for the FGC. Our vendor booth will be open across all 3 event days, and if you won't be at EVO in person,
they won't. They good at 2 things: getting folded and being fodder.
.gg. That is,
they just there.
.10-o.gg.
Halftime show ass characters. I'm sorry, I got a little hostile.
Welcome back, everybody.
Hey,
we still have
welcome
so much
back.
more to talk about with Invincible Versus. Obviously, we've already talked about a bunch. We've seen a lot, but how about we play? Let's go ahead and kick it back to the panel.
All right, we're going to play real soon, but first, a quick shout out to a friend of ours. Next slide. This is all you, Mike, whenever you're ready.
Oh, it's all me?
Oh, okay. Hey, go back. Oh, that was the one.
Oh my god.
That's the one.
We're really excited to be partnering with Voodoo Ranger. I myself am a.
They can be buns together.
So both here at EVO, but also next year. So in 2026, we're gonna have a limited edition brew, an Invincible Versus beer that's gonna be available nationwide.
I don't drink beer, but I'm sure someone
All right, let's get some matches going. Mike, Rick, you're up, but first, we have a special commentator guest. Vicious, please join us on the stage.
We love you, Vicious.
What's up, Brand? The Voodoo Ranger.
What is going on, everybody?
They
You
don't
guys are
care.
getting
I think
some
it's just
really,
a
really
drink.
exclusive big-time gameplay for Invincible Versus. We got Rip going up against Mike. This one is going to be an absolute banger, I guarantee.
Oh my god, we got 2 middle-aged men going at it. Let's go!
You'll be out testing the game and immediately like, yo, how do I do the exact
Oh wow, this is actually my first time seeing actual match for this game. Y'all can hear my reaction on screen. Alright, let's see what we got. Damn, this game look good in motion. Hold on. Yo, those trailers are doing this game a disservice.
Rip actually has a lot of technical movement that he actually utilizes in his matches. That he catches people off guard a lot with. On the flip side of things, though, Mike is really, really good at his technical defensive capabilities.
That hell, that damn UI on top look a little crazy, but it'll suffice.
This is true.
God damn. Always with the board.
No longer in the equation, but we got Bullet Boom coming on in now. Rex Float also as the anchor. I feel like.
Oh my god, Rex is 100% set play. Holy moly.
Don, how do you feel about that?
He got rush down. This one got set play. He got OP.
Yeah,
Really
I'm
cool.
This is an intense match. I'm loving it.
Honestly, one of my favorite things to see is like the mixed potential with Bulletproof. If you guys haven't tried it just yet, there's a lot he can do with his specials, right? He doesn't kind of have a traditional rec that he never played, like Fei Long character, Street Fighter. He can also lead it into a high-low.
Ooh!
But what's a high-low to a character that has armor, right?
Well, on top of that, you actively using your assist to actually mix things up even further is another way to just flip the script on anything.
Oh, well,
Jesus, the master. And you can add up even just for the BM? That's kind of raw, man.
Mike, I thought you were good at this game.
Oh, damn, so neutral resets every night.
I
That's
should give
cool.
him microphone
It's just like
eventually,
Fighitng.
but it's too raw for TV, honestly.
Okay.
Quite the beat.
Oh, it's too so hard not then.
Rex
Okay.
Float is a
Ooh.
character that Rip did work on, so I'd imagine he has the advantage here.
As
of
they
being able
should,
to read
and not be fucking
whatever it
soft
is Mike's
knockdowns
trying
like in
to
certain
do. In
games.
terms of like the mix-up potential, Yo, make it hail.
Well, this is an interesting mix-up actually because they're both zoning characters, but the way they play is completely different.
Right, we do see the mix-up potential already. You saw the boost.
Okay, Rex, please don't lose. I want to see you do cool shit.
Beating up the armor, hold on!
Ooh!
One of my favorite ults in the game, just because I want to be able to say, read fast, dickhead! Easily one of the best ultis ever in Fighting.
That is a nice ult.
Little known fact, there's actually an alt take for that line that says, here's 7 golden letters for you.
Ooh, that's actually
Damn. Snap back.
I don't know about that. We got the heroic strike. Great thing to use if you're under pressure, by the way. If you're in block stun, if you don't have an assist to back you up, that heroic strike pretty much gets you out of pressure.
Ooh, okay.
Mike,
good punish,
on his
I
last
think.
character, he doesn't have an assist to help him out here. So I do believe that's going to be a really critical part of staying alive. He does have one bar to him, but it's still going to be quite the mountain to climb. He's going to spend it right now. A little bit of a pushback. Can he go in for the punish? No, it's too far. Battle Beast trying to start things off, initiate with that armor, trying to slide out. I think Rip's just trying to reset the momentum away from Mike, maybe force him to spend a little bit of meter as well. He's at 0 actually, but the boost gauge is what's really important, right? If you drain out all of your boost gauge, he's pretty much a sitting duck.
Rip's doing a great job at actually locking down his mobility options as well.
Ooh, still get a miss though. The idea, the overhead actually interrupted immediately from Explode. You tried to go in with not gonna be quite it either. Yes, sir. Bring him in. We got that continuation. Slam him back down. What the finisher? Yes, sir. Again.
Good night.
The level 1, you tried to get greedy, and I appreciate that. Give me the armor again. Rip taking it down limb after limb against Mike
Good
Willett.
lord, this game is violent.
To Rip. Don't let him do this to you, Mike. I feel like I gotta get up to him.
Sheesh. Definitely not getting money from this stream
I
today.
think that's proper.
Oh well.
Hey man, what the hell happened out there, bro?
I got washed.
That was pretty
Listen.
humble. I was quite
See,
surprised
you
that
know.
it just kind of went out there.
Indeed they are, SPG. Indeed they are.
As guys would say, at first you gotta get washed if you're trying to get clean, right? I think it'll be just fine. 2 out of 3, folks. Still running it with the same exact squad, I do believe, from Mike. Ula to start off. I do like Ula as a point character, mainly because her range is pretty impactful against a lot of the cast, but also she has some really neat tricks she can do.
This
with her
game's
air raid.
movement
really cool to
is
see some of the high
surprisingly
levels.
faster than I expected.
Mike is even able to breathe at the moment, but what
Damn,
way to get started with Battle
Well, I
Beast.
guess I got 2 tag fighters I'm looking forward to.
Looks like active tag into Battle Beast is so important. I like this mirror match because it can get
so
quite
damn
competitive. Who's gonna
gas.
send the armor first? Tag him back in. Mark, do your thing. Into the bound, continuation. A very nice chin from mediums to heavies in general. Into a knockdown. What? Trying to get an active tag as a continuation. Super is gonna win. Get off of me. The big assist breaker. And you're immediately waking up with armor? This guy Rip is out for his head. Hold on. Super 1.
Oh lord. Ooh, that's smoke.
Excuse me? 2 weeks to live.
Oh, that's Dell.
He's giving you a deadline? No, 2 weeks to live is what it is. Let me see it. Give me that strawberry jam. Uncrustables, that's what I'm talking about.
Rip, I don't know if you know this, but that's your boss.
Okay, Rip, you're fired. I don't make the rules. If you win, you're actually on leave.
Okay.
You gotta go for it. It'll be hard to punish.
Let's go for the punish.
No heroic strike. Not gonna be like quite a punish, nor a lot of damage, but it's still fine. Still exposed to the low. Bring it back down to earth. Battle Beast just came to say hello. I don't know what happened. I'm not gonna lie to you. There are different types of assists in this game, by the way. You'll see certain actions.
That's a lot of saves. Oh, wow.
So that is guided by like what direction you press as you press the assist button on top of it. So that's the anti-air assist. We just saw it from the tag in Battle Beast. And I love the battle damage in this game. Everybody
I will be spending $60 on this game, or however much this game is going to cost. I will be buying. I will be buying it at full price.
Get that balance. He missed the down heavy towards the end of that forward special. Looks kind of well. Are you gonna keep Rex mode
Now
in?
the real question is, if this game ends up being like has like a free version, oh, that's gonna be a plus.
Sorry, Mike. I was just doing my job, dude. I don't know what to tell you. Rex Blode back in, recovering some life. Really, really important thing. As you get damaged over time, you see that purple kind of like shaded health.
Dude, that
that's
character
gonna
is
get,
sick as shit.
taken away from you as you get damaged. That is recoverable if you
God
set that
damn,
character
Battle
out.
Beast.
Something you've seen in a lot of different versus fighting games too.
On top of that, tagging out is actually the fastest way to recover your boost meter as well.
That's
Ooh.
right. That's absolutely right.
Ooh.
That life bar doesn't really exist
Damn.
for, I was gonna say for Mark, but for Mike, technically. But we do got that overkill coming on in there. One of the cooler things in the game, if you happen to finish off your opponent with a special move, you dismember like the entire body most of the time. It's actually really sick. Very like lore accurate to the show, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, we tried to recreate that first episode where everything's going on nicely and then suddenly everything goes to shit.
Real quickly too, with no breaks by the way. It is just non-stop sometimes.
It's just brains everywhere. It's great.
Ooh, boy, they just up my excitement for this game even more.
Yes, Rex Road as the anchor. On the other side with Mark.
They know exactly what they do in this game. Let them cook.
Sula as the anchor this time. Now, we haven't actually had a lot of time to talk about Adam Eve just yet. We won't get to still. Sula is going to be one of doing the work. A little
Yeah,
bit
you game meter in this game,
a lot
quick.
of down heavies in this game. I think with all the characters, that is the launcher.
Ooh,
A little bit of an eye on the approach. We do got the grab into the active tag, really slick stuff. Mike was saving it for National. Again.
Oh, man. Oh, yeah, the animation scene was sick, dude.
Alright, give me that drill.
Absolutely.
Yes, sir. Damn.
Don't that make space for this
That's a lot of
before
blood,
I
man.
pick this up. Oh, yeah. I mean, this game's coming out next year, but I really want them to have a beta. And if they do, oh boy, it'll be perfect. It'll be great. It'll be excellent. Satisfactory.
And gets the counter hit. I think he was plus. It seemed as if it was still at his turn.
God damn.
Pick up. I like that. The overhead coming in for Mark is just so
Ooh.
dangerous.
Oh my god, how many times did you loop it? Oh! I'm meaning Mark.
Dude, Chicago is getting murdered.
It was dummy. I'll play cover characters, but like that man Mark got, this man got flip kick loops in the corner. Oh, yeah, sign me up. You already got me. You want to play this character? I see a character with a cool loop. Yeah. If it looks cool, I'm definitely playing the character.
If he can pull that off this match, I will give him a raise or something. I don't know.
Alright, you get the promotion too? That's kind of wild. No tagging in between the supers. I like that. We got the ground bound. Dropping out of the combo. Way too many hits. That's the thing here in this game as well. If your combo.
You know what's crazy? This might possibly be most like out of all the tag. Well, I mean, I guess excluding maybe okay. We don't know about 2SKO in terms of their combo just yet because we just gotta see it. But the combos look a lot cooler in this game than 2SKO. That for sure. They seem a lot more swaggy to me.
Does get the big opener. Here comes Mike with a launch.
So far, at least.
Like that. A nice safe string with the Super 1. Are you gonna act attack?
Like no glaze, no, you know, no side G. Getting serious about that. I think 2SKO isn't cool. It's just down.
Do it again.
Ooh.
That's crazy. That was kind of like unnecessary reference. 2 boosted specials into an ulti.
He wants you to feel it.
Oh my lord, that shit killed.
That was actually insane looking.
God damn. Man did 2 EXs into fucking super.
On the way down, actually, was a counter hit throw. Luckily enough, oh no way. Did that have invincibility? We thought it did. It definitely didn't. That's Mike taking it down over Rip. Rip gets to keep his job. That's crazy.
Ooh, saucy.
Another round of applause for the devs.
Go.
Showing some really, really cool stuff. Not only with just the characters, a lot of the mechanics, and also the really gory elements that's expected from Invincible in Invincible Versus.
Damn, that guy's good.
He's alright.
I gotta keep my job. Let's go.
You don't want a sauce, actually.
Damn, I ain't gonna lie. I'm fucking here. I can low-key fold my clothes right now.
Do this real quick. Let me just.
Oh yeah, dude, that was sick. So
You
sick,
just
so
gotta
sick,
lose a
so
couple
sick.
times, and then my nerves are like, there's nothing, it's dead.
Yeah.
Damn.
Oh,
So I
man,
thought you were on the
David
ropes for a good
Baldo?
amount of time, by the way. I thought Mike was on the ropes a couple of times, actually, or at least a lot of the times. And then he pulled it out.
He made great adaptations there.
Oh, they're gonna play some
He
more
was an armor,
games?
so he was throwing
Hold
me, I was
on.
like, oh, this cheater.
I only do first to 20 sets, so
Bathroom
not
break for a
access
moment.
format.
Check.
That
I will
wouldn't
be
count.
back.
I know.
That's the old school way of doing it. It's like first to death, right? We definitely love that old school. But I do want to ask you, there were a couple of times where I've seen like a mechanic where a character would switch in, like the active stack thing, you see another character fly on him, but then you see the character kind of to try to counter that. What is that mechanic? That's right.
Yeah, counter attack. If you see someone active attacking in, right, during a combo, you have an opportunity to break that. But the person who's active attacking in, they're going to come in with either a light attack or a heavy attack and go off your time. Because he called it out. Happy birthday.
Yeah. Oh, he might be dead in the dead. Look at the damage. There's a lot.
Yeah, that's a roller strike there. So that's on block. You can do this. It's basically an alpha counter, and that allows you to always do an attack to following up things. So anytime someone tries to active attack on block, you have a chance to roller strike and push block.
Right on. I like that going into Super 1. You call the assist. You get the act attack set. Trying to do the work. No elbow to the jaw for her. She is fully healed in that episode. I'll tell you what.
Crouching medium. Get him out of here. Snapback.
That's right. The snapback element is pretty critical. So you can try to drain the rest of that purple health remaining, too. Very, very valid strategy. Just to get a new character in the game here. This character's so sick. I'm so glad I got to say his ulti line on the
Oh, that was fine. Yeah, I'm jealous. I didn't get to do it first.
I'm so sorry.
Team up. Let's see, I'll take the other half.
Hell yeah. I didn't need to do this on. Oh, that's cute. So, I don't think we've seen that just yet.
No.
Charged normal, right?
Yeah,
She held that down.
Exactly. Shula, in general, she has these charge normals. Her charge down medium will actually pull you back, kind of like Scorpion-esque, right? But in this game, there are charge mediums in general. So you can do a charge medium on the ground and charge it up. You can get a crumple state out of that.
Alrighty.
There are different parts you got to pull out of it, right? So charge your medium attacks are very useful. And
Watch your head. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I've noticed that there's a little bit of extended range even on the ground, and not even just for Thula, but for Adam Eve. Like, if she charges her Bloodsaw, it's a lot further out than you would normally expect. So I can see like the footsie element being taken into play, even though it's such a high-paced type of matchup. I think there's a lot of certain instances where you can take somebody out into trying to maybe overstep their boundaries, get off of the
exactly. Because of the assist you can use.
Oh, what did he just say to him? What did he just say to her?
Charge medium.
He just got on a space bitch. Oh. Whoa. Okay. Oh man. Oh, Bulletproof, you are a funny individual. Oh, I hope we do you justice in the show this time around. Cause I'm not gonna lie, he was never. If you read the comics for Invincible, Bulletproof is a. I don't know. He was never really the most. As funny as he is in the show. That's certain.
This is actually an animation. He is gonna drop in space. In space. That's actually whoever decided to do that. By the way, hats off to you, genuinely. I never thought I'd see Azuna drop that quick.
And with the new creator mode, you can turn that off so you don't get demonetized, Jeremy.
Yeah, you don't want to be demonetized in creator. That's beautiful. Wow. You see Azuna drop your own hat. That's crazy.
He'd say hats off to this, though.
Behind their last character. Oh, roll through. Hold on the back there. Super on the back instead.
Yo, and the stomp right on the grill.
First game to bow.
She's bleeding a lot.
We're shaving you bald for the greater.
I love how the effects still stay on the character even after the windscreen. Or like during the windscreen, I should say. Right? The battle damage, or at least the damage you've done to the opponent, that's actually really, really slick.
Not super cool. I love the damage in general, right? Over time, you see your character, your idle pose changes once you get the hurt animation playing. Where they take some damage, I think it's like 80%.
Yup, a holy's gonna drop. Oh yeah, dude. In the comics, yeah, he was Bulletproof was a scumbag. He was definitely on some bad timing. Who knows if he's gonna be like that in the show? But he's definitely a lot more entertaining in the show. I don't know. They might make up for it.
further extend your combo. So there are ways to bring that combo meter back down so you can get more hits.
Oh, you can see it right here. Actually cutting into the super and then raise that meter. Now the act attack, I like that. Right
That
there,
was
the
a
break
counter attack right there, right? So that counter attack there means that he successfully timed the reaction. So he took him a lot more heavy. And right there, that was a miss. That's why he flashed red that time.
So the character not only flash red, but there's also indicators in the game that says you failed.
Exactly. It tells you whether you're early or late on your counter attack attempt. Heroic strike. Beautiful strike. Combo off. It just missed the combo though.
Uh-oh. One of the base.
Do it.
1, 2, 3.
And the action attack. You see the combo strike. Faded late there. That time with the screen. Late in the action attack. Late for the counter attack. And that time too early. It doesn't matter. The combo dropped. Heroic strike. The last hit for sure.
That's a good call. You don't want to be susceptible to the action attack either way, right?
And so super can beat armor, right? Super can beat heroic strike. So when you block it, you can get away to the last hit that super. Super can beat heroic strike again.
I like that.
Yeah, successful counter attack again.
Checking the peripherals of the down. I see
Yeah, down working very well there.
Damn, baby. I know you had it in you. Don't look at me. Look at the screenplay, boy.
Look at the screen, damn it.
He was so proud. He was so proud of the cat. I'm the boss right now.
I'm that charge medium, but that's something we haven't really seen yet, right? I mean, I know Dave likes to go for two. He loves trying to get the couple stuff to get the medium.
Ooh, yeah. No, I totally see the utility behind it. Kill the diagonal, dash back down to go to initiate. Using my boosters. Where's my hair back?
Whoa.
That's actually messed up.
Wow.
So funny enough, like, no matter which
This
way
game about to be so saucy.
you still can counterattack with just 2 buttons.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Just what, medium and heavy? At the same time, counterattack?
Yeah, I'm perfectly fine with this game replacing Mortal Kombat for the next 5 years.
I feel like if he gets that right, you're giving the opponent like a second chance.
I think the world will be okay.
A little bit of like a little mix of itself, right?
That's the big thing about this game, right? Just that two interaction. Even if you're in a combo, you're never out of it, right? You have to be paying attention at all times. A lot of things was brought in, right? The first time
Unless you're getting Injustice 3. Yeah, most of it.
A lot of activity in regards to like what you can do on both offense and defense. It's really, really fun to even try to laugh.
Yeah, that boosted forward special from Beast. Only make me fight harder. It's pretty good. Pretty good.
Oh my god!
They got me.
Dash
They
into
got
each
me.
other?
Or they're just really intimidating.
You guys are freaks, man.
I don't know.
You guys like to live dangerously. Oh my god, that's what I was talking about right there.
He missed it.
That could have been such a quick combo.
So bad, too.
Oh, to get on yeah. What happens afterwards? If you do snap back?
I don't know. We'll see.
Okay. It's right on. No alley-oop for me, though. Make it rain on him. Ooh, get a put. Her head fell off.
Put it back.
Her entire head just fell off. That's crazy. That was maces to faces. That's actually insane.
Wild character. No, we'll keep the light back there.
Oh,
just out of range.
No. Oh, this might be the comeback of the century. Hold up.
Wait a minute.
Too weak to live.
Too weak to live. Come on now. Come on. I was about to rip your arm off. I was about to treat you like an invincible character. Too weak to live. When I hear that, I feel
The gore in this game is
I'm
wild.
not even playing in the game. I'm in danger.
Yo, what's the score here? Is that one? Was that 2-0 out?
That's it.
All right. Yes.
Let's get some more in
All
there.
right, one more game. Let's see what happens here.
This is it right here, man. It's
Loser
still
buys me a Voodoo Ranger.
I know how important bragging rights are for you guys.
We have a very long.
Oh, now I just realized, bro, the showcase for Tokon started like 2 hours.
I didn't know they got that.
Well, like almost an hour and 30 minutes.
We got favoritism.
Come
Let's
on
go,
now.
Dave.
Where the Dave fans at? No one? No one. Is it the one about with?
There's the one game there.
Where's the
That's
Dave
what I'm talking
fans?
about.
I got you. All right.
Side bomb really interesting choice.
How about this? I would. I'm about to see just in one moment. Damn. Hold on, guys. I'm gonna let this match go. Actually, no, I'm gonna stay. It's crazy because I was supposed to be one of my homeboys' podcasts today, but I was gonna make it because of the stream. So I don't know. What? There's arena shifts in the game? What? Oh, they took some strides. Oh. Oh, bro, this. Bro, I'm so glad to be a fighting game fan.
Maybe strawberry jam is crushable. Oh my god, her head fell off. Yummy. I don't like how you said yummy.
Well done, well done.
Damn.
Don't forget, if you guys want to get your hands, the game is playable right now in our booth.
Ooh,
G11.
holy censorship.
The
Jesus. They think I was gonna have to see that.
And again, big shout out to everybody involved in this panel. Can we get another round of applause for the team behind?
Oh, maybe it's just me. I'm not gonna lie. The one thing that kind of shakes my skin a little bit. I don't know. I don't like seeing female characters die, and that's why it's hard to be getting the MK like that with the fatalities and stuff. I don't know. They just always kind of make me feel a little iffy. I don't know. I guess that's just always been a thing for me.
Thank you so much, guys. And honestly, what?
Yeah, because here's the guy who watches Invincible. I know, but it's
It
weird.
works anyways. And seriously, congratulations to the Invincible versus team for bringing.
That's
us
why I
amazing
can't wait to use that creator mode.
Really showing us what they're all about, and I can't wait to see more from them. But for now, we're gonna head to a break, and then we'll be right back with more of the Evo Showcase. Don't go anywhere.
Dang, so what we got left in the Evo Showcase?
New Chipotle
Alright,
honey chicken.
okay, since that is happening, we are going to, alright, let me ask y'all this. Do y'all want to look at the Marvel token, the Tokon, stuff? Or do y'all want to look at, the Invincible gameplay showcase? Because there is one, we just didn't get a chance to see it. I didn't get a chance to look at it yet. That goes over more of the mechanics of the game. Well, it might be the same. Well, I don't know, but I don't know. I'm pretty much in a big mood to see some Tokon a little bit. I'm just gonna ignore these comments. I wish I could. Yeah, there we go. We don't gotta see that. I don't want to see no negativity. I'd rather not see people be assholes at the moment because I genuinely think the game's pretty freaking cool. And I don't even, some people say the game looks ugly. I'll be so honest. It's just me. This game, it can, let's see. I don't think the game looks ugly at all. It certainly looks a lot better than fucking Hunter x Hunter and then Impact, which I think Nick Impact is cool from a gameplay standpoint, but visually that game a little messy. But let's go ahead and look at some Tokon. So the first thing we're gonna do with Tokon is we're gonna look at the gameplay guide, or the we got a lot. We certainly got a lot. Which I'm gonna go ahead and see if I can put everything on cue. We'll look at. We got a few things. Oh, look at me. But damn. I guess we're going to, because I want to queue it in session, so I want to look at. We're gonna look at This, the guide. Oh yeah, animations look. Seeing the stages look pretty good too. We're gonna look at that. Damn, do I want to look at Justin Wong? Yeah, why not? We can. It wouldn't hurt. Look at my boy Kev, and then we'll just look at Max. So let's go get to it. We might not be able to finish all of it because I know we gotta get straight into the.
まだ開発中のものですが、8月のエボにて世界初チームを出展します。ぜひこの動画を見て予習してきてください。皆さんのシーとフィードバックを楽しみにしています。それではご覧ください。
Battles are 4v4. Or in a 3 out of 5 round format. The 4 characters on your team share a single vital gauge. A KO is achieved by reducing the opposing team's vital gauge to 0, earning you a round win. The team who takes 3 rounds first wins the match. The assemble gauge sits just below the vital gauge and is used for assist-related mechanics. On the bottom of the screen, you can see your skill gauge. This is needed to perform powerful skills with your lead character. The first round of a match starts off in a 2v2 format. Executing a successful throw or landing certain special moves in just the right location sends the opponent flying and triggers a stage transition.
You know what's crazy? That's probably one thing that's already better than what Strive did.
Your allies also meet up with you when you slam the opponent into a stage corner or lose a round.
They're good to do, so you can get assists, but
when an ally meets up with you, the maximum values for your vital gauge and skill gauge also increase. Try to get your team together as fast as you can in order to reach your team's full potential. Here's a look at the button layouts for both controller and arcade stick. Please keep in mind that these are just the default layouts, but feel free to mix things up in the key config menu to come up with a custom layout that suits your needs and playstyle. Options, such as the ability to set macros for simultaneous button presses, will also be available. Feel free to take a screenshot here and start considering a layout that works for you.
Telling you, man, when you get artists to work on the game, they say, hey, look, man, we want to see y'all while y'all doing Marvel.
Move your character forward or backward. Upward inputs perform a jump, and downward inputs perform a crouch. Quickly tap forward twice, or press the dash button to perform a dash.
Oh my gosh.
Quickly tap back twice, or press back and the dash button to perform a back dash.
This game has
dashes and back dashes
air dash. Look how fast the air dash is. It's not like a delay like it is in Strive. I'm sorry. I like Guilty Gear Strive. I don't think the game is bad.
Quickly tapping down before jumping from the ground
lets
you perform
the movement is so much faster.
You can block the opponent's attacks by inputting a back direction.
Oh yeah.
Back while standing performs a standing block. Down and back performs a crouching block.
Technically, they already did that with the Marvel versus games, but they went all in this time. Oh yeah, they definitely went all in.
There are 3 types of normal attacks.
You are right though. You are
light, medium, and heavy. Each attack has variations that can be used while jumping or crouching. These attacks can also change when combined with directional inputs, such as pressing forward and heavy or down and heavy in midair. Unique attacks, activated with the unique attack button, perform actions distinct to a character's abilities.
Bro,
Captain America throws his
shield I'm telling you,
in a
Blaze
special
Blue made
trajectory.
up. Blaze Blue.
Iron Man fires his repulsor blast.
Look, if y'all guys don't already know this, I'm gonna just go ahead and say this right now. Blaze Blue has pushed a standard for every ArcSys game to have a unique button going forward. There's always lights, mediums, and heavies. Not even like unique button was never thinking. Not even in Guilty Gear. It was just, you know, your punch, slash, kick, heavy, slash, and dust. When Blaze Blue came out, they said, you know what? We're going to have a drive button, which is another version of the unique button. Ever since then, guess what? They have been doing it in damn near every ArcSys game that came out prior. or like every anime game he's either took notes or references and then just add upon it. Like, guess what else has a unique button? Grand Blue Fantasy Versus. If I'm not mistaken, doesn't the Fighters have a unique button, or they call it a key button? I think it is a unique button because some characters don't have a key blast. Yeah, I guess that's the unique button too. I know DNF Duel doesn't have it, but hell, in this case, Marvel vs. Capcom got it too. I mean, I'm sorry, Jesus, Marvel Tokon got it. Under Night also has it, but that's more so a French bread game. Actually, wait, no. Oh, wait, no, I lied. I'm sorry. God, no, French bread does not have a unique button. French bread games don't have unique buttons. I'm lying to myself. That's like a... I'm sorry. Jesus, that's mostly for like shield or like charging your meter.
Ms. Marvel extends her arm to move. Storm creates a gust of wind across the screen. Star-Lord swaps the element in his element gun. Doctor Doom creates a shield that defends against projectiles. Some characters' unique attacks feature variations when combined with
good thing to know as I'm jumping into Blaze Blue. Oh, hell
Each
yeah.
character has their own set of special moves called skills. You can perform a variety of skills using different combinations of directional inputs and the skill button. Press the skill button, medium, and a directional input to perform a variation of that skill. Pressing the skill button, heavy, and a directional input costs you 25 skill gauge, but allows you to use the EX version of that skill, called an extra skill. Skills are not limited to the skill button. Command inputs can also be used to perform skills. Skills performed with command inputs deal slightly more damage. Super skills are powerful special moves that cost 50 skill gauge. They can be activated by pressing the skill button, medium, and heavy simultaneously.
At some point, but like,
Ultimate
I don't want to say
skills
that
pack
for later.
even more of a punch
Smaller than
and
Under
cost
Night.
100 skill gauge. They can be activated by pressing the skill button, medium, heavy, and forward simultaneously. Both super and ultimate skills can deal serious damage when worked into a combo. Super
No,
and
hold on. I'm sorry. I know I paused a little bit, but I just want to let y'all know. Grand Blue did this. They did it first. I want every modern fighting game going forward. If you are unsure, if you don't know, if you want to add simple inputs and or motion inputs, do it like Marvel Tokon and regular Grand Blue Versus. Not Rising, Versus. You make it to where they can either do the shortcut version and the special input version. That way you don't have to make two different control schemes just to play the game. I promise you it will save you so much time, and it works, and I promise you you'll be using both. And not only that, if you do the motion input version, you deal more damage versus doing the shortcut button. Just letting y'all know, you can make fighting games successful. There's nothing wrong with it. But doing it like this is a much better way than just removing motion inputs entirely. You just defeat the whole. You're taking away the whole concept of why people love traditional fighting games to begin with. LBK, it's cool if it's, let's say if it's an arena fighter or a platform, because they don't typically have motion inputs. But for a traditional fighting game, that's a standard. I don't mind if the inputs get simplified a little bit or there's no half circles, but motion inputs aren't as bad as what people make it seem to be. Don't know why people are able to do motion inputs in fucking FIFA and Skate.
Ultimate skills
in the fighting game
can deal serious damage when worked into a combo.
I promise you it's not that hard.
Link attack allows you to perform a
Everybody
combo
starts
by
with, "I
pressing
agree,
attack
but
buttons repeatedly. Press light repeatedly to execute a light route combo. This
glad
combo
they
calls
going
in
the right direction.
allies to perform
Oh, yeah,
a
we got
series of
auto combo.
attacks before using a skill attack, sending the
Damn,
opponent
that's the
flying.
most cross-tag ass
Press
auto
medium
combo.
repeatedly to execute a medium route combo. This combo features a skill attack and finishes with a super skill. Press heavy repeatedly to execute a heavy route combo. This heavy hitting combo features an extra skill before ending with an ultimate skill. You can change routes midway during the link attack as well, such as going from light to medium to heavy. The assist attack in the light route powers up with the more allies you have available on your team. Slam Launcher. Press down and heavy near the opponent to launch them into the air with the Slam Launcher. After launching the opponent, you have a set duration of time to perform a series of follow-up attacks while mid-air. With a few attacks in, press down and heavy to perform a powerful knockdown, or forward and heavy to trigger a blowback attack. Assemble Assist, activated with combinations of the assist button and different directional inputs, can perform a variety of team actions. Press the assist button or assist and forward to summon your ally in the first slot. Press down and assist to summon your ally in the second slot.
You
and
have
press
to get
back and
assist
to summon
slash
your
tag
ally
fighter
in
where
the
you
third
have to
slot.
build, you have
You
to
can also
gain your
swap with
tag,
your
you
ally
gotta gain your
character
assist over
by
time.
holding the assist button when calling in
It
the
has
ally.
active tag.
Alternatively,
It
you
has
can
the BB
swap
tag
in your
mechanic.
ally by pressing the
Yes.
assist
Great,
button
great.
when an assist attack hits or during your ally's standby animation. If you've summoned multiple assists, you can tag in with the last ally called in. A tag cannot be performed if either your lead character or ally are hit by an opponent's attack during the assist. There are various types of Assemble Assist actions. The assist attacks will change depending on the slot each ally is in. If an ally is summoned in mid-air, or after performing an attack with the lead character. When calling an assist while on the ground, the assist attack type is determined by which slot you are calling in. Tapping assist summons the ally in the first slot to perform a shooter assist, generally using projectiles. The down and assist input summons the ally in the second slot to perform a vertical assist, generally with an anti-air attack. Lastly, the back and assist input summons the ally in the third slot to perform an assault assist, an attack that leverages the unique abilities of that particular ally. Calling an ally mid-air performs an aerial assist. Assemble Rush. Pressing assist after your lead character lands an attack brings in an ally to perform a lunging attack. This costs 1 bar of Assemble Gauge, but it is highly versatile to keep a combo going or to cover for a blocked attack. Assemble Smash is a powerful attack that lets you endure hits from the start of your move and until just before your attack lands. On contact, you can spend your Assemble Gauge to perform a follow-up attack
so that's just
by
a
pressing the
telegraph
assist
overhead.
button. Each ally's follow-up attack costs 1 bar of Assemble Gauge, but garners stronger effects. The aerial version is a lunging
So many
move
layers of
that
freedom.
tracks to
Oh
the
yeah,
opponent's
dude.
position.
This game got a lot of mechanics
Assemble
to it.
counter.
They
Press
definitely
assist, light and back.
there's definitely a lot to
simultaneously
think
to
about.
perform
Like
an
it's gonna
assemble
be
counter.
I feel like
This costs 1 bar of Assemble Gauge
I
to
feel
activate,
like
but
this is
endures
gonna be
attacks
one of those
directly
tag
after
fighters where
activation
it's
and
easy to
performs
pick
a
up, but
counterattack
it's
with
gonna
an
be
ally.
fun and
Use this
satisfying
with
to
caution,
master.
though, as it leaves you vulnerable.
It's
if
up
it
to you.
whiffs.
It's literally up to you
Super
if you want to
Assemble.
use these
Pressing the
mechanics.
direction and assist
Going
during a
depth
super skill
with the game.
calls in an ally to perform their super skill. After the attack,
It's just a
the
lot. You got-
called-in
you got
ally
a
will
lot
be
of options
swapped
to
in
choose
as the
from.
lead character. Super Assemble can be
I think
performed up to
the
2
hardest
times
thing
in
in
a
this
row,
game is
making
probably gonna
it
be
an
just team
effective
building.
option, capable of unleashing 3 characters'
Because,
super skills
again,
in one fell swoop. It costs 50
every
skill
character-
gauge each time
one
to
character
activate,
alone,
so keep an eye
or
on your
one
gauges
character
when you go
alone
for it.
has up to 4 assists.
Crossover
Three, I'm
is a
sorry,
defensive
technically 3 to
technique
4
that
assists.
calls in an ally to
Right?
cut in while you block. This can be executed by
I'm sorry.
inputting
Let me just pause this. I'm sorry, but technically speaking, that's gonna be up to 3 or 4 assists for one character alone, and that depends on what position that you want to put those characters in, whether that be in shooter, your first, second, or third. And you can also swap those characters out at the same time. So I don't know. It's just gonna be a lot to consider.
assist and light while blocking. and is a great option to go on the offense, as it lets you interrupt the opponent's attacks. However, the opponent can counter this with their own crossover reflect. Crossover reflect can be performed by pressing assist and light during the opponent's crossover. If you execute a crossover reflect at the last moment, this becomes a perfect reflect and triggers a counterattack against the opponent and their ally. Mastering the timing to execute a perfect reflect is quite challenging, but if successful, it prevents the player from summoning assists for a duration, giving you the upper hand. This mechanic can be tough to master, but give it a shot once you get a hang of the controls.
いかがだったでしょうか。よりエキサイティングな体験を提供できるよう、スタッフ一同全力で開発に取り組んでいます。世界初使用となるレポでのトライアル版をぜひ楽しんでください。マーベル闘魂ファイティングソウルズはプレイヤーの皆さんと一緒に育てていきたいと思っています。皆さんからの忌憚のないフィードバックをお待ち。
Just want to give y'all a note, and I'm gonna say this with 100%, with all the love in the world. Notice how they always are looking for feedback if something is wrong, because we, as the fans, the players who like these games, can tell them what they can improve on and give them constructive criticism if there's something that can possibly be a problem in the future, right? It'd be good or bad. Now, these developers are more willing to listen to their audience most of the time, not all the time, but the majority. Now, you take this to arena fighters, right? Or the anime IP fighting games, which is a sad case because, again, I know I like arena fighters. I like those type of fighting games. I think they're cool. They just, the communication, the feedback is so bad. And it low-key just made me realize that if you are a creator or someone who just enjoys fighting games in general, regardless of what they are, and you want to get into the space or want to know different creators or want to be more involved in the community, you better off doing that in the FGC than you do with arena fighters. You want opportunities to play games early, talk to these people, or talk to the devs, and just, get to know and just get used to the most like a really calm, friendly environment at times when it wants to be, and just sit, and just have fun. Like, it's this right here is why I'm like, damn, like, we really got it good. The FGC high key got it good. They high key do. It has its flaws and ups and downs, but like, I like anime fighters, but they've been getting lazy with them these days. Oh yeah, because they see these anime games as products and toys rather than video games, passion projects. The devs see them as passion projects, but they also get timed, and they're also getting funded too. And all the funding is going to be all reliant on the licensing and the publisher. So Shueisha and Bandai. Like, one thing I'm kind of surprised about with, like, hell, in the case of Demon Slayer, because any Pollex makes the decisions when it comes to that game. Who's going to be in it, the resources going to take to make it, and Sega is the publisher, and then, CC2 is the devs. One thing I immediately noticed, looking from Connections to Demon Slayer 2, they put triple the amount of effort into Demon Slayer 2 that they did with Connections. The only exception was Sparking Zero, which was at least different and unique. Yeah, like, I would say this was Sparking Zero, because Sparking has always been a unique fighting game, a unique arena fighter. No game is going to play like Sparking or Tenkaichi. So that's the appeal. It's supposed to be a Dragon Ball simulator. A literal Dragon Ball simulator, which is fine, right? And it actually, in my opinion, at least, like, it released content-wise, it had what it needed. It had at least enough content to have you enough single player content and online content to have you last. However, the problem was, to me at least, with that game, the netcode's ass. The gameplay, the system mechanics was just really flawed, and it's just, and what else? I mean, I made a whole video about it, about the game. I mean, shit, it's up there with the Sparking Zero. But now, the game is in a much better state. I actually enjoy Sparking Zero a lot more now. But I mean, that cycle is already done with. I'm at the point where I see these anime games as one-off. So I'll play them, I enjoy them, and I'll move on. Because I'm not getting none out of it at this point. Because, I mean, shit, they treat them like fireworks. Like, they look pretty and temporary a lot of the time. They got cool concepts, but they just suck at communicating with their fan base when it comes to these games. I ain't trying to deal with all that. I might as well just, I might as well just stick with playing fighting games. That's why, like, I didn't get Demon Slayer 2. I'm probably not getting One Justice 3 on release. Nah, I'm probably not, unless I get a review code, but those games are just not hidden. Like, they got great concepts and just genuinely fun aspects. But, she said the connections had practically nothing new and to offer besides new characters that should already been in store for. Yeah, that and the fact that they also let's just go to Max video because I don't feel like looking at Justin.
Alpha counter can press there also in retaliation. Alpha counter.
I feel like Max had a lot more time in the game than Justin. Even though I know Justin has experience with tag fighters. We're probably not gonna watch the whole thing because we definitely gotta catch up with Tokon. We gotta get back to the Evo stream fairly soon, but I mean this is technically Evo, so we'll be fine. Oh yeah, pretty much. That's literally that's literally the state of anime games.
Let's go with that.
Anime Arena Fighters. It's just like like chewing gum. I think the only game I never felt that way towards, I kid you not, there's only two games I didn't feel that way towards.
So yeah, okay, so I'm
Gundam
break some stuff down as I see it.
And Killer Kill Ill. Killer Kill Ill is mostly because Arc System Works were like behind that game's development and it's like they just published it. But A Plus is also deals from not only Arena Fighters but Arc's games, Arc's fight games. So that's why I'm like, oh, this is fine.
Of screen/stage transitions.
Oh yeah,
they happen a lot in this game.
Bro, the combat in this game is so fast paced. Like it looks a lot faster than trailers. Yeah, for sure.
I never played Kamala, so we're just figuring it out.
But nah, that's really just anime Arena Fighters, sadly.
Rushing down becomes a little hard. Oh yeah,
but
you can cancel Iron Man's like Unibeam.
We'll talk about it some more. I'm gonna let this gameplay settle for a little bit. I will be right back. I'll be back probably within 10-15 minutes maybe.
There's a lot
I say around that time and I'm gonna come right back and then we'll go back to the whenever the Marvel Tokon panel shows up, then I'll switch the content over. But I will be back.
So yeah, if you want to hear general game impressions, does the game feel Marvel versus Capcom like? Not at all. It does not. It definitely feels a bit closer to Grand Blue Fantasy versus Rising, and a bit of like BB Tag and a bit of Dragon Ball Fighters. You know, it's a little bit of all of those games sort of put together. The what's it called? The air dash on some characters like Captain America is really fast. It's actually like legit better than the air dash on games like Guilty Gear Strive. But so you might notice the game is mostly like a 1v1 game. There is a team aspect to it, absolutely, but there isn't like a ton of direct incentivization for you to tag because since you only have one life bar, DHC right here, since you only got one life bar, the only reason you're tagging to extend things is from like a combo, right? But if you have a character that you're good with, why are you changing? You know, why are you changing? Is there long combos? There is somewhat long combos. So if I get a chance, I can break this down for you. Yes. I'm going to pause this right here. So what you're looking at the top is like the hit stun gauge, and this is also the combo gauge. This gauge fills up, and then once this gauge fills up, it sort of like cashes out, and then the combo's over. So as you are like building up, you have to pay attention what your combo gauge is at, and then by the time it builds up, it will eventually like, you know, cash out, and that's it. They just pop out of the combo, you know, like Skullgirls. This is pretty much exactly like Killer Instinct. This is, for anybody that's played Killer Instinct, this is the KV meter, the combo value meter, or whatever it was called. Just pretty much just like KI. And I think different things have different values they add to the combo meter. So, what else can I say, man? What I like about the game is that there's no, like, universal mobility. Every single character seemingly has different mobility, like, across the board. The way Kamala moves around, the way Iron Man moves around. All of it, like, the way you have to move your character isn't, like, universal. So, like, trying to wave dash and stuff like that didn't necessarily, like, really work out. The movement very much felt like a Dragon Ball FighterZ sort of situation. Kamala seems really good. Does hitting assist take section from the life bar? It looks like it does. Yeah, as we played it a bit more, it does look like you lose health a bit faster if you're hitting assist as well. There's a DHC. You just press the, I think it's the assemble button right after that. Is there a combo limit? Yes. Well, yeah, there's literally a combo limit bar. So the existence of a bar means, yes, there is a limit. Dude, Kamala seems crazy, dude. She's like a ridiculous Dalsum. She gets confirms from everywhere. So that was the auto combo. That's the light auto combo. Is there blink dashing? No, the movement is like Dragon Ball FighterZ. Does Doom have foot dive? Not necessarily. He has a jumping heavy kick. Is there blink dashing? Bro, have you played Dragon Ball FighterZ? No, there's no blink dashing. Not that I could find. Some characters have runs, some characters have dashes. Doom has a dash. I'm assuming that there might be ways to manipulate that movement just a little bit. Yeah, when you play it, if the gameplay is looking a bit slow, it is somewhat slow. You almost have to like unlock the mobility of the game through like mechanics, you know? You really gotta like play it out. Here's the best thing I can say about the demo session that I had. It took us a long time to even grasp like mechanics. It took a long time to even like get an understand, and we didn't even, I don't think I ended up using all the mechanics at all. So there was several things that we were not properly utilizing in the right way, which was like, okay, so no, we did not figure this game out in an hour. We did not. Have fun in Star-Lord. He's pretty fun. He can change the element of his guns. What are the buttons like? So this is a 5-button fighting game. And the 5 buttons are light, medium, heavy, assist/assemble, and the character's gimmick button, or they call it the unique button, you know? Which one am I? I don't remember. I think I'm the one on the right. Does assist feel odd with directions? So, assists don't feel bad, right? Assists don't necessarily feel really bad. However, tagging can be kind of tough, and your opportunities to tag in the game are pretty, like, almost limited. DHCs seem like the best opportunity for you to tag. So if you're just, like, trying to freely tag in off stuff, you can bring the assist in to do something, but, like, you have to wait for that assist to sort of become available to tag, which can take a while. That can take, like, a little bit, you know? Entries level scaling more or less like complicated like 2xKO. Pretty similar. 2xKO has a lot of 2xKO has a lot of modes in it, man. It has like a lot of different ways that you can play the game. This is defined. It is defined. The assists and where they're at always stay the same. You know, your projectile assist is always on your projectile assist, and your anti-air assist is always on your anti-air assist. Yeah, it's if you're expecting it to be Marvel-like in terms of like how full teams work together, it doesn't immediately give that feel because you have to like unlock the teams. It mostly, like, a lot of the game feels kind of like you're playing a 1v1 game with assists, you know? And that's because, like, assists take a long time to recover. You'll notice, like, this bar up here. The recovery time on some of the active assists that you use during hits or block stun, they take a long time. We couldn't figure out how to DHC into the ultimate or the level 3. We could not figure that out. But, like, gameplay-wise, it feels like really, like, the way the characters move and stuff like that feels very close to, like, Strive or Grand Blue Fantasy Versus. How does the green assemble gauge recover? It recovers just, like, over time. Yeah. I didn't see if we were able to manipulate it, but it kind of recovers over time. I don't think it felt tedious to unlock the other characters in a match. No, not necessarily. The thing is, I don't think anybody was properly utilizing the full breadth of the teams, right? When you have, like, a full team available, because you get, like, 3 assists. One thing, there is no push blocking. So, you are holding mega block strings, bro. The defensive mechanics in the game are probably my biggest concern, because when there's mega block strings, like a lot, and there is a way out of them. You have an alpha counter that costs 1 green bar. The alpha counter is just like a get off me situation. It's just like a, hey, just get off me. That's about it. But the other person, if they know you're going to alpha counter, can press their also in retaliation alpha counter. And if they know you're going to alpha counter and they get the timing, it removes your ability to use assists. So that seems like a little rough, man. It's a little like, whoa, we're getting pressured really hard, and all of a sudden, I was just like, please get off me for a moment. Oh, he called it that I wanted him to get off me, and now I can't use my whole team. You know, like, uh-oh, that's rough, bro. My whole team, where'd it go? How does the green bar recover once you use it? If you watch it, it just recovers naturally. It just, like, recharges. No, it's not like a counter breaker in KI because the reward is not offense, right? You can't, like, alpha counter into offense. It's just a get off me. The alpha counter, and even if you call it the alpha counter, it just locks out their team. So it prevents the person from being able to tag. I think best of 5 feels too long. Dude, the life bars are like Guilty Gear life bars. No. Not really. Like, when we started doing bigger combos and stuff, we were doing like 50% damage, almost no problem. So the life bars are relatively, like, small. What does the V-shift thing feel like? So the V-shift thing, yeah, is the other defensive mechanic in the game. And I don't think we fully understood how to use it. It acts like a parry, and you can parry the opponent. So if they hit you, if they strike you during those moments, then you get like a follow-up attack. But I think you can actually add your other team members to it. Like, you can actually bring in your other team members to do stuff off of that shit. So, the game is extremely auto combo heavy. The nice part about it is that for anybody that is unfamiliar with fighting games, there's an auto combo on the light attacks, on the medium attacks, and the heavy attacks. So pretty much just like you do this big progressing forward like medium or something like that, and it sort of carries you forward. Is it like Dragon Ball FighterZ? It is. It's like Dragon Ball FighterZ ×3. So you have, in Dragon Ball FighterZ, you press like the light button to get the auto combo sort of happen in that way. You guys know how, I think it's in Grand Blue. You know in Grand Blue how you do like a light auto combo and you do a medium auto combo or a heavy auto combo? I think it was that way. The game has that on like almost every button. So if you want to like see cool stuff happen, you just like mash the mediums and you get a super. If you want to see cool stuff happen, you just mash the heavies and you will also get a super on the heavies, you know? But they're very tough to deal with at the start, man. Like, they are all over the place. It's like, oh my god, like getting control of that stuff is kind of like, all right, I started to get the hang of it towards the end of the session. Yeah, it definitely has that accessibility. Then somebody asked, do those combos feel nice? So, you'll notice that we're doing some, like, kind of cool combos in these situations. The game literally has the exact same combo tracking as Dragon Ball FighterZ. So if you want to get your combo to sort of like work in the air, it's best just to like mash lights or to mash mediums or to mash heavies, because it like locks you to your opponent when you're in the air and you are trying to like juggle and hit them. Is there probably better ways to do that? Most likely, but nothing that we were trying to discover like the other ways to do combos, and they weren't naturally very easy. It was actually kind of hard. So the answer was like mash light, mash medium, mash heavy, and it will like fix itself. The combos naturally fix themselves. That also sort of worked on the ground as well. So when you want to get your combo, if you definitely want to make sure your combo works, at least at an early state, yeah, you pretty much hit a lot of buttons, and that will almost guarantee that the combo like functions. But there is some other stuff, like when you do the manual versions of combos, we have seen some really, really cool things that can happen. It's just like a lot of them drop, and it's like, all right, we got to figure this out, man. For example, you'll see it a lot from any of the new players. Down heavy whiffs, like a lot. It landed right there, but if you do like a couple of buttons and you try to do down heavy, it was not landing. So it was like, oh, we got to find the route for this. Like, why is it so hard to get into like an air combo? You know what I mean? So yeah, it takes a little while. It takes a little like getting used to. Did you try motion inputs? I was playing on arcade stick, so I didn't know how to do easy inputs. I was only playing on motion inputs. The thing I like the most about is actually the characters. I think like what they do gameplay-wise with the characters is pretty interesting. They have a ton of moves, man. And they have like weird gimmicks in there too. Like I said, Captain America can like reflect. That's a light auto combo, and you can combo it into super. You can like reflect your shield and bounce the shield off of like a bunch of other shit, and also kick the shield back to the opponent and stuff. It's pretty dope. Is there any pros to do motion inputs? Oh, you mean like not professionals? You mean like advantages? Yeah, they do a little bit more damage, I think. Do combos feel good to do? So right now they do and they don't. And the only reason they don't is because if you want to get the result that you know is going to work with a limited period of time to play the game, my dude, you just have to mash auto combo. Which is like, I don't want to do that. Like, I don't want to do that. So the good part is that at the end of that session, it was like, my feedback was, I want a training mode so bad. My feedback was, my dude, I desperately want a training mode, man. I really want to see what we can do, like, training mode-wise. So that's a good thing. How's the super dash? So you know how I said we did not understand the full breadth of the game systems? I could not find where the super dash was button-wise. I could not find it. So it was in there somewhere, but I never got to see it happen. And that's kind of like a bummer, is that I really wanted to see that. There is a universal grab input. Yeah, it was medium and heavy. So like for anybody that has like the bigger overline questions, does it feel like Marvel versus Capcom? It does not. It definitely has a completely different feel than like an MVC game. And I do kind of hope that the tagging is loosened up a bit. Like you guys will see this stuff right here. I'm going to go back just like a little bit. Check this out. So you see when Cap comes in here? So it says like X to change. And I would be like mashing the X button here and it would not change. You have to wait till this thing gets highlighted. So, and I accidentally brought in Cap because I was trying to like tag in Star-Lord, you know? Or something like that. And the opportunity to tag is like very specific when you can bring in the character and tag. Yeah, it like doesn't highlight. I'm like, oh, come on, get in there. If you just hold it, they raw tag. And the raw tag has like an animation, so you don't want to do that all the time. So the idea is that I want to bring out an assist like 2xKO, BB tag, you know, and maybe you can, but it felt sort of challenging. I think there's a way that you can do it. You can hold X and raw tag. We're not talking about raw tag, we're talking like, come in, do the assist, and I want to pass, I want to like handshake to you like the other tag team games that are like that. But there was a bit of delay. There was a bit of like time. You have to press to assist. Trust me, I was. You have to wait till it highlights. You have to wait till like the tag thing like says you can tag. So There it was. You guys see that? Watch. Does it feel like an Arc System Works game? Yes, emphatically speaking. If you guys like modern Arc System Works games, like if you like Dragon Ball, or if you're familiar with like Guilty Gear or Grand Blue Fantasy Versus, 100%, the game definitely feels like a modern day Arc System Works game, which is going to make a lot of people happy. So you'll notice it here, just to break it down. There's the parry. So you bring in Star-Lord, right? And you might want to like immediately switch to Star-Lord, but you can't. You have to wait. He has to finish this animation, and then you saw it happen there like a half second ago. It was a very late tag. So there will be offense that you'll eventually make around these very late tags, but getting it to like, I just want to tag in and make that happen, it was tough. It was kind of hard to like tag in people without just raw tagging them in, you know? And that's one thing I hope changes. I think that part was like a bit too restrictive. It was a little bit too restrictive. It made it hard to tag, is all I would say. It felt like I was mostly playing like a 1v1 game with assists and stuff like that. Yo, Giant Bomb, thanks guys. Who's my favorite in the demo? Captain America. Cap ended up being my favorite character, man. He was very fun. He's not as like buck wild as he's not as buck wild as like MVCI Cap, but he's like really capable and different. That is the KOF 15 announcer. I knew it, dude. Chat was, I'm listening to this guy. I'm like, I have heard this announcer before, and literally it's the KOF 15 announcer. How long did we get to play? For about an hour. About an hour. Did it feel faster than you thought it was going to be? No. It felt about the same speed as we thought it, you know? How's the push blocking for chips and push? Non-existent. The game does not have push block. The game has like an alpha counter. How does Storm play? I didn't get a chance to play Storm. Yeah, no, Doom's reflector is his gimmick, right? So every character has like a gimmick button, and Doom's reflector is his. He can actually put it close to himself. He can put it far away, all that kind of stuff. Is there instant tag in certain combos that tag automatically? Auto combos. Yeah, like the light auto combo does all this like instant tagging stuff, but it doesn't switch your character. So, if there's one part that I'm curious if it changes, when you're playing the game, at least at like the early parts of the round, stage transitions happen very frequently. And we're kind of like, oh man, it feels like we just did a stage transition and then we'd like do another one. There's also a lot of moments in the gameplay where like the screen will stop, where like you have to do this tag thing so it holds for half a second, like all that kind of stuff. How polished did it feel? It feels like it's getting there. It feels like it definitely needs it feels like the gameplay wise, there's a lot of concepts here and it's pretty polished. It definitely has some things that probably need to be ironed out a little bit. But yeah, like I said, there's a lot of moments where like the screen sort of stops and you're not playing a whole bunch, you know, and you're just sort of like waiting for things to sort of like happen. That happens a bit. Yeah, a lot of visual stops in the gameplay. That's another one of my big criticisms. A lot of visual stops. Can you combo after throws? Not that we found. Yeah, not that we found. Very experimental. Mechanics are pretty experimental. Not so when you get into it, it's got a lot of mechanics, but it's not like that crazy. Like, I don't feel when you're actually playing it, it mostly feels like a 1v1 game. Like, it doesn't feel like you have to fully like worry about like all of the characters on your team. Not in the first impression, right? So it feels like, oh yeah, we're kind of playing like a 1v1 sort of like air dasher against each other. So if it's like the crazy like mind expansion, we don't get that immediately. You have to really get used to things, you know? The biggest one, the biggest one for me is that like if you want to tag, right? What is the purpose for tagging? Like if you have your main character and you're really good with that character, the biggest purpose is that you want to tag to counter the matchup, right? So if I know Doom works really good against Star-Lord or something like that, you would just try to bring in Doom against Star-Lord. That would be the goal. There's no real reason to directly tag them in otherwise, because there's no health. I don't think there's any health recovery.
just be your winner's bracket life, your tournament life. Games go to the wayside so quickly. You cannot make any errors. Versus games demand perfection.
Legit. I couldn't have put it better myself, right? I remember when I was first playing Marvel 3 and people wanted to hate on the Marvel players, like, oh, y'all don't got no neutral, you're just doing combos, TODs, and all that. I was like, do you understand what you just said? If I get hit once, I am dead, which means my neutral has to be impeccable to not get hit. So, yes, I couldn't agree more, right? Like, every single thing has to be so measured, so calculated, and just in general, you have to flow with the chaos itself because they're high-speed games, right? You're never going to be able to control everything. You have to live in that element and be happy that you're there.
Absolutely agreed, which is actually going to bring us to our winners side of the affair here. So our first two players, that was a quick intro to them. One of them, some people may not be as familiar with. Larry got a very, very strong player who's made his name across a multitude of other games, specifically was a super top-level MVCI player. Very, very good, very, very strong across a couple titles. Dillian, a name that a lot of people in the modern FGC are probably familiar with. This guy's been around forever despite being a young gun. But he has been tearing it up across a multiple titles here as main games at Evolution.
Yeah, we got a few of those nowadays, right? Where it's like, despite them being so young, they're like veterans of the sport, of the esport, right? 7 years in, 8 years in, some even 10 years in their early 20s. Like, just ridiculous.
100% agreed. He's definitely on his on his young man stuff for sure. But as an execution monster in his own right, both of these players. So don't expect to see many drop combos. Expect to see a lot of tech. These two are both like children of optimization.
Oh, I like that. That's what I'm talking about. We need to make that a classification of player.
Absolutely.
Children of optimization. I like that a lot. And yeah, that's what you need in this game, right? You definitely got to have everything on point because, as we said, any mistake, any chance you give your opponent could end up being you don't get to play anymore. That's just how it goes. So you definitely need your own offense to be very potent. You need to understand the sequencing, how to get into the next setup. You can't just freestyle at a level like this. There's an element of it. I shouldn't say you can't just freestyle because in these games you will be put in scramble positions where you will have to. So that's another thing that just is a part of being cut from this cloth.
Agreed. I mean, that is the best way to describe games like this is it's very much jazz.
Yeah.
There's sheet music in front of you. There is a structure to what you're playing, and everyone's on the same page when it comes to it, but there's a lot of room for improvisation. Sometimes it demands improvisation, which is honestly the coolest thing about it. But it looks like they're both about ready to go here, so we are going to go straight on into this one. And again, one of the most populated characters in the game as well has been Leorio. The good doctor has been a menace.
That's what I'm talking about. Looking forward to seeing Leorio on the screen, as well as everybody else that's going to be brought to the table. So what specifically about Leorio? So I remember early on, I saw the degeneracy, but has that just continued to evolve?
Some of the best assists in the game, obviously super high-level projectile game as well. As you can see there, straight away finds the air throw, converts into the assist, but he just has a multitude of tools and is in the conversation for one of the best anchors in the game. As you can see here, super come through, and the tag, this is far from finished.
Put the hands on him. We got the install. Oh my goodness, Bisky. She be hitting the gym, no day skipped. Oh, a little scared right there, but it's okay. Starting to get out of it, Dillian. That's really smart. Oh, loops, bro. Oh my lord, the boot to the kitchen sink.
The damage really starts to add up. Sets up there, as you can see, backdash into the meaty slide with Leorio behind it. The tag comes through, and we've already got a character out of there.
Beautiful way to cover any get up from Dillian. Should be from Larry God.
Oh, that was so smart too. Force the overgear, but luckily Larry God is able to make a little bit of magic from it here. Unfortunately, still down a character though.
Get off with the push block. Oh my goodness, from the distance.
Even though he didn't get the confirm there, just notice, did you see how much hit stun that has? Those projectiles, you fall for a minute.
The conversion will definitely be there. Nice push block into the counter. Well done, Dillian here. Now going finally into the night, catches the air tech as well with that Leorio extension.
Oh, and a little dash back to set things up. Very nice. Card is planted and is able to get the pull down. It's going to be that level 3 activation.
My goodness, he's so got the rubber band man coming through.
Oh, and honestly, Dylan, the massive advantage here, not only on incoming, but still having overgear. You already know that's certainly going to be a kill.
Oh, yeah, no chance at a second life here. And this is what we talked about, right? Lariat Guy was the person that got the first hit in the beginning. But you give your opponent a chance, and if their sequence is sick, if their mix-ups are snasty, you might not get another chance, B.
not killing Kite and getting to run another incoming was the deciding factor by a mile. So glad you pointed it out there. One little mistake is all it takes. As you can see here, the round start jab there from the Kite. Not a good start.
Kite, plethora of range on him, especially backed by these assists, the Leorio and the Hisoka. The both players, as you mentioned, right, the assist game for the Leorio so potent on both teams, but oh, they kick again. Stop trying to maneuver in the air. No conversion, though.
And Netero a little bit of a... Oh, that was... What a way to restabilize the height of that combo. Dude.
Side switch, and as you mentioned, perfect optimal height for the loop. Give me a break here. Dylan Yan, you talked about optimization. My goodness.
What you saw there, trying to go for frame kill on the double jump, ends up forcing the overgear here, gets the combo, but again, small body, but pre-transformation, very hard to combo, the smallest character in the game.
Yeah, small body to big body, and oh my goodness, talk to the hand. Oh, you won't get to talk for long, already in the grave. There you got here, working the Bisky, and then again, just a mix-up on the incoming right, jump at them, see where they fall, they gotta deal with the assist as they fall. Couldn't quite find the block, and now it's another character that's in trouble.
And that's not a DHC. She loops it herself.
Oh,
make it two.
Lord.
One more, doesn't even need it.
Now it's a potency again here. Nice block this time over here as well. Oh, but you still cannot escape. Wait a minute.
So has an opportunity here, especially with the zoning. But the Oreo assist, it's just it's too much of a stop sign, man.
Yeah, you kind of got to make something happen now, right? But he's still choosing to escape, and there is none, brother. Lariat God coming through. Muscled up.
75% of your life on 5 hits. That's the Bisky way of life. It's just that easy for her. As we get straight away, finds the kick, restabilizes the happy birthday, but just barely drops.
Imagine, bro. We almost had a quick game 3 right there. So we're going to cancel over the super. Sending him some stuff to stay safe. They didn't want to sacrifice the assist, or maybe they weren't ready.
Oh, but either way, that slide is going to be massive. So many characters in this game have such high priority, amazing slides for interrupting in moments like that.
You already know Dylan Yan go to work 9 to 5. Deal the cards up. Oh, number 2, brother, sights him up. Bruh. Bisky came in so quick right there. It felt like Dylan Yan kind of got caught off guard.
Dude, and Larry God's defense there was so tight, managed to get the block and still found the jab. But the overgear straight away restabilizes again on the cross-up, and of course, hey.
And Dylan Yan, right, wasted no time. He knew exactly what the problem was. Oh, but Bisky not going out of it just yet. Overgear into the super. Oh my goodness, we can't stop, won't stop, Bisky. Oh. Prioritizing everything.
Oh, getting the cinematic on the good doctor. Look at the life. 4 hits and he's gone. The overgear juices it up.
I cannot believe that boy dead, bro. Okay, air to air here, Dylan Yan. Yeah, you got to bounce back. Please get the problem out of here. Solved for now. Nice block. Ooh, the tag into Kite, too. That was good defense from Larry God.
Oh, and you don't get a lot of standing hits as Leorio, but when you do manage to get a character standing blocking against this guy, he has some of the best standing mixed up in the game. Has a standing low, a standing overhead, as you can see right there with the headbutt. This guy is deadly when he catches you with the feet flat on the ground.
Great job from Larry God right there. Really just striking as soon as he possibly could. And then the overhead made sure that homie wasn't ready. Oh, no, again, just made him block on the incoming, set up the overhead. Dylan Yan not prepared for it. Like you said, his real mix is hard.
Oh, no, had to go for the quick gear to try and recorrect.
That delay almost fixed the combo. That was so close for Dylan Yan. The late dive bomb catches him trying to stuff the landing. That's unfortunate, bro. Lariat God might actually lose this whole game. Nothing might about it, is there, Proxy?
Absolutely not. Gets him stuck, comes through with the cards, an easy open up and finish there. Simplify the combo, simplify the victory. It's going to be Dylan Yan doing a great job to close that one out. Incredible stuff again from this guy. As we said, an execution wizard in his own right when it comes to these characters. And he plays a lot of characters that are like these hybrid zoning, like trap type characters. Zero player, kind player, plays a ton of stuff across the board here. So I feel like he has found the perfect home on Kite specifically for his play style.
It makes sense, man. Definitely from what we saw right there. having that accessibility of having both ways to do it, right? Where you can set up traps, where you can use your expert spacing as a fighting game player to really manipulate certain aspects of everything. Definitely super cool to just see him show out and gonna be in grand finals winner side.
Absolutely, and Lariat God not done yet. Guaranteed top 3 on the podium, but I was talking to him earlier in the pools area, and top 3 is not good enough. This guy said, "Listen, I'm going to Evo France no matter what, but I would love to get to, you know, potentially go there on my own merit."
Yes,
so
absolutely.
Definitely a potential big win for him. Like we said, not out of this yet, as we're gonna move on to our other match here into losers now.
Yes, absolutely. Because, yeah, if you're just joining, you're wondering, like, oh, Hunter x Hunter is the exhibition, right? Came out just recently, so it wasn't quite lining up with the EVO schedule side of things to be an official game, but obviously Arx is here. They ran a tournament. We're showing off the top 4 on stream. And at EVO France, it is an official EVO game, right? And the winner of this does win a trip to EVO France to play in the tournament, so that's going to be great.
Absolutely. Massive potential here for whoever is able to take the victory, as we're going to get our next 2 players up, and we're going to get one of the finest here. I will say, honestly, in terms of my knowledge base that I have built in this game, the person that I probably have learned the most from, it's Diaphone.
Yeah, Diaphone's that guy, right? When it comes to teaching people about fighting games, he's one of the people that is able to really crack open the deeper layers of fighting games very quickly, right? So people like that are very invaluable to the scene because they really open the eyes to the masses of a lot of what's optimal and kind of the meta with how the game is going to be played from there, right? So Diaphone is here. I'm not sure who he lost to. He actually lost before top 8, so we're going to find out that in a little bit. But of course, what matters most is that he's here in loser semifinals, just a couple matches away from perhaps being in Grands himself.
And he reps the big bodies on this one for sure. Well, I have to see how he deals against Besame on the other side. So, unfamiliar with the team comp that we're going to see here on the player 2 side. But for now, we're definitely going to see the big body coming out, as well as a little trip to the aquarium here. The fishes have been a devastating portion of the gameplay here. It is I do not, in recent memory, I cannot think of a super that demands more respect for one bar than the fishes. This is a game-changing super that you are able to put out with this guy.
Yeah, legitimately, right? It's one of those moves or one of those supers that you literally just take complete control of the game. Like, it is very difficult to avoid. It's long. Like, you have to sit there. There's multiple opportunities for the opponent to get things started off of it. So, yeah, man, it is going to be one of the tales of the tape when it comes to surviving for Besame, because obviously Diaphone going to be using that along with the other stuff that we're going to be used to seeing in the Bisky and whatnot. If he's going to be running it here in losers semis, we shall find out soon.
Yeah, a lot to answer for sure. And yeah, so the morale boost, definitely what we're going to see on that one.
Yeah, they're going.
Oh, it's going to be the mirror match on point as well. I like that. So the big bodies are going to clash here. 99 seconds is going to be fireworks, as we're going to actually have an exact mirror match.
Wow, all right. So yeah, that's always super interesting to me with the round star, right? Who is going to be aggressive? As you mentioned, we got big normals. We got Immortals out here. He's ready. I don't know, man. It's going to be scary. It's going to be scary at round star for sure.
You can see Arden's trying to make a bit of space for himself there, but with the Leorio assist behind it, a big opportunity. Tries to Nen to push block out, but doesn't even need to. There's the connection for both.
And this is the benefit of going second on the gambit if you could survive that initial gambit from your opponent, but the combo drops. Oh, how unfortunate.
Leorio has great corner carry, great damage as well. Already built up to the 3 bars here. Misses out on the reset opportunity, but picks it back up off the jump light. A stray touch turns back into a full confirm.
Oh, Morel, bruh. Oh, you might be the one that ends up smoked here. And he is indeed. My goodness, air throw from Diaphone. You ain't going nowhere.
Low-key, you might die from this. Yeah. I know it's a throw, and I know it's heavily scaled, but there's a big opportunity here. We're going to go straight for the super.
Big degeneracy right now. What's next on him? He actually is going to go for the mix-up instead, put out the fishes, and yeah, just eats them alive, bruh.
Oh, okay, but with the overgear activation, gets the hit immediately. 5 bars on the table, can go for the level 2 fish here potentially, and that looks to be the choice. Yeah, it's going to invest the 2 meters.
Oh my goodness, yeah, it goes right back at him with it. Now another counter super to just nullify the fact Diaphone activated as soon as he got on the stage.
Truly a genius choice to go for level 3 there. Does manage to completely nullify the super there. Full timer expended and gets the overhead.
Bruh, the fact that the fishes are still going over here, he was too far. Unfortunate, but at least he gets to fight another day. You talked about the slides. You got to be protecting.
And the slides are crucial there. That is an armored normal that we had starting up there, but unfortunately 2 drops in a row are putting us in a really bad spot.
Yeah, Diaphone, we talked about it right. He splits time between many games. Could be costing him here, but doesn't in the end. Just blows some more smoke at the feet. Heats up the kicks.
And that's one of the tough things here is this character is a big body and is a little bit slower, but that does not really limit our options here. Amazing normals, amazing lows. I mean, has the full array of helm break. Unblockable, the close to unblockable.
Now, my man Hager wish he had a pipe this big. You feel me? Like, this guy Morel's got no problems.
Hey, listen.
Oh, my goodness.
I like that.
Going to work again, laying the pipe. No honey packs necessary.
Oh, man, and now it's going to be auto-timed here. 2 jumps, and on the 3rd jump, you know they're going to come in.
Nice throw. Straight down on the Oreo again. Just so funky and tricky to catch.
That's one of the best things about this character is that in the early half of his combos, a lot of the time, you can just really use your imagination. He is a little more particular when you get to the end, but in the beginning, any normal into any special move will ground you, and you can kind of restabilize from there.
Yes, indeed. So Diaphone here, back against the wall. Kind of just a Bolo. Over there immediately, but does find the way out. All right, so the Oreo gone. Good start here, level 2 fish.
Oh, what was that?
What? Complete grime here, and yeah, he's gonna overgear and super to try to stop it, but Fish interrupts. He's gonna get the full punish off this. Diaphone. Oh, drops to level 3. We got a chance for Besame.
Oh no, but drops actually goes for the normal way too early, but still has an advantage here. Plenty of meter, plenty of opportunity.
Bro, the Helm Breaker did 60% of his life. That was crazy.
Listen, the big bodies with overgear are a night. I think in a lot of games, especially with comeback mechanics, a lot of times the slower characters are a little bit weaker in that comeback. Not a chance in this one.
Yeah, this is definitely a different tale, a different story. These big guys, they're swinging and taking your life out the park in an instant.
With a combination of overgear and quick gear, it just makes it so massive. As you can see here, there's the frame kill after the snap. Gets the connection straight away. It's going to be Leorio going to work. Working on a perfect right now is Diaphone.
Oh my goodness, yeah. He saw that one slip through his fingers last game, right? So he is keeping it extremely clean and compact right now.
Seismos for your trouble. DHC's in the lariat, absolutely enough to kill here. Massive lead now as Diaphone continues to roll. Overgear on incoming gear, tried to force it in response. It's gonna be a happy birthday.
Oh my goodness, bro, Besame. As long as he completes this one, which is looking like. Oh my goodness, already Morel down. Crollo and falls as well.
Oh, comes in swinging though. I love the pop, this is very smart.
Oh my goodness.
Leorio has an opportunity to play this this next mix-up. If this mix-up doesn't hit, we can go full zoner if we want, but instead, he's gonna have to try and look for it here. Everything whiffs, but finally the last fireball.
Connected immediately comes in, trying to do a super. He's okay here, but no! From Diaphone, and he actually gets hit. I'm not sure if it's cross up or not.
Oh no. Straight up for the super!
Trying to blow, no! Oh my goodness, he should have passed it, not puffed. Diaphone, he should be getting it 2-1, and he does. What a way to close it out.
Yeah, definitely felt like an execution error on that last super. An unfortunate way for it to go to the wayside here, but way to be present from Diaphone to get the punish and secure the victory.
Man, oh man. Incredible stuff right there. So yeah, Diaphone gonna be moving on. Yeah, it's 2 out of 3, which means Diaphone has won and will be moving on to losers finals.
Yes.
To face his opponent here soon. Yeah, they've confirmed.
You gotta make sure.
Yeah, of course, of course. Okay, wait, maybe they were told something wrong? Because it looks like Besame is trying to play again?
Nah, quick little thumbs up. Seems to be good
Diaphone's
there.
like, I have one, I'm sorry.
Diaphone, of course, with a great showing here to be able to, again, secure his place on the podium. But he wants that fist bump bad.
Please.
There we go.
Yes. He's like, I didn't make it 2 out of 3. Like, please fist bump me.
Oh, no, he's getting ducked a couple times in a row. But there you go. That is going to lead us into our top 3 losers finals on the table now, and it's going to be another mirror of the big bodies here, but not necessarily on point. We're going to rock it a little bit later in the team, at least for Lariat God.
Yeah, 100%, right? Definitely be interesting to see these two and how they kind of combat, right? Especially Diaphone coming after that one. That was a crazy match. That was very scrambly. I feel like that was more scrambly than Winners Final. So we'll see if Diaphone continues to play in the mud a little bit. If he has a better idea of how Lariat God's going to play, right? And they kind of stabilize, but the stabilization in this game can only last so long at the end of the day.
Definitely agreed. As well as there's a lot of tough situations that can come to the side for you, especially coming in against Lariat God's team because of how ridiculous he is at being able to like open things up and be able to get extensions with throws and stuff like that. A lot of tough stuff to come through.
All right, so yes, indeed. I believe. Okay, yes, we are going to a quick break, everybody. Thank you once again for joining us. We'll be right back with the conclusion of Hunter x Hunter. Don't go anywhere.
This is the best Chipotle order.
I would like a bowl.
Triple wrap.
Mild, medium, hot.
Then dip it in here.
Sour cream inside the vinaigrette.
2 tortillas. If you know, you know.
Lettuce, cheese, waffle.
Yes.
Oh, that is good. Well, Vaya is laughing right now. Look at Vaya laughing right now. Oh, he's doing a dance. What is he doing?
Man, he's too ready, you know. Not today, man.
Oh my God!
参加して、でその時にまた賞金額が上がって、気持ちは調子良かったですね。
So it's much more than just playing. It's being a part of this community.
All right, Jay, you ready for this block?
You already know. I feel like we've been killing it lately, and everyone's been loving it, but we gotta let the people know where we're gonna be at. Let's just do the meme real fast. You know, my heart meme, get the engagements and everything like that. Yipes. So, you understand me. It's not about the engagement. I'm just always thirsty for a drink, especially for this White Claw Zero Proof.
Yeah, but that was corny as hell. But I'll drink to that.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Yeah, I'm thirsty.
Welcome back to EVO 2025 as we are getting into the conclusion of Top 4 of Hunter x Hunter Nen Impact here. Proxy and Rinse to take you the rest of the way as we're getting into these podium spots. A lot on the line on this one, bro.
Yeah, 100%, right? Technically the first, major Hunter x Hunter champion straight up. So, yeah, it's going to be, excuse me, very interesting to watch.
So as you can see here in the losers finals, Lariat God did have a close one against Dilnan, but unfortunately fell to the wayside here, having to deal now with Diaphone, who has been on a tear since the entrance into top 8. As you can see here on the bracket, it's been battles for him too.
Yeah.
2-1s top to bottom.
Oh man, Diaphone definitely gonna have some gray hairs by the end of this tournament. Only because of how stressful this game could be. We got the thumbs up. It looks like the button checks are done. Liverless on liverless violence to come.
We'll see how it goes between the two. Teams are already picked here. And this is going to be a question. I know Diaphone has a ton of hours in the game, so I'm not expecting there to be any unfamiliarity. But Netero is definitely a character of road less travel. I think a lot of people played him in the beta a bit, but in the modern game right now, I don't think a lot of people are vibing with him too much here. So Larry God's definitely bringing something to the table that people might not be ready for.
Yeah, I feel like he's already caught multiple people off guard that we've seen, like, or multiple instances of just like the big jump kick, right? Like, it has definitely disrupted a lot of players' air movement, and that's definitely something that you want to do in a tag game and some type of aerial-based match.
That's for the load. Boom! Oh, the quick gear, but Diaphone gets the better of it. What a way! The quick decision-making is going to net us a kill.
That was huge right there. You can see he even committed the super just in case. Want to make sure Bisky went down here. Ooh, over again with a fast fall low, opens him up anyway. Oh no.
Let's see in terms of the combo here. Are we going to try and catch out all the meter, or are we just going to try and go for the setup here? It's going to go straight in now, and it looks like we're going to go for the damage for the kill.
God, my goodness, 2 characters might be down. This is again something that might, yeah, only for a moment, right? Chipped him out with the fish anyway, brings the Oreo back in as well. Time for the Poe to mix it in.
Ooh, I'm stuck in the air. Good use of the net stance there.
Oh my, the armor just destroying any hope that the Oreo had of making Morel deal with something on the way down. Goodbye, dog. Lariat got down 1-0 to Diaphone.
And that is not only just in this matchup, but in particular, it's it's just rancid to find yourself at super jump height without really having any actions left over. You're just kind of cooked at that point. The Oreo has some good ways to get to the ground, but the armor just destroys it.
Oh man, Diaphone, like his manic laughter between rounds has been killing me. It's like he's got like the full plastic room. Like he just sees like a room covered in plastic when playing this game.
Listen, win or lose, he's clearly having a good time.
Yeah, he was like, I'm sorry that your life has to end like this, but that's just the way it is. Right now, though, Larry God. So we saw last time, though. He got a clean hit with Netero at the beginning. Was able to convert into some big damage, but as soon as Diaphone got to play again, it was all over.
Transformation activation, though. Puts the shoulder down. The extensions are just enough.
Nice. Super clean this time. Oh, yeah, I was going to say late tag right there. Oh, no, but just runs to the Bisky kick. Unfortunate for Diaphone now. He's going to be losing a whole lot.
Absolutely. The super's going to loop as well. You're going to bait a little bit of meter on the OTG.
Yeah, he's got enough meter to kill if he wants it. We shall see.
This character kills on everything. It's just never a question, bro. It's ridiculous.
My bad for even saying it. Even implying that she needed additional meter to kill him at his
I watched him kill off a throw with 1 meter in his pocket earlier today in the corner. It's ridiculous. This is unbelievable, the optimization we have already.
Yeah, overgear. Uno into the palm thrust. Take him down right there. And again, yeah, the manic laughter. There's blood everywhere, intestines just strewn out on the floor. Bull just having a great time.
Straight down to the final game, though. Straight away looks for the air throw, but a nice interrupt.
Yeah, he's even going to tag into the Oreo right there, try to make the most out of it. Oh my goodness, the bunny. Respect, and the dive fist is there, right into the middle. And this is where Larry Guy's been setting stuff up from, but he dropped the combo. He was so clean last round.
Oh, I like that quick gear, though. Good idea. It's going to go for the transformation, though. Quick way to get it in safe.
This one. Oh, wait. Nice again. The quick gear after Diaphone. Take him to the corner here. Interested in, what he spins, but instead, a combo dropped a little bit. And yeah, ended up getting slid on right there. Maybe he was expecting something to happen quicker. Try to look for a push block. I don't know what it was, but either way, opened up.
And unfortunately, this life bar is it's going to look a little more red than orange as we get a bit farther.
Oh my goodness. And yeah, I was going to say, you don't even need to spin that last bar, I'm sure. I've learned. And the media slide, my goodness, that joint is from Arby's.
Dude, against all the big bodies, meaty low is just too good. Following through in the most exceptional way. And one more time, the Fist of Fury come through to leave us down to the final character for Diaphone.
They can definitely do it. Oh, but the overgear immediately just getting stuffed. Larry, God, what a read.
This was a throw in the corner.
Yeah. And Diaphone, it might be the end of your Hunter x Hunter Nen Impact tournament life, brother. Uno mas. Yeah, as long as the execution is there, and Lariat God will get that run back in grand finals. Overgear and the stop to finish. Oh my goodness, what a way to earn the run back in grand finals. And of course, great showing from Diaphone as always.
Absolutely. On the podium, the bronze medal. Definitely a strong placement for sure. But this is going to leave, like you said, Lariat God to have one more opportunity for the run back here. Will Dillian be able to secure that spot and be able to get this international trip under his belt here at EVO? Or is Lariat God going to be able to defy the odds on this one?
Exactly right. We saw it in the first game. It wasn't completely like overwhelming or free or anything like that, right? So Larry God is definitely more than capable of bringing this back. Of course, we'll have to win 2 sets. That's how we do it in the fight game community, right? If you're coming from loser's bracket, you got to make that person in the winner side lose a whole set first before you're eligible to win the tournament. So he does have that in front of him, but he can definitely do it, man. Dylan Yan definitely looking super sharp though, bro. He is scary, scary good.
Definitely agreed. A lot of questions to be answered here soon, but I do want to say once again, thank you to everybody who is joining us, not only on the stream here, but live in the venue. Net Impact popping off for sure at EVO 2025, and we are having a fantastic time getting to showcase this beautiful game.
Yes, indeed. Is everybody's EVO been good so far? Can I hear y'all? That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Indeed, right? It's only Friday, man. We still got 2 more days after this. We still got a bunch of stuff. I mean, it's going to end at about 8 o'clock, something like that. They're still going till 10, right? We still got 2 hours left today in addition to Saturday and Sunday. So, yeah, there's so much stuff. Obviously, if you're in the area for some reason you haven't come down, there are day passes that are available every day, right? So if you didn't know about this, you're just finding out. This is definitely still more than capable of you can come and check out all the cool stuff that's here.
Absolutely. A lot of amazing stuff happening. Starting tomorrow, we're going to have all these finals in the arena as well. But before we get too deep into that one here, we got to think about it one more time when it comes to these matchups that we saw on the way through this top 8. As you can see, Lariat God kind of cruised into winners finals, but it's been a rough terrain since then, dealing with the kite from Dylan.
Yes, indeed, right. Kite from Dylan Yan, he's been able to stuff down a lot of everybody that's been trying to knock him off that pedestal. But of course, we see Larry God fell in there, took down Diaphone as well. Big ups to all of our top 8 as well. Hubert, Doza, Grav, Drew Chuck, Besame. Yeah, everybody that came out showed out for sure.
And that's one of my favorite things to get to see, especially when a newer game like this comes out, is seeing this top 8 and seeing like 6 of 8 names being like, oh, I know this guy, they play whatever. Like seeing a multitude of games come together to be able to be successful in a moment like this, it's always nice. And I feel like maybe it's my own personal bias, but versus games always bring out the best in everyone.
I agree, man.
Always.
I agree. That's just how it be. You are definitely tested to your maximum, right, when it comes to the versus games. Everything is amplified. All of your skills here got to be shown now to the highest level extent possible. So that's what we've been seeing today, of course. Dylan Yan here looking clean with the Gucci, too. I see you.
I was going to say, speaking of looking clean, that's a nice shirt from Larry God, too. I like that. I like
oh,
that.
my God.
Kind of fire, I'm not going to lie.
I actually didn't look closely enough at it till now. That is a clean shirt. I like that a lot.
I thought it was flowers, and then I zoomed
Me
in.
too.
I was like, yo, hold on. This is actually amazing.
Thought it was a floral pattern. No. Trying to tell you to wake up in the morning, baby. Yeah.
Respect. But we're going to get a quick little butt check in before we get into this one here. Grand Finals for Hunter Net Impact. What could be better, bro?
Yes, indeed. I like that he wears the shirt to let you know what he's going to do to you in game. You know what I'm saying? Give you that rooster. That's what I'm talking about right here. Dylan Yan, of course, it's going to be winner side, as we mentioned, right? Look like they just took care of the button check real quick, so we're probably going to get into it momentarily. We got hand warmers.
Absolutely, as one does. But make sure, obviously, if you are enjoying the stuff that you're seeing here, Net Impact is available for purchase now, so definitely make sure you check it out. This game is so good, and it would be great to see even more people involved when we get to more of these offline majors. I would love to see the numbers go up for this game. It is so much fun to see these versus games continue to be successful. That's all I could ever want.
Indeed, it really does. This is just ushering it in, right? It is really just ushering in the versus era. So great times ahead, 100% if you like these type of games, which you should if you don't. That's a you problem. That's all I gotta say.
Listen, you'll receive no argument.
I know, that's why I can say it, because I know you're here.
Arguably the two most biased towards versus games people in the world together here, but that's okay. That's what we need it to be.
Yes, indeed. For that 100 Net Impact, you already know. So yes, indeed, it is going to be grand finals. They're going to select their characters and lock in here. Again, Larry God's coming from losers, right? He was in winners finals up against Dylan Yan, fell just short. 2-1 here. We're going to get it at Razor's hideout as per usual here. All right, crowd, can I get some love for this grand finals? That's what I'm talking about, baby. They're letting them know Grand Finals is going to determine not only really the first major champion for Hunter x Hunter and Impact in the offline environment, but also who goes to EVO France. Let's get it.
So much on the line, and straight away we saw that same gambit from Larry Goddess before as he lands the teleport punch. And what happened to your life? It's half gone.
Legitimately, bruh. Everybody's in this game, and you look one way and your life bar's gone in the next. Oh no, he actually timed that first two a little bit too early. There you go, was able to block afterwards. Oh, respecting Leorio assist is why he went back. Oh, he caught him at the perfect moment. It's just one of those situations, right? Where you're both staring at each other, not sure what to do. The other person just beats you to the button, literally.
See, the AA's on the kick, that's what I like. Keep that up for sure, as we're going to go straight on through the site. That's easily going to cleave that one out of character to the right side here. As Dylan going to go for the double jump to try and kill the frames, and immediately finds the throw.
Yo, sandwiching you and then late tagging to get back in front, resetting the pressure. Dylan, this is nasty, bro. He's Soka, do it to her, bro. No transformations here, bro. Save that for a different IP.
Doctor, one more time, overgear immediately, just trying to get into a situation to be able to fight.
Yeah, you know, you talked about the overhead earlier. That's really actually cost Dylan. Yeah, one of the, oh my goodness, I was going to say one of the games in Winners Finals. Still got clipped here. He was trying to chicken block for a lot of this to avoid that. Leorio again immediately deleting another character. Overgear to try to block for now. Oh, and what a way to stuff the follow, but no conversion.
Oh, massive drop here. Finds the connection. Look at the life total, but still alive. The two best owners in the game duking it out from full screen, but Leorio's going to close the distance. What a block and what a punish.
Literally right there. I'm sorry, Leorio. You had to earn a trophy on your L, but it be like that sometimes. Dylan, yeah, right? It all came down to that overhead block.
Yes.
He had been getting opened up by that. Beautifully highlighted by you, Proxy. He needed that to win that game, and boy, did it connect.
Oh, and I like that there. Tagging off the gun, trying to get aggressive here. And we're being very fluid with the team order right now for Dylan. It's been a little bit overwhelming for Larry, it feels like.
Yeah, he's so good. Once again, putting him down.
He said, all right, I'm back. Oh, what's up, big dog?
Okay.
Welcome back, welcome back. We almost getting ready for the Hunter, not Hunter, the Marvel Tokon. Tokon stuff.
Being transformed already.
Stopping him out with the hands. Oh, you already know Bisky. Feel it. Oh my goodness, bro. Off the ground all day. You can stay on it, you can get off of it. It's just Bisky's rolling, you living in it.
Just plays up so aggressively, taking
Woo!
space that you have to. Nice little follow-ups again and again. The damage should
I'm not gonna, this game is sick as hell to watch. Jesus Christ.
Once again.
I definitely won't be playing it. Jesus. I can't spend 60 on this.
There you go. I tried for the meaty right there, but that's why Dylan Yannick immediately came in with this.
Ooh,
At least over here to keep it safe.
damn.
Oh, did manage to get the tag off of that one. Finds the low, but can't get the full connection here. A couple times in a row, things get a bit weird.
Oh, usually got clip, but no conversion right there. Like you said, things can get funky, things can get weird. It's tough to convert. These weird angles here. Even they're trying. So you push block and get some distance. That slide nullifies all the distance that you thought you created. And again, the mix on incoming. Good luck, old man.
Squeaks in on the low.
Oh, that's
away,
TOD.
Following up beautifully here. It's going to leave it down to
Oh,
one
that ain't
character
TOD,
left.
but that's
Larry
definitely built.
God's tournament life is in the hands of the good doctor one more time.
Here we go, man. Will he be able to survive? It's the overgear off, but no, the tag and the kite.
These folks already know how to do ultimate combos in this game. Now that is death. He might put the controller down. Oh, never mind. He didn't have overgear.
Oh, nah, I got one of my own, brother. Still gets beat out by Leorio, though. Big damage to both of them. Hisoka still able to get the punish, though.
And Hisoka is going for the kill. He definitely has enough meter to kill him.
Should be it. Dylan Yan gets the super into Kai. And Dylan Yan is your Hunter x Hunter Net Impact Evo champion.
Massive performance from this guy, being able to show it off well, playing a pretty unique team comp.
Oh my
I feel like normally has some regular partners for himself, but Dylan showing off a little bit more that you can handle.
Bro, where's the audience? Why are they not clapping?
Man, whew. Dylan, yeah, coming through as you mentioned.
Did they even enjoy what they watched?
Nowadays, he clearly
Oh my lord.
come up quickly and get to a high level even quicker. That's what we saw today. Very, very scary. very scary. That's all I can say about watching this dude play. He is definitely, you could tell he's at the top right now.
I was going to say, when you really look at everyone in our top 4, absolutely ridiculous play from every single one of our competitors. I want to say thank you to every single person who competed today in NEN Impact for sure. It was such an incredible tournament, from the pools over at the Arc System Works booth to here on the main stage being able to decide who is the best for the weekend here. Dylan Yan, what a deserving champion, bro.
Yeah, now he can take that money that he's going to save from the Evo France trip, spend it on more Gucci bags. I see him.
Hey, you
Let's
are
go, Dylan.
bro. Absolutely. But you can see here, once he got into that top 8, other than Lariat God being able to put up a fight in the winners finals, it was smooth sailing for this guy. And again, as I've said, an incredibly well-deserved bracket victory for this guy. Someone you're gonna be looking out for
Well,
across
it's
a
over.
multitude of games this weekend. That is a name that you are going to get used to hearing as
Now I just see Demon Slayer Hino Kamino Chronicles 2.
Right, yeah, exactly. That's
Oh
what
yeah,
I'm
this is a Sony.
The fighting game journey for this weekend has only begun, brother. It's absolutely.
I'm saying, damn, they about to have Demon Slayer 2 at Evo.
Throughout the weekend, it's gonna be great Saturday. Hopefully,
That shit about to be a community tournament.
Everybody aiming to play on that big Sunday.
Absolutely. And
That would be, I'm not gonna lie, that would be pretty funny if they did.
An incredible versus game. Definitely something worth picking up for sure. If you like the chaos, if you like the lab, and you like high damage, high execution, and high pressure situations, this might just be the game for you, bro.
That's what I'm saying. You saw it right there, right? If you thrive under the pressure like that, if you thrive in the chaos, the mud, you're not afraid to get dirty, that is where you need to be, man. This game definitely.
I don't mind getting my hands dirty.
Absolutely.
But I'm not trying to get dirty, spending $60 on that. Y'all got that.
Up to Jalen up on the main
Cool
stage
game,
here.
though. You know?
Thank you so much, Wrench and Proxy. Did y'all enjoy that top 4?
I did, but it seemed like the audience didn't clap hard enough like they should.
I am going to invite up to the stage Braun Mitchell with Arc System Works to take us away.
All right, it's time, people. Oh, wait.
Hello, Evo! So, I hope you guys all enjoyed that top 4. I hope all of you who've gotten a chance to pick up Net Impact have been enjoying the game. Before I say any more, we're going to keep this fairly quick, so let's go straight to the video.
Oh, they about to show off a new trailer. Or something. I don't know what they're going to do.
僕も混ぜて
Oh, someone's going to be happy. Oh, Vacuum Girl's going to be in. Yeah, this game is cool despite it not being that well received. Yeah. Like, I'ma always say this, bro. Fighitng knows how to make a fun-ass fighting game. Whether people like it or not, it may not be the most, like, you know, clean and most polished, but they know how to make a fun-ass game.
So, you'll be able to pick up DLC Pass 1 right now. Pito will be the first character coming, so you'll be able to be playing her as the first character in the DLC Pass. I want to thank everybody for watching this top 4, for hopefully enjoying everything there, and then we'll see you all at Evo France.
Let's go.
All right. What? All right. Nope. Still waiting. Just kidding. I know, but okay, there we go. There we are. Fantastic. Now, what a lot of you all have been waiting for is going to be coming up next. Stay tuned for the Marvel Tokon Fighting Souls panel right after this. Let's get hype!
Yeah! We can't wait for that. Wait, what? Is this a fighting game roguelike? Nigga, what? Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on. Is this a fighting game roguelike? Shot one fighters. Hold up.
With fresh chicken hot off the grill.
Wait a minute. Go back. What's this game called? What? Hold on. I'm sorry. Okay. I'm gonna go on commercial break. I'm gonna do some research on this game. Holy mackerel! What?
We knew pretty early on that the game was fun to play.
It became something that added to the mystique of Mortal Kombat.
Flawless victory.
Do you hate installing games? Join us in Scramble Heart City for a new browser-based 3v3 tag team fighter.
Hi, I'm Keats. You might remember me as being a world-famous tag fighting game champion. I love tag fighters, but for a while, there's been a deep hole in my heart. That is until Scramble Heart City came along and filled all my holes. Now I spend 4 hours a day doing mix-ups as a guy named The Book.
Visit scrambleheart.city to experience the freedom you've always wanted.
I'm not just promoting the game, I'm winning its tournaments.
Alright, people, so we got, it is 8:09. Alright, that means it's time to watch some Tokon, some Tokon. And after that, we're going to end the stream for the night. Give me some rest, some good sleep. Get some editing going tomorrow, or do get some editing and we're on the stream. Bomb, 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 bomb. Oh no. What an audio hell. So what y'all expect for I don't know. I feel like they're gonna show some trailers, bro. They got to. I just know I'm ready. It's 8:12. Ready for the hunt. Ready for the Marvel Tokon. show the Hulk. Yeah, I think that as well. Yeah, I mean, I'm cool with anything they show with the game. Because, I mean, well, they got 30 minutes to show some stuff, I would assume. So, I don't know, but hey, we got 38, we got 36 seconds left, so hey. Oh yeah, it's game time.
Hey, 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 hello everyone. Welcome to Marvel Tokon Fighting Souls panel at EVO 2025. How is everybody enjoying EVO so far?
I would be enjoying it more if I was there, but it's okay. We'll go next year.
Some of you may know me as the host
I'm not gonna miss a single Evo
This is my second year
ever
at EVO
again.
Vegas, and I am thrilled and very happy to be back
No
here
more.
at EVO Vegas. So without further ado, let's dive into the panel. Allow me to introduce our wonderful panel attendees. Looking from your right beside me is Mr. Michael Francisco, Senior Product Development Manager of Marvel Games, and Mr. Jose Lamazares, who will be beautifully translating for us. Mr. Takeshi Yamanaka, Lead Producer of Arc System Works. I'm sorry, I should have given time to applaud for these two as well. So could you please give a round of applause for these two gentlemen as well? My apologies, yes. And Mr. Kazuto Pachi Sekine, Game Director of Arc System Works. And last but not least, Ms. Amber Seitz, Localization Director of Arc System Works, who will also be translating for us.
Oh, lovely, lovely,
Thank
lovely,
you very much
lovely.
for all of you for being here. So Arc System Works, Marvel Games, and PlayStation Studios have partnered to make the Marvel Fighting game. And in the interview at the end of June at State of Play, the team spoke a little bit about the vision of the game, that this will be a 4v4 tag fighter, and lightly touched on the gameplay mechanics as well. So in preparation for today's panel, the team have listened to players' questions and reactions coming out of the announcement. So today we'll be discussing on how the game plays and some insights on the decisions they have made in creating Marvel Tokon Fighting Souls. So, let's get started. So the first question will be, what was the intention and background behind the decision to introduce a tag team fighter format in Marvel Tokon Fighting Souls? I'd like to ask Mr. Yamanaka first about this question.
はい、ですね、タッグチームバトルにした理由というところで、このタイトルのですね、お話をプレイステーションスタジオさんからいただいたときに、皆さんご存知の通り、もうマーベルファイティングといえば、もう非常に長い歴史があり、それぞれの皆さんの心の中に、どんなゲームが好きなのかっていうのがいろいろあると思います。ここまでお願いします。
Yes, so when we first heard about this project from our partners at PlayStation Studios, we thought a lot about making it a tag team fighter, and a lot of it is because of the long history, as I'm sure you're very familiar with, of the Marvel fighting games.
はい、すごく重大な大きな仕事になるなというところで、そういった時にですね、私いつも考えるのが、初心に帰って、ユーザーが喜んでいただける、プレイヤーの皆さんに喜んでいただけるためにどうしようっていう時にですね、思い出した日本語の言葉がありまして、それがですね、日本語で温故知新という言葉です。ここまでお願いします。
So when
A lot of training just to memorize every single word.
What we can do to provide a game that will be truly fun for all of the players, and at that time I remembered a Japanese
I know that
phrase
takes a lot of
that
work.
means to learn
It's
from
okay,
the
but it
past
pays
in order
good
to
though.
create something new.
はい、この言葉なんですけど、どういう意味かというと、古いものをしっかりと研究して新しいものを作っていく、参考にしようというような言葉でございます。で、ご存知の通り、マーベル、の格闘ゲームの歴史長い中で、どういったものがやっぱりユーザーさんが望まれるのかなというところで、私、 3つのポイントを考えました。
So this means that I would look to study from what's come before in order to create something new and fresh. So I looked back on the history of Marvel fighting games to consider what I could make that would truly be enjoyable for all of the players.
1つ目のポイントが先ほど申し上げた通り、温故知新の温故の
research
やはり長い歴史の中でマーベル格闘、タッグチームバトルというところで、皆さん慣れ親しんでいるというところ、その、一番コアな、部分を伝統はまず守らなきゃいけないなというふうに考えました。
So of the 3 points that I thought of, one was that given that long history and how close this Marvel fighting games are to the hearts of all of the fans, I knew that I had to make sure that we kept that legacy and respected that legacy of Marvel fighting games.
はい、で次に、大事なポイントだなと思ったのが、やはりマーベルという、非常に大きな IP をお預かりしている中で、キャラクターであったり世界観だったりというのをいかに大事に守っていくか、その中で、やはりマーベルの、講師というかヒーローたちがしっかりと、アッセンブルして戦うという姿をしっかりと描きたいなというふうに考えました。
And the next really important thing to me was that given the Marvel IP, we really wanted to work well to portray the characters in the world to the fullest extent that we can. So it's very important for me to show kind of the characters coming together and assembling.
はい、で3つ目のポイントがですね、このタイトルやはり、当社アークシステムワークスが開発するというところで、おそらくここにいらっしゃる皆さん格闘ゲーマーの方が多いのかなと思いますが、まず格闘ゲーマーの方々にしっかりと、競技性の高い、タイトルであるというところ、それから今回のタイトルですね、数多くのマーベルの IP のファンの方がプレイしていただけるだろうというところで、その IP のファンの方に向けた、形というところで、タッグファイターの方が、よりそういうカジュアルな方からコアな格闘ゲーマーまで、サポートできるんじゃないかなというふうに考えました。これが3つのポイントになります。
And as Arc System works with our history of fighting games, we knew that we really wanted to make something that would satisfy the core audience of fighting gamers, like the fans that we have here today. So something that would be highly competitive and work on that level, but then also something for the Marvel IP fans who we would also like to enjoy our game, to give them something that they can have fun with too. So we felt that the tag team format was the best way to create something for both those core fans and those IP
indeed.
fans.
Thank you, Mr. Yamanaka.
Like I think my favorite aspect when it comes to developing video games is like when the developers have passion and they have their research and they have their cross references from the game's IP.
Thank you, Shun. And
or
just to build
IP
off
itself,
what Yamanaka-san was saying,
like with Grand Blue
at Marvel, we like to say that
or
the
Dragon
Marvel
Ball,
games
or it could be any IP.
is to
And they take notes from it
to bring together different
and tell how, and you can just tell how passionate they are, because I mean, shoot, they do the
and
research.
somehow take all these larger-than-life individuals and make them work as a team. And think about Iron Man and Cap, how they work together even though they disagree. And tag fighters just embody this theme so well and uniquely. And it's for that reason, and also because of the rich legacy and the history within the FGC, that Tokon had to be a tag fighter.
I see. So now that it's decided it's going to be a tag team fighter format, it could have been 2v2 or it could have been 3v3. But why did the team choose to make this a 4v4 tag fighter specifically? Let's ask Mr. Sekine.
はい、そうですね、まず自分が一番言いたいこととしては、新しいタッグファイター、新しいマーベル、それを、チーム一同となって、挑戦するということがテーマとなっています。皆さんは今回、闘魂をプレイして、それを感じてくれましたでしょうか。
So for me, the most important thing was that I really wanted to create a new sort of tag fighter and a new sort of Marvel fighting game, and that the whole team came together to make this happen. And I'm wondering if everybody having a chance to play the build today, if that came across to you.
Oh my god, I love the art style for this game.
Thank you so much. はい、それでですね、もちろんそのプレイステーションスタジオの皆さんや、X 部の皆さん、クリエイティブアーツの皆さんやマーベルゲームズの皆さんともさまざまな議論をして、 まあ、2対2、3対3などもあったし、まあ、その既存のフォーマットでいわゆる伝統的なタッグファイターでやった方がいいんじゃないかといった議論もありました。
And throughout our discussions with our partners at PlayStation Studios and Marvel Games, there were, of course, a lot of different debates about whether we should be using a 2v2 format, a 3v3 format, these existing styles of tag fighters that are already out there and have this established kind of format.
はい、でそれでですね、ただまだ、アークシステムワークスとしては、会社のテーマとしてアクション、レボリューション、そしてチャレンジという3つの大きなテーマがありまして、まあ弊社の起動家社長から、もっとチャレンジをしろという強いメッセージをいただいて、で、まあ、チーム一同もっとチャレンジをしていこうというときに、じゃあやっぱりこのマーベルという IP を使ってさらに面白いチームアップができるんじゃないかということを考えた結果、これはもう4対4でいこうという、強い気持ちで、我々は前に進むことを決めました。
And actually, at Arc System Works, our kind of motto is Action, Revolution, Challenge. So those are kind of our three big motifs that we work under. And our CEO, Kidoka, he came to us and he said, I think that you need to challenge yourselves more. This is kind of lacking in that challenge. And that inspired me.
Steve Jobs. What type of Steve Jobs motivation are we looking at?
And that's when we came to the conclusion that we
that's
should
actually
try
a
this
good
4v4
philosophy.
So your CEO kind of told you to make a challenge, to challenge this 4v4 format. But Mr. Yamanaka, what was the reaction? How did you feel? What were your thoughts about making this big challenge in a 4v4 format?
はい、まあ関根から 4v4 がやりたいと、ちょっと聞かされて、こいつ大丈夫かなと一瞬血迷ったのかなと言ったのが、一番最初の記憶です。で、まあ、私も、3対3から4対4の、タッグファイティングの、進化というのは見てみたいなという思いもあり、関根を信頼しているところもあり、こいつにと一緒に作っていくかと、思ってですね、すぐに、プレイステーションスタジオさん、マーベルさんの方にもご相談させていただきました。ここまでお願いします。
Yes, so when Sekine came to me and he told me that he wanted to make this a 4v4 fighting game, I thought, are you for real? I was kind of concerned about that. But I came to the conclusion that I did also want to see that evolution from 3v3 fighters to 4v4 fighters for myself, and also I trust Sekine and his abilities. So I decided to take this topic to discuss with our partners at PlayStation Studios and Marvel Games.
そうですね、実際のところ今となって聞きたいんですけど、僕から確かマイケルさんに4対4でちょっとチャレンジしてみたいって言ったと思うんですけど、その時ってどういうふうに思いました最初。
And actually, now that we have the opportunity to ask, I'd like to hear from Michael. When I came to you and I said that we wanted to make this a 4v4 fighter, what did you think?
Well, to be honest, Yamanaka-san, I almost had a heart attack because I couldn't wrap my head around personally how 4v4 would even work. And I remember the thing that really convinced me that this was a worthwhile mechanic to explore for the team was something that Sekine-san had mentioned about challenging themselves. And if it's one thing that we've learned from working with ArcSys, is that they only dream big. So everything in this game is non-traditional, from the music, the art style, the character designs, to the Marvel world that we've created. So the gameplay should also reflect that. Sekine-san and his team, they want to shock the system. So when you see 4v4, you might think, what the hell does that even mean? But I think that's the reaction we actually want. From the jump, you know that this is a Marvel fighting game as you've never imagined it before.
So hearing that, what do you think, Mr. Yamada? Now that you know of Marvel's intention and their feeling behind it, what do you feel right now?
そうですね、多分これが今本心聞けたんですけど、当時はなんかっていう顔をして大丈夫なのみたいな反応だったと記憶していて、で、プレイステーションスタジアさんもマーベルさんもやはり4対4というところに関してはかなり不安というか懸念を持たれているんだろうなってなって、で、関根と話して、どうしようってなった時に、 これ実際に、いろんな問題点をしっかりと上げて解決していって、マーベルさんとかに遊んでもらえるゲーム、ビルドを作るしかないね、それが一番説得力あるよねっていう話になりました。ここまで。
Yes, thinking back to the day when we presented this to the Marvel team, I know that I saw on Michael's face that look of are we gonna be okay? Is this gonna work out? And at that time, I understood their concerns. So for both PlayStation Studios and Marvel Games, I think that they felt very uncertain about the 4v4 format. So I discussed it with Sekine and decided that what we have to do is we have to find a way to resolve all of the potential issues that would come up and create a build of the game that they can actually play for themselves. And I think that that's the best way to convince them that this can work.
はい、で通常開発ではプリプロダクションという試作品を作る、工程があるんですけど、それをやろうじゃないかという話になりましたと。でいろんな問題点とかをクリアしていくのにどれぐらい時間が必要だろうかっていうところで試算していったら、ちょっと具体的な数字は申し上げられないんですけども、私さまざまな格闘ゲームディレクター、プロデューサー務めてきましたけれども、通常のですね倍以上の期間の、プリプロダクションを行いました今回。
So in game development, there's a step that's called pre-production, where you're creating that initial version of the game. And as far as when we went to calculate how much time it would take to resolve all of those issues that 4v4 brings up, I can't tell you exactly how long it was, but I can say that compared to the previous projects I've worked on, that it was more than double the pre-production period that we would have before.
でね、なんとか結果的なところで言えば、そのプリプロダクションのビルドを、プレステスタジオさんとマーベルさんに遊んでいただいて、まだ多分不安は残ってると思うんですけど、でもこれはいけるっていうのを手応えは多少出せたのかなというところで、ぜひこれで進めてくださいというふうにおっしゃっていただいた。その時の会議はすごく私も今すごくよく覚えています。
And as a result, although I'm sure that at that time the teams at PlayStation Studios and Marvel Games might have still been a bit uncertain about the concept of 4v4, we were able to convince them to the extent that they gave us the okay, they believed in the vision that we had, and I remember that moment quite well.
Thank you. So I think you could say that the long pre-production timeline was one of the challenges that was needed to make this game. But so were there any other challenges? For example, more buttons or more inputs? What were the other challenges that you had to face in developing this 4v4 format game? Mr. Sekine?
はい、そうですね。まず、クリアしなきゃいけない課題としては、複数のキャラクターを覚えることが非常に大変という部分があったので、まず、タッグファイターでありながら、まず1人のキャラクターを覚えるだけでもちゃんと楽しく遊べるゲームにしようというところから、進めました。はい、そのためにまず体力バーを1本でみんなで共有するという形を取りました。はい。
Yes, so I think that one of the major challenges that we encounter is that for a tag fighter, it's very hard to get into to learn multiple characters. It's quite challenging. So we felt that we wanted it to still be a tag fighter, but be something where you only have to actually learn to play as one character in order to still enjoy the game. So the solution that we came to for that was having the single shared health bar.
はい。で、あと、やはりボタンの入力が、増えるんじゃないかといった懸念もありまして、アッセンブリー、いわゆるアシストを呼ぶときに、一つのボタンと方向キーによってさまざまなアシストを呼べるというふうにしました。
And also a concern was that you might need additional buttons in order to have all of the inputs that you would need for the game mechanics. And for that we have the assemble button, which you press that button in a direction in order to call various types of assists.
そして、いろいろな、入力をしたときにいろいろな場面で仲間が、参加して戦ってくれるという場面をいろんな面でサポートして、なおかつ戦略的に組み込めるようにしたいということでア
アシストと紐づいたシステムを考案したり、常にいろんなところから難しい操作をしなくても仲間が入り乱れていくといった表現をしたいというので、それをシステムに組み込みました。もちろんそのコアな使い方もできるようには作っているので、全てが簡単というわけではないことは付け加えておきます。はい。
Yes, so the idea here is that you can input various different kind of commands, and you'll receive different, like you'll see your assists coming in all kinds of different situations throughout a match. So the idea is that you can do this strategically, of course. You can put this as part of your strategy for a match. And also that kind of we've incorporated the assists into the basic gameplay mechanics, the core of the gameplay mechanics. So you'll see your assists coming onto the screen, your team members coming in to help and support you in various situations without needing to necessarily make very complex and difficult inputs. However, I would like to add that there are, of course, very like a core in-depth ways to use the assist, so it's not all simple.
そして、もちろん1キャラクターで、完結するとは言いましたが、上達するに従っていろんなキャラクターを使いたいというふうになったら2キャラクター目3キャラクター目と覚えていって、メタを考えたりとか、っていうこともできますし、じゃあ1キャラクターを強化してアシストでいろんな組み合わせで、さらにこの1キャラクターを強化するといったようなさまざまな、選択肢が組めるように、システムを構築していこうと、今も、挑戦し続けてます。はい、私から以上です。
And of course, I did say that you only actually need to learn to play as one character in order to fully enjoy the game. However, once you're getting used to it, you're improving at the game, you definitely would benefit from starting to learn a second or a third character when you feel ready. And the idea is that you can make kind of different combinations of teams, like, oh, I think that this assist will work really well with this character, and put together teams based on that. So we're working really hard to make sure there's a lot to enjoy on that front. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sekine. Mr. Yamanaka, would you like to add on to that?
そうですね、私はその関根がこういうふうにいろんな問題があって、こういうふうに解決していくんだっていうのを毎日のように聞かされていて、山田さんこうしてもいい、これでいきたいんだ、それがですね出てくるアイデアがですね、やはりすごく先ほどの関根が語ったコンセプトの通りですね、面白くかつちゃんとコンセプトに沿ったものが出てくるというところで、非常に長い時間かかったんですけど、今日皆さんプレイしていただいた方はですね、そのあたり感じていただけたのかなと思っております。
Yes, so all of those issues that Sekine just mentioned, we've worked as a team together to overcome those day by day throughout the project. And as you could hear from him, those ideas that he came up to solve those issues all work towards that singular concept. And I think that you can really see that came together in the game as it is now. And I hope that everybody who had the chance to play the game today at the event was able to feel that in the gameplay.
So those are the challenges given by the Arc System Works side. What about from the Marvel side? Michael, were there any challenges that you felt existed?
I think one challenge that we threw their way was to see if they can implement more, actually deeper team mechanics and more meaningful than they've ever been before in past titles. When you read the comics and look at teams like the Guardians of the Galaxy, X-Men, or the Avengers, you can see that they have very complex relationships and team dynamics and strategies. And is there any way that they could represent that somehow in Tokon? And I think that's where the idea of the roles came from.
Yes, thank you so much. So earlier you said that the team had to make the decision to make this a 4v4 fighter. Aside from having more characters, how do you feel this approach is pushing the genre, the tag fighter genre, forward? Let's ask Michael.
Yeah, overall, I think the team is really trying to solve the eternal puzzle of tag fighters, is that how do you keep a consistent tension throughout the match? On one hand, it may not feel so good to lose your allies over the course of the battle, because it means you're losing resources in order to mount a comeback. On the other hand, it also may not feel so good to have a super powerful comeback mechanic that kind of eliminates the team to have the reason to have a team in the first place. So in many of our long conversations, Sekine-san, I thought you came up with some really great solutions. So I'm wondering if you want to jump in and share what you thought.
はい、そうですね、まず、だんだんピンチになっていって、その逆転する強力なシステムというのは、もちろん、ヒーローがピンチになったときに力を発揮するという表現として、すごい正しいことだし、僕はすごいそこは楽しめてリスペクトもしてるんですが、また違う表現ができないかというところを考えました。
Yes, so that while that kind of situation where you get in a tough situation throughout a match and then you have a comeback mechanic to help you kind of turn the tables, that definitely reminds me of the kind of situation you would see where a hero, they're in a pinch, they're backed against the wall, and that's when they kind of find their true strength and make a comeback. And I really do enjoy that, and I think that that works great in games as well. However, I felt that I wanted to try a different approach.
で、やはりマーベルのゲームというか、コミックとかでもですね、徐々にヒーローが、集結していって最終的にアッセンブルという形で、試合というか内容が盛り上がっていくというところを非常に多く目にしたので、そういう表現というものを今回の形では組み込みたいと思ったので、試合が進むにつれ徐々にチームが強化していく、戦略としてはどんどんチームを早く強くしていって、戦いを有利に進めていこうみたいな、システムを考えて今回の表現に至っています。
So throughout Marvel games and comics, I think you can see a lot of situations where the heroes kind of gather together and form a team and they assemble, and that's kind of the really most exciting point in a battle, that they come together like that. And I wanted to incorporate that into our game. So the idea that your team gets stronger actually as the match progresses, and then from a kind of gameplay strategic perspective, that you're trying to get your team together as fast as possible so that you can get to your full strength. So I wanted to recreate that kind of journey in the battles.
Yeah, I agree with Mr. Sekine that the fact that people assemble and working as a team is really make a differentiation from playing as a solo player. Anything that you'd like to add on, Mr. Yamanaka?
そうですね、マイケルさんから最後までタッグファイターだけど最後まで試合の緊張感を維持したいっていうお話いただいたとき、なるほどねってすごく私メイクセンスだったんですね。ここまでお願いします。
So when in those discussions that Michael mentioned, when he said to us that he wanted to ensure that we have a way to keep the tension up and consistent throughout a match, despite this game being a tag fighter, I thought that makes perfect sense.
で、ちょっと今日プレイしていただいた方はお気づきだと思うんですけど、この投稿なんですけど、当社が今まで作ってきた開発してきた、格闘ゲームの結構集大成的なシステムになっています。でその中で、私、当初からですね、ギルティギアストライブのですね、ウォールブレイクのシステムですね、これを、入れていきたいなというふうには関根にお願いをしていて、でこのマイケルさんからの話をいただいてですね、そのウォールブレイクをすることで、味方がジョインするチームアップしていくっていうのをちょっとね、関根の方のチームが考えてくれた時には本当にびっくりしたし、これはいけるなっていう手応えがありました。
So I'm sure that everybody who had a chance to play the game today must have noticed that there's a lot of elements that might feel familiar from our previous Arc System Works titles incorporated into this game as well. And one of those that I had wanted to incorporate and see in a different form in this game was the wall break mechanic from Guilty Gear Strive. So I had just told that to Sekine and his team that I wanted them to add that in some form to this game. And when he came to me with the idea that when you perform a wall break, that's actually when your team members join up with you, I thought that works perfectly. I think that this will all come together.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yamanaka. Thank you very much for your insights as well. So to close off this session, this is a question I like to ask. So what gets you guys most excited about making the game? Something that dives into the passion of the team. What really kind of ignites your passion? Michael?
Well, personally, I just love seeing players get the chance to finally get their hands on the game and start experimenting with the mechanics and the systems. And I would say also there's a lot of intriguing defensive mechanics that ArcSys has implemented to the game. So I'm excited to see what you all come up with and how you develop the meta with a strong offense and strong defense in mind.
Thank you, Michael. Mr. Yamanaka?
そうですね、私そう聞かれると絞りきれないんですけど、普段はですね、私が大きく定めたコンセプトに沿って、当社の優秀なスタッフたちがですね、本当に、ブレイクダウンしたアイデアをいっぱい出していって、それが絵になり、音になり、そして遊べるビルドになりっていうのを、日々、進化していくのを見るのが一番まずは楽しみです。はい。
So it's quite challenging to narrow it down to just one thing. So for me, working with the team at ARC, I have these big concepts that I present to them, and then seeing them take those bigger concepts and then forming those into different visuals and sound, and seeing that come together in a game, that's the most exciting thing to me.
なんですけど、今この場に来たら追加でもう一個発生しまして、こうして多くの皆さんにプレイしていただいて、我々のこのステージをこんなにたくさんの方に見に来ていただいているというのが本当に今エキサイティングです。ありがとうございます。
However, after having the chance to come to this event today, seeing everybody here, I would say that the most exciting thing for me right now is seeing that game come out into the world and into the hands of all of the players, and having so many of you come to watch us at this panel today.
Thank you, Mr. Yamanaka. Mr. Sekine?
はい、そうですね、僕ももともとトーナメント出身のプレイヤーなので、FGC の皆さんとここでアッセンブルできていることが非常にまず嬉しいです。はい。
So myself, I actually was originally a player in tournaments. So for me, I'm just so happy that I'm able to assemble with everybody from the FGC here today.
Thank you all very much.
はい。
まだ、sorry, he's not done yet.
で、先ほども言ったんですけれども、我々は新しいマーベル、新しいタッグファイターを作るということに、非常に、挑戦をしていますので、ここにいる皆さん、そして配信を見ている皆さんも、同じチームとして、非常にさまざまなフィードバックをもらえると非常に嬉しいです。一旦お願いします。
So as I said, we're really challenging ourselves to create a new tag fighter, a new Marvel game. So for me, I want to assemble with everybody here as the players and come together. I see you as a part of the team, so I'm really looking forward to receiving your feedback to create this game together.
そして最後にもう一つお願いなんですけれども、ビギナーズガイドのカウンターが回るととても嬉しいのと SNS のフォロー数が増えるとさらにもっと嬉しいので皆様よろしくお願いします。
And finally, I have one last request for all of you, which is that I'd be very happy if I saw the view count for the beginner's guide and the followers on our social media accounts go up. So thank you for all your cooperation.
Yes, we ask for your cooperation. So Team ARC, Team Marvel, thank you all for your time today. I hope everyone here has a chance to play the build on the floor this weekend. And let's hear it once more for the beautiful panel attendees. Thank you all very much. We look forward to seeing you around the show as well. So now I'll hand it over to Jalen.
All right, let's give it up one more time for Team Marvel and Team Arxis for that wonderful panel. Thank you all so much. All right, don't go anywhere. Up next, we have Evo Connections Trivia Challenge presented by AT&T. There are prizes available with this. Prizes include Evo Online merch store gift cards and even products from Tokon like the Daija Fight Stick and the Rig headset. Use the display chat command to lock in your answer before the timer runs out and check the prize page pinned in chat to see if you guessed right.
Hello everybody, welcome back to Evo Connections Trivia presented by AT&T. Jalen, I got a question for you. You got 30 seconds to answer it.
Okay.
Who was the only person to get a three-peat here at Evo? Come on,
Evo
Logan.
legends or names that I think are supremely dominant.
I want him to get it right. I don't want him to lose this.
Oh, that's true.
What?
Because Justin has like 8, Arson has like 7. So
I like your logic. I can hear you. I can hear you thinking.
There are like two people in my head right now that I'm debating against.
I feel
It's either Justin or Fox, right?
I feel it. I'll give you a hint. He's here.
Is it Justin?
I'm gonna go for Sonic Fox.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Justin. I'm gonna lock in Arslan Ash.
Justin Wong. Unfortunately, Logan, it is Justin Wong, not Sonic Fox. I'm sorry, but I want to thank everybody for coming over and playing Evo Connection Trivia presented by AT&T. Please hang out for the rest of the weekend. We got more connections and more trivia coming your way.
This is the best Chipotle order.
I would like a bowl.
Triple wrap.
Mild, medium, hot.
Then dip it in here.
Sour cream inside the vinaigrette.
2 tortillas. If you know, you know.
Lettuce, cheese, waffle.
Yes.
Oh, that is good.
Well, Vaya is laughing right now. Look at Vaya laughing right now. Oh, he's doing a dance. What is he doing?
Man, he's too ready, you know. Not today, man.
に参加して、でその時また賞金額が上がって、いや気持ちは調子良かったですね。
So it's much more than just playing. It's being a part of this community.
All right, Jay, you ready for this block? You already know. I feel like we've been killing it lately, and everyone's been loving it, but we gotta let the people know where we're gonna be at. Let's just do the meme real fast. You know, my heart meme, get the engagements and everything like that. Yipes! So, you understand me. It's not about the engagement. I'm just always thirsty for a drink, especially for this White Claw Zero Proof.
Yeah, but that was corny as hell. But I'll drink to that.
Cheers!
Cheers.
Yeah, I'm thirsty.
everybody, and welcome back to EVO 2025, presented by Chipotle. I got a question for everybody out there. You guys ready for some high-level Street Fighter 6 on this stage, or what? I like it, I like it. So if people don't know, there's been a little feud going on between a couple of players. You might know Betty. Anyone know Betty from Japan? And another player, fairly well-known player from America, goes by the name of Justin Wong. Anybody know Justin Wong? Yeah, we know him, we know him, we know him. All right, so you know what? We're going to settle the score right here on the stage right now, if you guys are cool with that. Are we cool? Can we run that? Can we run Betty versus Justin? All right, all right. With that said, let's get this started. Can we all make some noise for Betty? All right, all right, all right. Before we bring out the other opponent, I just have a couple questions. Now, Betty, are you nervous about playing Justin in front of the crowd like this?
Little nervous, but exciting.
Is there a certain part of Justin's play style that you feel like you might struggle with a little bit in beating Justin?
日本語でいいですか？やっぱり歴が長いので、やっぱりその経験値の差で負けないようにしたいです。
So because he's been playing the game for so long, way longer than me, I think I don't want to lose against his long years of experience.
That's fair. Now hold on, guys. Do me a favor. If you want Betty to win, let me hear it. All right, 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 all right. Hold on. All right. All right. Please, everybody, help me bring out her opponent, the one, the only, Justin Wong. Justin, sorry. I have a few questions for you, my friend. Okay. I know you don't really play anymore. You're a content creator now, right? So do you think that you were going to take the set over someone that's been playing Street Fighter 6 fairly heavily for the, its release?
I think it's going to be tough because I watch her play a lot and she's super clean. But the thing is, I feel like I'm just more clean.
Okay, Justin. Fair enough. My last question is, how much have you played Street Fighter 6 on a serious level recently? And I'm not talking about making a YouTube video. I mean like playing Street Fighter 6. And be honest, don't lie to me.
Did you see any Street Fighter 6 matches on my reel right now? None.
So no. So in other words, Betty's gonna win. All right, with that said, I'm not going to hold you guys any longer, actually. Let's get directed to the match where we have Vicious and Majin Obama on the 1s and 2s to get us started. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, I like that. I like that. I like that. I like that. All right, all right, all right. All right, Justin's taking out the old dinosaur thing. You guys know what that thing is? So wait, you know what I did? I was unfair. I was unfair. I was unfair. I'm gonna take something out of my boy Tasty Steve's book. All right. If you guys want Betty to win, can we please make some noise for Betty, please? Whoa, whoa, all right, all right. Come on, if you guys want Justin Wong to win, can we also make some noise for Justin?
I think refunds could still happen though.
All right, now my commentary boys are on the stage. Let's give it up for my guys, Majin Obama and Vicious.
Much love, LI Go. Much love, EVO 2025. How y'all feeling? That's what I'm talking about. You're about to witness history in the making as Betty has been dominating the entire field over in Japan with a handful of pretty well-known victims.
Vicious, I gotta tell you, man, I'm looking at this crowd. I don't know if they know how lucky they are, not just to be able to see Justin Wong do an exhibition set like this live in front of a studio audience. I haven't seen this in a long time.
We got people standing all around. The seats are absolutely filled. You guys are doing a fantastic job.
But the thing is, though, Vicious, Las Vegas, we have a problem, and her name is Betty. Because this girl, if you don't know the story until now, first of all, big ups to the staff. They called this OG Hunt, so you guys get it. On the JP side in Japan, it's been called OG Hunt, Old Man Hunt. It's literally the same context. If you guys haven't been following along, Betty's had a pretty meteoric rise in the scene in terms of just how much she's been playing and grinding, but then somewhere along the line, they started to have this exhibition series called the OG Hunt, where she would challenge old man washed up players who for some reason can't let go of their pride. And the results, I think, have surprised a lot of people to the point where they said, you know what, we're gonna stop it when she loses. She's collected 6 skulls, and she has not stopped yet. But the thing is, Betty, this is Justin Wong we're talking about.
Do you understand who you're actually facing off against? Multi-EVO champion?
And this is the thing, she's gone through, like I said, 6 players so far. Some well-known names, especially if you played fighting games, you know some of these guys. EC Pro could not nail a set against her. Not only EC Pro, Sosihan KSK, the Alex guard, could not hang with her. Handsome Orikasa fell by the wayside. Aru is in the game. He couldn't touch her. The only 2 people to even beat her 1 set was Dudley King, Dudley God Kokujin, aka Kokuani, he rebranded. And the famous Virtua Fighter legend, Osu Akira, and also photographer extraordinaire. He might even be here this weekend. These were the only players who were even able to touch her in first to 6 sets. And that's the format for this one as well. First to 6 sets. If it goes to a 3rd set, you gotta win by 2, it's extra innings after that. And so far, she has only lost 2 sets against 6 players like that. And the point that she wanted to emphasize too, this is something for the North American, for the Western fighting game community we talk about. It's a talking point we often have. I don't care where you're from, what name you call God by, how dark your skin is, how much melanin you got, all that bullshit goes out the window the second you press start at character select screen. And that's a nuance that I thought for a long time that might escape some regions and some places. But that's something that with Betty's focus and her talk going into this event, that was something that she made clear. People used to look at me, play this game, and talk to me like I was an idiot, or talk to me like I was stupid, or treat me weird because I'm a young cute girl or something like that. This girl she's a monster, dude. She is a grind monster.
100%.
Vicious, we were talking about it backstage.
it is not uncommon for you to pop her stream on, go to work, you get back from work, she's still in ranked. You know what this game does to you in ranked? If you hang in there for more than 90 minutes, she'll be in there for 10, 12 hours straight, no problem.
You look like us,
That's what I'm
honestly.
saying, bro. I don't know I don't know how she gets the hair, keep staying like that, playing this game in ranked like
Even
that.
gets the coloring?
But
Firm and pampered?
that's the theme is she wanted to make a point. I'm not some kid or some cute girl. I am a warrior. That's what. And look, when she made this call out, she went through 3 OGs like that. They're holding on to what little pride as players that they have, right? And that's a big theme of this, pride. The thing is, Justin ain't. I'm not fooled by the creator, content creator. You heard Strong Island Joe just say it, man. I'm not fooled by that content creator facade. I'm not. Y'all be looking at Justin now. He's got the smile, the thumbnails, and everything.
You can't even see him right now. He's smiling as he's talking about it. He's like, you know what? You might have found me out, Obama.
But for people of a certain age, we know Justin in a completely different context with a completely different face. This dude is a monster. He still has fangs. Please do not forget about it. And that's something that's going to make this really tough for Betty. She's been to Evo before, right? She's competed on stage like this. It's something that she said last year when she lost to the Buzz. She lost to the Buzz Lily on stage, and for her that was tough because she had really high expectations for herself. She knows that there's a community watching from overseas that has high expectations of her too. And she felt like she let herself down, but something that she talked about was how nervous she got under the stage lights. How different it feels to play in front of a foreign crowd after you crossed an ocean and half of a continent to get here. And the difference in just hearing all these foreign tongues just yelling and going off anytime you land that drive impact or you land that full screen conversion from a drive rush, whatever the case may be, it rattles you in a completely different way. And in that respect and in that regard, every single one of the players here, this is something you should be able to relate to. That path, that adventure from you just learning how to play to competing in tournaments, to playing on a stage like this, to going toe-to-toe with a legend. This is something each and every one of you sitting down should want for yourself, and she's living it.
You know what the wild thing is, too? We talk about the energy that the crowd does bring. We talk about the energy that has been put into all the grinding, all the events that you put into to get into this one very moment. Guess what? Who really thrives upon that, both negative and positive? Justin Marvelous Wong.
Factor. You cannot overstate it. I think this is going to play a big role in this match. Something that's going to be really important for Betty to showcase is how much she has grown with the ability to shut all the bullshit out and focus on the match and her opponent. The thing is, you said it, Vic Vicious. Justin, we've seen this. We've seen him legit like a puppet master for a decade plus. Able to take players' insecurity, nervousness, lack of confidence in their decision making, or uncertainty, and then use it against themselves.
He underplays it, dude. He undersells the hell out of it. He just says, nah, that's nooch. Just actually kind of crazy that he does that. He kind of just tells, I know you know I'm right, bro. He talks about this all the time. He's like, nah, that's just nooch, bro. It's fine. All the emotions, I don't think about that. It's just how about nooching you?
You gotta remember, he's from New York. He's a hustler, right? So he's trying to sell you something. I'm not buying that. He knows exactly what he's doing.
I've been buying it for years, bro.
He knows the effect that it has on players, and I expect him to use that to full effect on Betty. So you gotta understand, for Betty to have trouble playing in front of lights, in front of a crowd last year, the way she did in open bracket, then call out Justin Wong in an exhibition, that's like she jumped from the kiddie pool into like 14 feet deep to deep end.
Full of sharks, by the way.
This is the strongest possible opponent that she could have picked in this particular scenario that she could have picked. And to be fair, she's been practicing for this. She's ready to go toe-to-toe with them, but this is going to test her in a way that she has never been tested before.
Actually, let's kind of talk about that. We were talking about it backstage in regards to the tail of the tape, in regards to like the character matches, Jury versus Cammy. That's going to be what's expected from the character selection. But in regards to the way that Betty has been playing, what do you think is going to be her main approach going into a character like Cammy and also a player like Justin Wong?
So the thing with Betty's Jury style, she typically plays a little bit more grounded than what you guys are used to. You're going to see her trying to really try to be as patient as possible and try to have a grounded approach. She likes to use a lot of her gauge to be able to just go in and use that drive rush that Jury has. Goes like 70-80% of the screen. It's fast. It has a lot of coverage, and she's very good at being able to know her ranges. If Justin gives her an opening with a whiff, and he's full screen away, she knows if she's in range to punish that with drive rush. She's good and expect her to meter dump. That's something else too. She'll save a lot of meter for level 3 super dumps. She likes to just save gauge for that big damage push.
Right.
Problem, this is Justin Wong. I do not think she's going to be able to use drive rush to that same ability to control mid-range and
Most
ground.
definitely not.
Like in the same way against Justin. It was something that she showcased a little bit too against, I would say, Osu Akira in that DJ set as well. It's going to be difficult for her to leverage her gauge like that to be. I anticipate she's going to have to use gauge to pressure a lot more.
We're going to see if Justin Wong is going to be able to put up that really intimidating wall of not only proper spacing, actually immaculate spacing, but on top of that, really amazing reactions towards the drive rush, towards misplaced footsies. It's going to be a really, really tall task, but let's see how it goes. This is the first game for the OG Hunt exhibition. Justin Wong versus Betty. Here we go.
Immediately drive rush.
Good call.
Immediately. This is how she uses OD meter in this game. And immediately, look at where Justin is. Back to the wall, but he fights his way off of it, back to center stage. And this is the tug of war that you're going to witness. Oof. Big punny-con.
Already into the corner. That drive gets a little bit drive rush inside of Justin Wong. How are you going to get out of there? Jump is just fine. A little bit of a short. Let's get that back though and reset the nooch.
And let's watch the interactions around throw, especially at the corner too, Vicious. That's going to come into play in a big way.
Ooh, you literally just called it. A little bit of a foretelling as to what Betty wants to do. Upon wake up and actually will take that risk.
The XDP, they're feeling feisty this first round. Look at the gauge too. Justin got a sense for her throw mash.
A little bit of intel, but a lot to download for Betty. Honestly, the staggering pressure from Justin Wong, even the delayed on the drive rush to have her think twice about that throw possibly coming in was pretty violent.
He's already playing that mind game. And again, that's the first. In this round, we saw it, but we didn't see it as much the first round. Him opening up from the air as well. That's something you're not going to see as much on Betty's side. You can see it a lot more on Justin's side.
Funny enough, he's already settled on trying to play the ground game majority of the times. If you had watched some of his practice sessions against Justin Kidd, against Nephew, but trying to get these guys again, we like that. OD, DP, get him out of the corner.
That stand medium kick the snipe. Stand lightning as well. Big whip on the DP. Justin now with 3 bars to spend here. Gonna lock this game more.
Very, very interesting use of the dive kick thus far. Keeping Betty rather comfortable. One of the biggest things about Jury, though, once that DP is like out of the angle or even trying to anti-air something like that, or even anticipation, she's going to be severely punished. Because it just goes straight up. There's not a lot of horizontal space that it covers on the way up. So that's actually quite dangerous against a character like Annie that can change her pretty much jump arc.
And there's already a few tells in that first game, too. How Justin is playing against Betty's throw counter habits. But then also the meter. Betty sat on 3 bars, dumped, and waited for it. She never got the chance to use it. She's probably going to have to change her strategy with that. I'd anticipate maybe she tries to utilize a little bit more level 2 and just go for feng shui pressure. But right now, the Fuha stops.
And you're starting to see the way she's kind of layering her own offense. Right, to go with something that's plus, but this is going to be a whole different change. So while in burnout, Cammy, she's going to have a little bit of pressure. I like the idea of using driver burst just to force Justin up a little bit. And
especially in this time while he's in burnout.
Exactly that. Ooh, okay, that's a huge win.
She knows her ranges very well.
We'll take that. 1 bar. We were talking about taking it to the grave with her in the previous part. You know, I like being able to open up with a target combo in the level 1 here.
First round on the board for Big Betty. Throw her out the overhead, Justin Wong. And see there, Betty got in on the drive rush that time. Justin was not able to stop it. That's something that I anticipate Justin to tighten up on as the set goes on. Nice, back up again. He's so good at being able to sense when she wants to go for throw.
Oh my God, set her up for failure, at least on the low medium kick.
The throw phase for Justin so far, on point. Dive kick. Hold this wall. Hold this parry.
Yeah, force her away with fireball. I like that. The big whip punish. Medium punch. Dump it all. Firing right back at Justin Wong. Tied up. 1 apiece in the fashion that you had literally just talked about. Her saving up the meter in a very wise fashion to dump out into the level 3. Excellent call.
That's Betty's style. She will save meter just for that. She wants that damage done. Let me earn my hit with drive rush. Let me earn my hit with neutral or some kind of check, and let me dump the meter. That's her strategy.
Trying to go in for a walk-up. Actually delayed the roll, hence the counter hit that came up against Justin Wong.
Yeah,
Back throw. Let's reset that situation. Let's reset the momentum a little bit. That's not
Counter
the
DI.
I'll tell you what, Justin Wong.
He ain't that old. He ain't that old. There we go, DP ender. Spike, wow, backdash to counter the throw. And look at the return here.
As if she never got DI'd in the first place. Still right back on. Forward
And
throw.
she's cool with using a meter just for pressure. Just drive rush pressure. Justin back to the wall still.
That forward burnout was kind of Justin Wong. Even if it was a drive rush on his behalf to get out of the corner, Betty caused all that damage to the drive gauge in the first place.
That's a small checkmate there, yeah. Dash under gets the hit. Just a dive kick.
The delay! Very slick. Oh, that's a mad close. I thought she was going to be able to get a throw.
Crouch medium punch range. She knows it too well.
Dang, level 1 already. Maybe going into the feng shui for pressure.
No, she's probably just, at this point, she's still just going to play just to save the bar just to hit level 3 again.
Perhaps. She's very close to it. Justin Wong might be about maybe like a touch and a half to death. Betty knows it too. She's already at 2.5 bars if you're looking down below.
Ooh, what an anti-air. Justin in trouble here. Hit the wall.
Oh, that was actually kind of insane that it hit. No option select on the side of Betty. Justin Wong gets this up free. This is a pretty big start to something crazy. The burnout's not going to be a factor for Justin Wong. Punish counter into the critical art. He's going to be fully healthy with that drive gauge now.
Punish counter on throw-ins have been huge so far in this set. Justin this time, dash in with the low. No meter necessary. Tie this thing up.
Just when you thought his back was against the wall, the Wong factor kicking in yet again.
Oh, dive kick to check the drive rush.
I like that jump reset. Side of Betty. Still checking within the low medium range. Max distance, by the way, knock her down. I don't know if she's going to get a cut off that.
She's cool to just utilize it more and leverage the gauge just like this. Wall push has the meter to back it up. Gonna dump those 3 bars here. Gonna keep Justin at the wall as well.
Does Justin risk with an ODT? No, there was a counter hit attempt. Instead, it was still buttons for Justin Wong. Betty keeping it nice and easy to close standing medium punch in general. Like being able to close the gap first and also starting with something that's plus like that, it's always going to be like a really, really safe
Yeah,
game.
and to be honest with you, Vicious, she doesn't feel that nervous right now, to be honest.
Hell no. On the right adjustments rather quickly. She's making a lot of these big punches hurt, and her spacing in general against Justin has been really, really strong.
But her gameplay is not changed really. Like she's just really playing it as optimally as clean as she normally does. It's just a different opponent.
I was a little in fear of like how her adaptation skills were going to be against Justin, but she's just been on pace.
So far, she's been boxing it out. Oh. It's not really a change here. Just gonna follow the Fuha stock. Walking right into that crouch medium kick from Justin, and Justin gonna leverage the gauge here. Going to super.
Just enough damage too. You saw a little bit of like the ruler coming in from Justin Wong. That standing medium kick is such a great measuring tool to gauge what your next attack is going to be, or at least distance for low
and that's where I expect more from Justin throughout as the set goes on. For him to find more familiarity with that range and being able to just size her up in that mid-range like that. But Betty, she plays fast, man. She's really good at leveraging that gauge. Always laying down the Mountain Dew pressure, just like that. The big dashes, the green dashes, here she goes. Okay, throw range. Justin right now slowly getting the better of her.
3.5 bars. Big punish. Justin Wong gonna get it as a throw. Continuing on, he has plenty of bar. He has plenty of meter. That level 2 just in time. Again, back to back. SA2 for Justin Wong, all tied up.
Cammy wins.
So far, these throw mashes from Betty, I anticipate maybe she'll probably lean off of it a little bit more as the set goes on, but they've really been giving it Justin a lot of these ins.
With that in mind, you think Justin's actually going to go for like maybe actual throws, or see if Betty's going to opt to move it, maybe like a jump back and snipe that out? Because Cammy has really good tracking range off of the DPs.
I think Justin waits to change it for speed ups.
Right? I agree. Jump up on wake up.
anticipates maybe land DP. He feels that kind of way.
We'll see what happens if Justin Wong manages to score the next knockdown, but Betty also kind of staggering her pressure with the special normals as well, the command normals as well, excuse me.
Held carry to try to neutralize that situation, gets jumped in on though. Oh. DP baited.
Everybody in the crowd knew what was going to happen after that. They knew the big risk. Ooh, that could have been a big conversion for Justin. Punish counter either way. A couple of lines, a perfect KO. Maintaining his status with the bar.
Big round here, man.
3 bars can be rather explosive, but Justin Wong's not going to be the one to initiate, right? He's waiting for that drive rush.
He'll wait this time. That wasn't counter hit either. I think he got hit, tried to jump. Working the throw game now. Here comes Betty.
Still within range with the back throw. Very lucky for Justin. It's still going to be pretty tense despite the life lead. Betty's life could crumble with the right counter hit, perhaps.
She's not trying to overrush this. She's not trying to take something that isn't there. Okay. Anti-air dashes in, gets the throw. Has the wall here.
That's one counter hit, by the way. Going for the reset, and it's the throw yet again. He's going to do it right here. It's going to be a decent amount of life left for the side of Betty. Her drive gauge is still going to be okay. Justin Wong's going to be a little bit dry. Almost even in the drive gauge exchange, actually.
And then Justin leverages his to go low. Clock out. 3-2 advantage Justin Wong.
My man believed in all his might that low medium kick was going to hit, by the way. I almost fell.
It's again the throw feints. The throw feints from Justin have paid off huge dividends for him. And it seems like they always come at a time where he has meter to really make it hurt too.
At that point, I hate to say it, sometimes you just got to take the throw, man.
Yeah.
The first real perfect parry we've seen from Justin Wong thus far. Betty might need to change up her pacing, at least off of the stand medium punch. Drive rush yet again. Coming on in there against Justin Wong, landing a knockdown. Back throw again!
Following behind the stock just to be able to get some real estate. Fight her way out of the threat of that corner. Justin back to the wall here. Air to air, interception. Work the throw. Feint that time off the drive rush. Good anti-air.
Do you see the control off of that too? She was miles away, still managed to snipe. And again, sniping down above, getting the anti-airs, and now sniping below. Justin Wong has not been able to move forward or advance within these rounds.
Well, it's also some of these situations too, is just like, that's Betty's grind. She knows some of these situations and she's more familiar with them than Justin.
Ooh. And the dry rush forward, heavy punch punish. Gang it. Do it again. I respect that too. I heard you.
What an anti-air in the push. Betty with 3 bars to her name. She's just looking for one touch. Drive rush in. Drive rush in. Feint drug. Feint rush.
It's kind of scary. Bro. You're waiting for it. Uh-oh. Is this going to be the sequence? Not too bad. The damage, critical art damage, didn't have to spend too much.
She's been getting her ankles cut up really bad in crouch medium kick range. Cammy crouch medium kick is going to keep on Justin to make big dividends here.
Oh, and just when you talked about it too, Betty tried to outgauge that medium kick, but when you get so focused on the ground, you forget about the airborne approach.
Death from above, man.
And Justin's doing such a great job of forcing Betty to focus entirely on the ground game. But to be honest, that was the one time I feel like Betty had tried to really force her way on the ground even more so. Like,
and the thing is, she's been great on anti-airs throughout the set so far.
Exactly that.
It's just like that one instance, especially as the closer Cammy gets to you.
Right here.
That mental stack. Yeah.
Not bad. That trade-off could have been much better. I think I might blame negative edge on that one, to be honest. I don't think she expected the hit to happen.
Now Justin with the conversion of his own, the wall push. Jumps back, just a dive kick back in her face.
Yeah, a little bit too up top. He had to back away. I don't think he had enough frames to link anything off of it. Not even a light. Oh, that's a punish counter. And speaking of lights, yeah, again, being able to break the normals with a punish counter in that fashion with a dive kick is such a...
And like you said, that's been the struggle. When Justin gets in the Cammy crouch medium kick range, Betty is so razor focused on the grounded interactions between throw feints, crouch medium kick, other standing tools that Cammy has. She takes her eyes off the sky for a split second, where she's so solid outside that range and anti-airing. Up close like that, it's way faster and it's just way harder to control.
It is a little enticing to even try to like throw out a normal against Justin after you figured out the timing. That's beautiful right there, forcing an error against Justin Wong. Oh. Jesus.
Oh, just a little bit late on the throw punish. Holding guard. Good defense, Betty.
Got a little bit of a parry too. Oh no! Drive rush right into the fear. Luckily enough, Justin didn't get anything out of that punish. Counter for a setup. You saw the medium.
She tried to go for the air-to-air. Crouch medium kick.
This time it was counter hit. To be honest with you, Betty. Just this time to normal. Still within range, but this time to normal.
Oof. And make Justin block, burn him out. Oh, next
very
touch.
deep dive kick. Jesus. The confirm. Wait. Hold on. Buffer? Buffer question mark?
I think he buffered.
I think he buffered too. I was looking like, wait, confirm? Nah, I think it might have been a buffer. I got excited for that one.
I don't put anything against past this guy.
You know what the worst thing is? Even if you ask Justin, he'd be like, nah, that was confirmed.
He's like, I don't know. And this is a comfortable situation for Betty. It's one that she's found herself in quite often. She has to be able to finish rounds when she gets this win con, though. And Justin just able to jump out and take the corner from her.
A lot of straight hits from these jabs.
And now it's the shutdown.
Immediately stuffing out that drive. Again, another sequence. Betty's been trying to press a lot of buttons in a lot of these tight light sequences.
Okay, good denial.
Thus far. The chip damage still on the table. Nice work. What do you think Betty's thinking about right now? She has like hand over her face and everything.
I don't know, but that felt like almost like a mental, I want to say like a point where she put herself in burnout, not even off of a hit or she saw a whiff, but just out of desperation to crack Justin's guard.
She had so much control there too, over the fireballs. She just has to react to Justin Wong's jump. That's actually pretty huge too.
And she's got to be able to put him back there and then block him up. Reversal level 1, that's fine.
That's how you feel? Spin knuckle on the way in.
Justin wants a lot of OD gauge to work with. He's got to be careful. She has to be careful if he gets a hit, it's going to convert.
Beautiful. See, the few times that the whiffs do happen from the side of Justin off of the low medium kick, Betty responds in kind beautifully. The whip punishes are there. The punish counters for the damage is absolutely there. So we'll see if he can continue doing that, forcing Justin Wong to make these spatial errors.
Nice.
Damn!
He's showing the throws. You got to be able to punch the clock though, Betty.
Yeah, we get that juggle
conversion.
But wake up. Oh, big miss for Justin. You
Bar
gotta spend the
building.
rest of it.
Bar
Get that big
building.
bar.
She's got the 3, dropped it.
Bang. 3 on the board for Betty.
3-2, 3-5, but the thing is too, she's used to playing these long sets and grinding out like this.
I mean, between the two of them,
I mean, Justin for sure has that experience. But I'm saying even for her in this scenario and in this stage, this is not something, it's not unfamiliar territory for her either.
that's fair. That is a true assessment for sure. And a lot of the lockdown already happening from Justin Wong. The exposure down below, pretty
Fine.
huge. Get
And
yourself
now
out of the corner.
she's starting to leverage Jury crouch medium kick against Justin a lot now. Battle of the crouch medium kicks.
Don't get thrown. I
Throw,
literally said
throw,
it.
punish, counter.
We talked about that. Justin's still going back to that well. The throw bait's still working out against Betty. Damn, Betty visibly shaking her head at that. She understands. She's like, I gotta stop this habit. It's gonna kill me.
She knows at this point it's game 8 of this, and she's given up so many health bars just to magic throw in that situation. She knows.
You know what I blame?
It's costing her.
You know what I blame? Ranked. That is definitely a ranked habit. You know I ain't lying.
You're right.
Ooh.
Crouch medium kick range. Justin gonna leverage the gauge here.
One more sequence. It's gonna be drive rush forward from Justin Wong. He's gonna try to kill it right now.
Drive rush forward, throw feint. Crouch medium kick. Set number 1. Yep. That's Justin Wong, 6 games to 3.
I would have guessed the same thing. Drive rush low.
you right sometimes, you're wrong sometimes. It is what it is.
Not even against Betty, to be fair. Like, if anybody else in the crowd were in that exact situation, like, honestly, I'll be real with you. I teched. You teched? Yeah, see, I genuinely teched on that.
So now this is a scenario that Betty, again, is in she's no stranger to this scenario, where the player that she challenges comes out firing. So now the question is, how can she adapt? What is she going to change in her game plan and her approach to Justin Wong? But before we find out in the next set, we got to take a quick break, guys. Don't go anywhere. The second half of OG Hunt, Betty versus Justin Wong. We'll be right back here at EVO 2025.
That sizzle, that's the soundtrack of Chipotle.
Literally melt in your mouth tender. Let's see our chicken glistening, our fajita sizzling. It's magic happening. And this is gonna be in your bowl. This is it.
I won PlayStation's Road to Evo and went head-to-head with Arslan Ash.
I won PlayStation Road to Evo and battle against Sonic Fox.
I have never seen that in my life.
To compete on PS5, choose your game, find PlayStation tournaments, and register. It's that easy. Sign up for PlayStation tournaments for opportunities to win unique prizes and much more.
PlayStation. Whether it's sunglasses outside, blue light glasses inside, or night driving lenses in the dark, Zenni has affordable eyewear for everyone. Get 10% off at Zenni.com.
Tenno is back with brand new officially licensed designs by the FGC for the FGC. Our vendor booth will be open across all 3 event days, and if you won't be at EVO in person, the full range of products will be available online at merch.10-o.gg. That is merch.10-o.gg.
Let's have a
Finally, pray. Evade. Bring to heal. Gardens reach. Dark reflection. Huntress's light. Trust mood. Dark harvest.
Welcome back to EVO 2025 here at this Las Vegas, Nevada stage for the OG Hunt exhibition. Shouts to everybody watching from Japan. I know they're cheering hard for Betty to go here, but she's got her work cut out for her, man. We're at the halftime break of this thing. First set went Justin Wong's way 6-3.
I still gotta know how the crowd is feeling in regards to who they think is gonna be winning the whole thing, honestly, because, I mean, it's only been the first set. I need to know who here thinks Betty is gonna take it down against Justin Wong. I wanna hear it right now. Pretty sizable.
All right, yeah, some of y'all are down with Betty, but what about the Wong factor? Let's get this second set kicked off, Vicious. I can't wait to see how this thing ends.
Let's talk about some of the adjustments that possibly could be made in regards to how like some of the matches went. One of the biggest things that we had noticed is how often Betty has resorted to trying to tech throws that aren't there.
Her game plan has been pretty consistent with what we anticipated her style would be in her approach to this matchup, but I do think she is a little nervous banging on that throw. And Justin is getting in range where she has to think about crouch medium kick, she has to think about light pressure, she has to think about the threat of dive kick, and then he'll just feint throw, she'll mash throw, and it's cost her rounds at this point.
You're starting to see like the vicious cycle of it all too, because she's also like, Justin's also clipped Betty with a couple of these crouching medium kicks, and then once she gets focused on the ground game, boom, here comes the dive.
He has such a good ability to sense like the cycle of frustration. Right when you're razor focused on this option, he has the next option that's ready to beat what that is, and then you just, that frustration folds onto itself, and then when you mix in the nervousness and all that with it, that is walk factor to me. When you start to play out of your element like that. Here you go, Justin leveraging a lot of his games now just to make wall pushes here. Dive kick, lands it smart. Betty back to the wall. Betty mashing on throw. And now you let Justin get this familiarity. Now you let him get this confidence.
Again, I get the land. This time it's through dive kick. Justin Wong has been really mixing up not only the timing, but the offensive approach. Still maintaining 2 bars as well is going to be pretty explosive if he gets the first hit. And he's willing to wait out a lot of these drive pressure punches, Obama. I'll tell you, man. Oh, no.
Defiant jab press that Amare. Just to rush in and grab on the feint, the parry with.
No even attempt at an option select from the side of Justin. He just froze there. He's like, you know what, I'm going to take it.
I think for her too, playing that meter tug of war around OD, trying to force burnouts of him. Any ground that she can make in that regard, it probably makes a big difference for her offense. Dive kick over the crouch medium kick. Betty back to the wall here, eating raw jump-ins now. Okay, punish counter back throw. This is a start. Goes with the low medium kick option. 1 through stock.
Still about a step away from both. Fully locked and loaded. Man, Justin waiting forever for a possible throw.
I thought she was going to press that throw button. She held on.
And it's
just eat the crouch medium kick and the meter dump from Justin. Justin Wong going to draw first blood here in the second set. And for Betty, this is about as dire as it's ever been for her. She's going to have to fight her way out the second set. It's something that she's done before, but not quite like this, man. Justin is right now kind of putting it on her.
I was honestly thinking of like making the crowd kind of like chant for Betty, but at the same time, I feel like that's only going to benefit Justin and make Betty a little bit nervous. It's hard, man. Like, there's nothing you can really do in terms of like trying to shake Justin the most.
Bro, if you've never played on a stage like this before, it's like it's so hard to explain to you probably what's going through her head right now. And the stress to just focus on your gameplay and your opponent as much as possible, but right now Justin Wong is just taking full advantage. No anti-airs that was so crisp in the first set.
That was kind of tough. She was committed to just avoiding the bait on the throw and also just trying to maybe counter a grounded normal. Again, Justin's been mad ambiguous in regards to like whether or not he wants to snipe out with a low or even with these dive kicks. And again, Betty committed to the low medium kick to try to stuff out Justin.
This is something that we were talking about. It's going to be a big thing to pay attention to throughout the set is because of Cammy's air approach and it being a little bit more razor sharp than Jury's, and he's able to get more ground and be able to get pushes like that. You're seeing Justin use that to great effect against Betty.
How many times he sniped out with a low medium kick? Level 3 coming in. That's got to be 2 games for Justin.
That's 2 games straight.
I'm not gonna lie to you, there's a little bit of reluctancy in the crowd. It's like, Justin, you're actually a bully. I saw it in your hearts and in your eyes. Honestly, I saw the clap. Like, I guess I'll clap for Justin. You can't lie to me. I saw it. I felt it.
Justin's had really, really good success being able to deny any overhead attempts from Betty too. I feel like she's gotten thrown out of it every time.
Damn. Yeah, now that I think about it, that's something she hasn't really gone to. I mean, but how much is that really gonna affect someone like Justin with that much damage?
Well, it's like outside of feng shui situations too, where she can really like kind of mix it up. If she's just betting on the raw overhead, so far it's had no effect. Justin has just completely shut it down. Oof. And that's another thing too. She hasn't really gotten too many opportunities to establish really good fireball pressure. Her Fuha stock game, she has it, she'll burn it, but it's usually just to get out of a corner or walk behind it. She hasn't gotten too many opportunities to mix up her offense like that against Justin. This level 1 super, this should be enough to kill.
Yes, it is. Betty slowly gaining that momentum.
Signs of life. Betty with the pulse here.
So talking about that fireball pressure, I feel like Justin Wong was already committed to just like down backing because he understood the spacing of it, he understood the speed of it. He's like, you know, this is not going to be my turn. I don't even want to try and bother jumping because of that angle that she was waiting at.
Okay, now Betty with some throw punish counters of her own.
That's another one.
Justin's just going to take the throw though.
Giving some space, trying to force air, maybe airborne against Justin Wong. Watch out while you're walking back though. And out of the corner he is now. Full throw. We'll take that.
Immediate ODDB. Immediate.
There was time, Obama. There was definitely time to uppercut.
There was time and now there's time, yeah.
Right on. Right on. On the board for Betty.
That felt like